Qingyan sect, outer gate, nameless peak. In a very simple cave, a young cultivator with delicate features was sitting cross-legged, practicing hard and casting spells in his hands very quickly. However, the practice did not seem to go smoothly. With a sudden pain in Dantian, he staggered and spit out a mouthful of blood. He took a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Alas, failed again. The young man who sighed faintly was named Lin Shun. He had been abducted to this righteous sect for almost 5 years, but his cultivation had been stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining. The sect had a rule that if he could not enter the 4th level of qi refining after 5 years, he would be demoted to a chores disciple. The chores disciples had the lowest status and the least pay in Qingyan sect. This meant that in the long years of cultivation in the future, he would work like a cow and a horse for the sect to repay so many years of cultivation. Thinking of the word cultivation, Lin Shin couldn't help but snorted and hated it even more. He was originally a scholar and had never thought of entering the Immortal sect, but he was forcibly brought here and tortured for several years. Just when he was so worried, he suddenly remembered that he had something important to do today, so he hurriedly exhaled and finished his practice, and quickly went to the alchemy room of the bald old man. The alchemy room was located on the top of Tongtian Peak, not far away, and the distance was not far. After a short jog, he was out of breath, his face flushed, and finally pushed the door carefully to enter. Inside, as usual, the heat waves rolled, the smoke was filled, and the noises were bursting. I don't know what kind of elixir the other party was refining this time, but today is more special. There are more than 30 miscellaneous disciples not far from the alchemy furnace, and they all hang their heads with uneasy expressions. At this time, the bald and hunchbacked old man kept pinching his hands to control the alchemy furnace and played one after another. There were all kinds of strange expressions on his face. This person is extremely ugly. In addition to his hunchback and wrinkles, there's also a disgusting scar on the top of his head. If he were not in the Qingyan sect, he would have thought he was an extremely vicious demon cultivator. Soon after, a strange fragrance came from the alchemy furnace. The bald old man showed a hint of surprise on his face. He stamped his foot and a hoarse voice came slowly. Haha, it's done. Seeing this, Lin Shan was extremely contemptuous in his heart. This person's alchemy level is average. I wonder what kind of elixir he can refine today. Sure enough, after opening the furnace, people were disappointed. The elixir in front of them was dark brown and exuded a foul smell. There's no need to guess that the alchemy failed again. This is a waste elixir that cannot be taken. How unreasonable. The bald old man's angry roar came from the alchemy room. Seeing Lin Shin coming, his face twitched and a touch of disgust emerged. Originally, the other party was abducted to the sect for another purpose. I didn't expect that the other party had extremely poor qualifications and a very slow cultivation speed. The servants not far away saw that the bald old man looked bad, and they all hung their heads, shrank their bodies, and dared not say a word. The bald old man looked at the black waste pill in front of him. His eyes were slightly cold, and he continued to refine it with his fingers. So he took out the last of his family from the storage bag in one breath, and floated a large amount of spiritual herbs, demon beast inner pills, and unspeakable black things in the air. He cast a spell at it, and used force to mix it all together, and finally threw it into the pill furnace. The next scene made everyone terrified. The pill furnace was burned red, buzzing. More white smoke erupted from it and began to rumble and vibrate. Seeing that the pill furnace was extremely unstable, the bald old man's face sank, and he stretched out his hand in the air and grabbed a tall servant disciple out of thin air. He laughed and said, "Boy, you are unlucky." The tall errand disciple was pale, horrified, and kept begging for mercy. "Please let me go, senior. I am willing to be your slave in the future." "Really? But I can't wait any longer." The bald old man raised his eyes slightly, smiled coldly, and was unmoved. He pointed his fingertips in the air, and a wound immediately flashed on his chest. Puff! A long column of blood spurted out. The bald old man cast a spell in time and slowly injected it into the alchemy furnace. For a while, blood and energy swarmed out, and it stopped when the tall errand disciple became a dried corpse. What was surprising was that after the blood and energy entered the alchemy furnace, it actually made it inexplicably begin to stabilize. Seeing this, the errant disciples around screamed in fear, lost their souls, and fled in all directions. But the door of the alchemy room had long been controlled by a powerful spell. Escape? Can you escape? The bald-haired old man snorted coldly. His anger increased greatly, and he used his magic power to grab again. For a moment, the alchemy room was filled with blood and screams. It was not until all the menial disciples were slaughtered that they stopped. At this time, the alchemy furnace was injected with a large amount of blood and energy from the cultivators, and gradually regained its calm. Lin Shen saw this. His face turned pale, and an ominous feeling arose spontaneously. He unconsciously took 2 steps back, fearing that he would become a medicinal material. Not long after, a huge and fiery red pill slowly rose from the alchemy furnace, and a touch of lightning appeared on it from time to time. Success? Lin Shen looked incredible, and at the same time, a trace of nausea appeared in his heart. This is the latest pill refined by the master. You take it. The bald-haired old man said with his eyes slightly narrowed. Lin Shen looked at the strange pill in front of him and hesitated a little. The quality of the pill this time was slightly better than the previous one, but the stench and bloody smell inside were stronger. In the past 5 years, he has been testing medicine on the demon in front of him. Perhaps it was because of taking all kinds of strange pills that hurt his bones and made his cultivation progress extremely slow. What? You want to disobey? The bald old man's face turned cold and ugly, and a huge spiritual pressure spread. Before Lin Shen agreed, a strong wind quickly hit, and the dry hand tightly grasped his neck. Disciple dare not, take it now. Lin Shen's face flushed, and he couldn't breathe. He could only agree to the other party. Very good, this is almost right. The bald old man laughed. After the dry hand loosened, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He could only endure the stench, and slowly swallowed the pill into his mouth. The elixir, as usual, first gave off an indescribable smell, then a trace of spiritual power in the body, and finally a sharp pain in the dantian. At this time, Lin Shen blinked, somewhat stunned. He did not expect that the elixir he had worked so hard to refine was so bad. No effect? The bald-haired old man was puzzled, and after entering a spell to investigate, he muttered to himself in disappointment. No, it works. The bald-haired old man's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered something, and said a little crazy, "Boy, you are my elixir." Ah, Lin Shen was scared to death when he heard this. What? Don't want to? I have raised you for so many years for today. The bald-haired old man laughed wildly, stretched out his dry hands, and showed his sharp white teeth. Chapter 2. Escaping Death in Sensual Matters. No. Lin Shen's face was etched with terror as he struggled incessantly, unwilling to meet such a demise. However, in the presence of the bald elder, the disparity in strength was overwhelming, rendering him powerless. A fierce sense of suffocation soon enveloped him, and his consciousness began to wane. Is this truly my fate? Lin Shen felt a deep reluctance, despair creeping across his countenance. Fear not, my disciple, I shall not allow you to die in agony. After all, you have been with me for many years. The bald elder cackled madly, making a swift cut across Lin Shen's neck. The excruciating pain surged through him, and he could distinctly feel his scorching blood gushing out. Just then, a resounding crash echoed as the door burst apart, splintering into pieces, followed by a beam of light flooding in. A voice, cold yet resonant, declared, "Dare to employ nefarious methods to concoct pills? You shall pay the price." Standing before them was a strikingly beautiful female cultivator, her demeanor icy. Clad in white robes, her enchanting gaze and lustrous black hair contrasted starkly with her snow-like skin, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. With a delicate motion of her jade-like fingers, the bald elder collapsed to the ground. This woman was Xia Qingyun, a revered ancestor of the sect, who happened upon this place while sensing a strong stench of blood. The bald elder, pale as death, had not the chance to plead for mercy before a formidable sword materialized, piercing through his chest. With a pained scream, he fell lifeless to the ground. Lin Shen, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. The bald elder, whom he perceived as invincible, was reduced to nothing more than a mere insect before this enchanting female cultivator. Once freed from his bonds, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, fairy." Xia Qingyun nodded slightly, her gaze shifting toward the alchemical furnace. Noticing the flames still ablaze, she directed a wave of her energy towards the bald elder's corpse, disdainfully casting it into the furnace. A series of crackling sounds erupted from within as the body met its fiery fate. At that moment, Xia Qingyun's frigid gaze fell upon Lin Shen. With a flick of her sleeve, a medicinal pill flew into his mouth, and he felt the wound on his neck healing at an astonishing pace. However, after a brief examination, her expression grew grave. Sighing softly, she remarked, "The poison has penetrated your very bones, your days are numbered, and you are fated to be estranged from the path of immortality." Lin Shen felt as though lightning had struck him, staggering in disbelief. He had not yet begun to truly live, and now it seemed his life would be abruptly concluded. Just as his mind swirled in chaos, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The alchemical furnace erupted with a deafening bang, shattering into fragments. Seeing this, Xia Qingyun cast a protective barrier around them with a nonchalant wave. Strangely, a wisp of pink smoke began to drift in, permeating the barrier and spreading rapidly. The faint fragrance invigorated the senses. Just as Xia Qingyun regarded it with disdain, her expression shifted dramatically. Poisonous? It turned out the bald elder and Amp, Apos, S storage bag contained numerous vials, which, under the furnace and Amp, Apos, S influence, had formed a peculiar mist. This smoke bore a striking resemblance to the famed soul-dispersing dream powder, a potent narcotic effective solely against highly skilled cultivators. Once poisoned, one's martial arts would dissipate, with the only antidote being, how could this happen? A look of fear washed over Xia Qingyun's face as she regretted her earlier negligence. Her complexion flushed. Warmth coursed through her body, and her consciousness began to blur. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Linshin, filled with disdain. As a pure and powerful being, how could she possibly engage in such matters with a youth whose life was all but extinguished? Yet at that moment, she stumbled slightly as the poison swiftly spread throughout her body, causing a dull ache in her dantian. Realizing time was of the essence, she understood that without her abilities, she was nothing. If captured by enemies, her fate would be worse than death. Her gaze shifted to Linshin, her expression a mix of despair and complexity. Linshin noticed the transformation in the beautiful cultivator's demeanor, but was oblivious to her thoughts, his face betraying confusion. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Fairy, what are you? Without hesitation, Xia Qingyun swiftly covered his eyes and cast a spell, causing his garments to shred. Did the fairy intend? Fear surged within Linshin as he envisioned horrific outcomes. The torment inflicted by the bald elder had left a deep psychological scar. And having nearly been devoured moments ago, his terror intensified. However, the subsequent events unfolded unexpectedly. Shortly after, strange sounds emanated from the alchemical chamber. Linshin found himself immersed in an extraordinarily vivid dream, experiencing sensations he had never known. Time passed, and as he gradually opened his eyes, he felt an icy chill below his neck. At that moment, Xia Qingyun, sword in hand, seethed, lustful scoundrel. Linshin's heart sank. He realized the gravity of the situation and understood he had taken advantage of her, and it was her first time. To affront a powerful fairy like her was a crime deserving of 100 deaths. Fairy, I did not mean to. It was you. He stammered in panic. Silence. Xia Qingyun and Apos, S face flushed again, embarrassment washing over her. She had never anticipated losing her virtue to someone at the lowest echelon of their sect. A cultivator whose path was all but obliterated. The thought of such a scandal was unbearable. In immense inner turmoil, she contemplated killing him to ensure silence. Yet, after a struggle, her sword slowly lowered. Very well. This matter shall not be disclosed. Should you speak of it recklessly, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence. Xia Qingyun threatened fiercely. Of course, please rest assured, fairy. Linshin replied with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyun snorted coldly and prepared to cast another spell, only to be met with a sharp pain in her dantian, rendering her unable to conjure any magic. What a potent poison, she muttered, casting a disdainful glance at Linshin before vanishing in a flash. As she departed, Linshin finally exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped death. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The alchemical chamber lay in disarray, and he knew he must leave swiftly, otherwise he would have no defense against the sect's cultivators. He hastily collected the remnants of the bald elder and Apos' storage bag and stumbled back to the cave. Yet, upon entering the nameless peak and Apos' cavern, an excruciating pain erupted within his dantian. Chapter 3. The fifth level of Qi refinement and strange fortuity. Alas, Linshin could not help but exclaim, as an excruciating pain pierced through him, causing him to roll on the ground, his face pale and beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. Upon investigation, he discovered a powerful orb of light surging within his dantian, growing increasingly uncontrollable. Threads of white light emanated from it, devouring the unrefined, blood-red pill within his body. Even more perplexing was the glimmer of golden radiance entwined with the white light, seemingly inscribed with profound runes. Linshin was both astonished and elated. Utterly bewildered by the situation, yet he could distinctly sense a significant reduction in the toxins within him. With no hope left on the path of cultivation, he resolved to fight back with all his might, guiding this strange force to circulate around his body. Before long, the immense power effortlessly resolved the toxins within him, rushing through his limbs and bones. Cold sweat poured from Linshin as he trembled, enduring the agonizing pain. His complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallid. Hours passed, and with a burst of white mist dispersing behind him, a shout echoed within the cave. After a loud cry, he spat out black, tainted blood and collapsed, his face ashen. Drip, drip. Silence enveloped the cave, save for the sound of dripping water, while Linshin lay motionless on the ground. Time stretched on, until he finally opened his eyes. Surveying his surroundings, everything remained unchanged. His body was still marred by dark filth, yet the intense pain in his dantian had subsided. Am I still alive? Linshin's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly rose to his feet. At that moment, his body felt revitalized, pulsating with vibrant life. Is this the fifth level of chi refinement? A surge of elation swept through him, his expression one of disbelief. He realized that, inexplicably, his cultivation had reached the fifth level of chi refinement, meaning that after a perilous ordeal, he had not only broken free from previous shackles but had also significantly enhanced his strength. To ascend from the third to the fifth level was an unfathomable achievement, and thus he could avoid becoming a mere disciple of menial tasks within the sect. Could this be a dream? Lin Chen still found it hard to believe. He picked up a flying sword and infused it with his spiritual energy. With a resounding bang, the sword struck the wall, echoing through the cave as stones tumbled down. Indeed, upon confirming his breakthrough to the fifth level, he could not help but burst into laughter, a sound filled with both joy and sorrow, evoking a sense of deep melancholy. After years of torment and suffering, the ordeal had finally come to an end. Could it be that the origin of all this was the strange orb of light within him? Upon closer examination, he found that the overwhelming power within his dantian was still faintly visible, while the blood-red poison pill he had previously consumed had long vanished, leaving no trace of toxins in his body. It seemed he had returned to normality, unimpeded on his path of cultivation. Lin Chen steadied his mind, sitting cross-legged to meditate. The spiritual energy around him gradually entered his body, refining and coalescing into strands of spiritual power within his dantian. At that moment, the orb of light within his dantian flared up again. A torrent of rich information surged into his sea of consciousness, causing a sharp pain in his head. A technique? Lin Chen gasped in astonishment. A jade slip slowly manifested in his mind and Apo's SI, surrounded by golden inscriptions. The technique was named Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong, radiating golden light and emanating an ancient aura. Upon a cursory glance, he discerned that this was a demonic cultivation method involving the refinement of law, body, soul, and blood energy. Though it was merely a half-completed technique, it was sufficient to cultivate to the Yuaning realm. To his delight, it also contained various peculiar ancient secret arts. In the blank spaces of the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong, he noticed some scribbled notes, vaguely inscribed with insights on demonic cultivation. The first principle of demonic cultivation, the realm of cultivation, is a survival of the fittest. One must employ any means necessary to enhance one's strength. The second principle, to achieve the Tao, one must embrace both righteousness and wickedness. The third principle, devour the weak to become the strongest version of oneself. The fourth principle, be wary of all, control through restraints and poison. The fifth principle, even the best of friends can be treacherous. The notes further elaborated on how to read people's intentions, how to employ unscrupulous methods, how to select the weak, how to ambush, conduct sneak attacks, and set traps, how to launder stolen goods, how to refine alchemical cauldrons, how to poison others, and more. After reading this, Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having spent the past 5 years as a test subject for the Bald Elder, he understood the malice of human nature and resonated deeply with the writings. Though his status within the sect was quite lowly, he had witnessed numerous underhanded dealings. The so-called righteous sects were merely a facade for the outside world. The Bald Elder who brought him into the sect was a living example of this. After bathing and changing, he laid out all the items from the Bald Elder's storage bag on the table. Inside were 3 sect cultivation techniques, an oddly ancient blue lamp, and 3 pills intended for Foundation Establishment practitioners, along with 5 attacking talismans. The Foundation Establishment stage seemed an insurmountable peak to him. The Chi refinement stage was divided into 3 phases, early, mid, and late, with the pinnacle being reached only after cultivating through 13 layers. Currently at the 5th level of Chi refinement, he was merely the most basic of practitioners. Gazing at the precious resources before him, Lin Chen shook his head lightly, surprised at how meager the possessions of a Foundation Establishment practitioner were. After a brief chuckle, he turned his attention to the peculiar blue lamp. This lamp, antiquated and charming, stood a foot tall, adorned with depictions of grotesque ancient beasts. When he attempted to infuse it with spiritual energy, there was no reaction. Could it be just an ordinary blue lamp? Lin Chen pondered, utterly perplexed. Just as he was about to store the lamp in his bag, he was suddenly pricked by a protrusion on its surface, causing blood to flow freely from his finger. Trickles of blood flowed directly into the blue lamp, emitting a humming sound as if it were siphoning his vital essence. Lin Chen was taken aback. Fortunately, the extraction did not last long. After a brief moment, the blue lamp suddenly illuminated, casting a pale blue light. This light enveloped the 3 pills on the table, and after 3 breaths, the pills gradually vanished. Upon discovering the lamp's peculiar nature, Lin Chen was astounded, his heart aching. He knew the pills for Foundation Establishment practitioners were worth a considerable amount of spirit stones. And at this moment, he was in desperate need of cultivation resources. Yet, as he harbored resentment towards the lamp for devouring the pills, he was astonished to see 6 brand new pills materialize before him. This scene left Lin Chen gaping in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, he found that the newly emerged pills were identical to the previous ones, complete with the same intricate patterns. It became clear that this was indeed a treasured artifact. Lin Chen and Apo's pupils dilated in realization, his heart racing with excitement. It appeared that the blue lamp, after absorbing his vital essence, had the ability to replicate the pills. Chapter 4. The ancient lantern artifact, though I may have sacrificed a modicum of vitality, I can double the cultivation resources at my disposal. With such a treasure in hand, the dilemma of insufficient elixirs in the future is resolved. Thus, I channeled a trickle of vitality into the artifact and placed a true essence pill within. The ancient lantern emitted a flickering glow, reproducing the elixir once more. However, after a series of trials, it became apparent that no matter how much vitality was infused, the lantern ceased to replicate the elixirs. This left Lin Shun in deep disappointment, fearing that the ancient lantern had malfunctioned. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish hope. After a moment of contemplation, he placed a spiritual herb before the lantern. As he continued to channel vitality, a brilliant light erupted, and moments later, an identical spiritual herb materialized before him. It seemed that the ancient lantern required a certain interval between each replication to function effectively. Lin Shun murmured to himself, enlightened by this revelation. In the days that followed, Lin Shun enthusiastically began experimenting with various cultivation resources and magical artifacts. Yet, apart from the spiritual herbs and elixirs, nothing else could be replicated. However, possessing such a capability was already more than sufficient. As long as he continuously infused vitality, he could replicate elixirs and spiritual herbs, a phenomenon that would send shockwaves throughout the realm of cultivation. The replicated elixirs and herbs not only sufficed for his own cultivation but could also be sold for spirit stones, effectively resolving his resource scarcity. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, and Lin Shun felt a surge of excitement within him. Once he fully grasped the secrets of the ancient lantern, he devoted himself to rigorous training. He first practiced the foundational techniques of his sect, followed by various elementary spells. Techniques he had previously been unable to master, such as sword control, fireball, and lightning strike, were swiftly grasped as his internal energy solidified into a profound essence. With his foundation firmly established, his gaze shifted to the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong, a formidable ancient demonic technique. Merely perusing a few pages of this text left him profoundly shaken. The condensation of energy and flow of spiritual force within this technique starkly contrasted with contemporary methods, and its cultivation demanded an immense toll on one's consciousness. Upon completing the first layer, a throbbing headache ensued. Surviving great tribulations often leads to great fortune. Whether in the righteous path or the demonic, survival is paramount. After years in the sect, Lin Shun finally began to comprehend this truth. Although the Qingyun sect was a righteous establishment, it secretly dabbed in both righteous and demonic techniques. Even the bearded elder thrived amidst the chaos. As for the lower-tier disciples, their lives were as fragile as paper. To endure within the world of cultivation, one must be resolute and strive for ascendance. With this thought, he ceased to hesitate and commenced his training in the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong. The first layer of this technique served merely as an introduction, encompassing meditation, breath regulation, seated posture, acupoint activation, energy circulation, and refinement. Not long after, he adeptly completed the first layer of the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong. The results were unexpectedly remarkable. One day, as he gradually opened his eyes, he noticed a disturbing array of impurities emanating from his body, feeling a significant elevation in his cultivation level. Simultaneously, he observed a sudden flicker from the light orb within his dantian. What could this orb, along with the symbols above it, signify? Lin Shun pondered deeply, recognizing the numerous peculiarities surrounding him after his experiences of life and death. Meanwhile, as Lin Shun's cultivation flourished, a contrasting scene unfolded in a distant sect's grand hall. The hall, perched atop a towering peak, was surrounded by formidable barriers. There, Xia Qingyun wore an expression of deep despondency. Her appearance had transformed once again. Resembling an entirely different celestial being, her beauty surpassing that of before. Mist swirled around her, and the sound of flowing water echoed. A graceful figure bathed in a hot spring, scrubbing away the remnants of impurities. With skin as pure as snow and features sculpted to perfection, her eyes glimmered with an unsettling chill. I am a nascent soul ancestor. How could I lose my virtue? A furious roar resonated throughout the hall. In this moment, she yearned to return and extract Lin Shun and Apos' soul, utterly annihilating him to relieve her torment. After venting her rage, she lightly waved her delicate arm, sending droplets of water cascading away, forming an image of Lin Shun above the spring. Shameless scoundrel. The more she gazed, the angrier she became, and with a fierce gesture, water jets transformed into flying swords, hurtling toward the image. Bang, bang, bang. The hall reverberated with sound after sound. After discharging her fury, she extended her hand slightly, summoning a sheer garment from afar. As her mood began to stabilize, she suddenly froze, her expression shifting to one of alarm. She discovered that the fortune she had obtained from the sacred land had vanished. That orb of fortune was immensely beneficial for comprehending the great Tao, yet despite acquiring it, she had been unable to unlock it. Had it been lost? Confusion clouded Xia Qingyun's face. She paced restlessly within the hall, and suddenly, Lin Shun came to mind. A shiver coursed through her, and she murmured, could it be related to him? However, after careful consideration, she shook her head repeatedly. That person is merely a dying soul. He shall surely perish within the year. With a long sigh, she muttered, without the orb of fortune, I fear I shall remain stagnant at the mid-nascent soul stage for a long time. Her expression grew increasingly grave as she snapped her storage bag, causing a jade coffin to fly forth. With a loud thud, a stunningly beautiful female corpse emerged, devoid of any signs of spiritual energy, a long-dormant ancient corpse. Xia Qingyan waved her arm, conjuring a sharp blade from thin air. With a gentle cut across her flawless arm, a few drops of blood flowed forth. She began to weave intricate hand seals, casting an unusual technique. Merge. With a low command, the droplets of blood transformed into a mist of crimson, merging with the enchanting corpse. Moments later, the corpse's eyes slowly opened, its icy aura dissipating as it reached the core formation stage. Not bad, she mused. I must quickly enter seclusion for cultivation, allowing this ancient corpse to guard for a time. After completing the puppet creation, her gaze deepened as if recalling something. She directed a transmission talisman toward the hall's exterior. Soon after, a beautiful female cultivator entered the hall, her demeanor exuding utmost respect. What commands do you have for me? Master? Hong Lian, with demonic cultivators rampant within the sect and our righteous disciples straying from the path, I need you to investigate discreetly. Starting with the bearded elder from the outer sect and Appos, as Tong Dian Peak. Understood, Hong Lian replied, bowing slightly. I shall go at once. I will be in seclusion for a time. And should any news arise, send a transmission talisman. With that, she swiftly departed into the depths of the hall. Once Lin Chen stabilized at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he exhaled deeply. Although his training was progressing smoothly, he found the 2nd layer of the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong noticeably challenging. It seemed his understanding of the Dao was insufficient. It was time to head to the Hall of Transmissions. This hall was established specifically for lower-tier Qi refinement cultivators to listen to teachings and learn spells. Just as he contemplated this, a clear voice rang out from outside the cave. Is it her? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Chun and Appos' expression darkened. He swiftly employed a concealment technique, masking his cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement before cautiously exiting the cave. Chapter 5. Subjugating Lu Qingyo, a fair maiden with delicate skin and a slender figure, stood outside, her subtle makeup enhancing her allure. Greetings, senior sister Lu. What brings you here? Lin Chen inquired, maintaining a respectful demeanor while subtly conveying his reluctance to welcome her. Lu Qingyo, a Qi refinement stage 5 cultivator known for her icy disposition, retorted with displeasure. Is this how you treat your guests, junior brother? Or do you not wish to invite me inside? Senior sister misunderstands, Lin Chen replied with a hint of apology and a smile. My humble abode is rather simple, and I fear I may not be able to provide adequate hospitality. Is that so? Nevertheless, I intend to enter your dwelling today. With a chilling glint in her eyes, Lu Qing and Appos are prepared to force her way in. Seeing her resolve, Lin Chen relented, saying with a smile, please, senior sister, come in. Lin Chen had learned about Lu Qing and Appos' modus operandi from fellow disciples. She would target those nearing the end of their 5-year period who had failed to reach Qi refinement stage 4, robbing them of their possessions. A cold snort echoed in his mind. Now at Qi refinement stage 5, their strengths were not far apart. Furthermore, with his cultivation of the profound Dao demonic art, his power far surpassed that of other cultivators at the same level, rendering him unafraid of her. Besides, the demonic cultivation insights detailed methods for refining cauldrons, offering him a way to deal with her. Lu Qingyo, her face frosty, cast a cold glance at the unsightly cave and snorted before turning her gaze to the storage pouch at Lin Chen's waist. Junior brother, in a few days, you and Appos, LL be a menial disciple. Since you wanted Appos to be able to keep it there, why not give me your storage pouch? Senior sister, Wuden and Appos, that be inappropriate? Inappropriate? The sect values strength above all else. Do you have the power to resist? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qingyo darted forward, lunging at Lin Chen. Lin Chen frowned slightly, nimbly dodging her attack with surprising speed. Oh, interesting. It seems you and Appos, improved, junior brother. Missing her target, Lu Qing and Appos, Appos' expression turned angry, secretly astonished. Senior sister, aren't you being a bit hasty? I haven't received any official notice from the sect yet, so I'm not a menial disciple at the moment. Lin Chen said with a faint smile, his face betraying his displeasure. Junior brother, I advise you to accept your fate obediently. I'm at Qi refinement stage 5. Killing you and taking you down would be effortless. As she spoke, she lunged at Lin Chen again. However, what followed left Lu Qingyo aghast. Lin Chen swiftly moved behind her, releasing an immense pressure that immobilized her. Ah, you and Appos, not at Qi refinement stage 3? You and Appos, been concealing your cultivation level all along. Indeed. I and Appos, been hiding my cultivation level all these years. I didn't and Appos, expect senior sister to be so blind, Lin Chun said with a mocking tone. As he finished speaking, he tapped his storage pouch, and a flying sword emerged. Junior brother, what are you doing? The sect forbids killing fellow disciples, or you'll face soul extraction and refinement. Lu Qing and Appos, exclaimed, her face filled with horror, deliberately emphasizing the severity of the consequences. You and Appos, overthinking things, senior sister. Lin Chen moved again, striking towards her neck. The flying sword merely a feint. With a muffled groan, Lu Qing and Imp, Oppos, collapsed to the ground. The flying sword danced lightly over her white garments, soon revealing a jade-like body with skin as smooth as silk. At this moment, the words from the demonic cultivation insight surfaced in Lin Chen's mind. To control a female cultivator, physical body first, soul restriction second. Looking at her curvaceous figure and captivating features, he found his mouth dry. However, now was not the ideal moment to seize her body. Instead, he should seize the opportunity to establish a soul restriction, while the physical body could be savored later. Lin Chen did not consider himself a saint nor a devil. His actions were purely for self-preservation. He felt no remorse for using the demonic cultivator's control techniques. In the past 5 years, he had witnessed too many deeds of the tonsured elders. He had his principles. It was best not to provoke him or infringe upon his interests, or he would reciprocate in kind. After all, this woman had harbored malicious intent. What was happening now was simply her misfortune. The profound Tao demonic art contained a secret technique that he could use with his Qi refinement stage 5 cultivation. After carefully studying it and ensuring he understood it correctly, he cautiously placed a restriction on her soul. Once activated, this restriction would cause excruciating pain at best and lead to the cultivator and Oppos' demise at worst. After setting it up, he took out a recording stone, capturing the scene while admiring it with interest. This woman was indeed quite beautiful, skilled in social interactions, and well known among the lower-level cultivators for her ability to please everyone. Lin Chen knew that to gain a foothold in the sect, he needed allies, and there might be many situations where he could use her in the future. Surprisingly, she was still a virgin. In fact, he found his actions somewhat unbelievable. But after 5 years of torment and 5 years with tonsured cultivators, he did not find anything wrong with it. Soon, Lu Qing'er slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing the situation, she was aghast, immediately covering her exposed areas, rendered speechless. You. Hastily retrieving clothes from her storage pouch, she said with anguish and fury, I and Amp, Oppos, am going to report you to the sect and Amp, Oppos, as Hall of Law Enforcement. Oh? Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, expression darkened. What will you report me for? Are you going to spread your scandal throughout the sect? These words seemed to remind Lu Qing'er. A hint of hesitation appeared in her eyes, unsure of how to respond. But she continued to berate him. Beast. Lin Chen was greatly displeased. Humph. You tried to seize my storage pouch. It's your fault for provoking me. I and Oppos, VE already spared your life, yet you ungratefully want to go to the Hall of Law Enforcement. I and Oppos, am afraid you want and Oppos, leave this cave alive today. Do you dare harm a fellow disciple within the sect? Lu Qing'er asked in disbelief. Why don't you try me? I will. Lu Qing'er retorted, stamping her foot. Seeing this, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He immediately activated the restriction on her. Strands of lightning coursed through Lu Qing'er's body, causing her excruciating pain. She writhed on the ground, and her screams echoed through the cave. Junior brother, I won't dare anymore. I won't dare anymore. I and Oppos, LL serve you as my master from now on, and I and Oppos, LL obey your orders. Lu Qing and Oppos, pleaded. Lin Chen smiled faintly, ignoring her and intensifying the spell, clearly intending to teach her a lesson she would never forget. Waves of screams echoed in the cave until she knelt and begged for mercy. Only then did he cease the activation of the restriction. The cave fell silent, save for the sound of the female cultivator's sobs. At this moment, Lin Chen's expression changed, and he said gently, Senior sister, if you follow me in the future, you and Oppos, LL naturally have your share of benefits. Haven't you always wanted to find a cultivator with a high cultivation level? In fact, Junior brother's strength is not bad. As he spoke, the demonic cultivation insights surfaced in his mind. In dealing with female cultivators, in addition to physical possession and establishing soul restrictions, sweet words are also essential. Chapter 6. Troubles resolved. Here is the true essence pill in my hand, sufficient for your cultivation for quite some time. Once you have exhausted it, feel free to return to me. Lin Chen sweetly spoke as he helped the flustered Lu Qing and Amp, Oppos, to her feet. Really? Lu Qing and Amp, Oppos, found it hard to believe. Incredulity etched on her face. Cautiously glancing at Lin Chen, she was filled with skepticism, suspecting that he might be taking advantage of her or demanding her cultivation resources outright. Senior sister, as long as you serve me well in the future, benefits will naturally come your way. There is no need to risk your life by scheming to acquire resources from other cultivators. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'er was even more doubtful. After all, he was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. How much could he possibly offer? Yet, at that moment, she could only nod slightly, wiping away her tears. She managed a timid smile and said, Junior brother, I will certainly follow you in the future. Please do not torment me. Seeing her forced response, Lin Chen felt a twinge of displeasure, yet he maintained a slight smile. With a flick of his wrist, a bottle of pills appeared in his hand. Senior sister, this is for you, but nothing comes without a price. I notice you are familiar with many cultivators. Please keep an eye on the happenings within the sect for me. Is it really that simple? Lu Qing'er was taken aback, pondering his true intentions. However, she thought it unwise to refuse the pills before her, so she cautiously accepted them. A hint of allure gracing her features as she softly replied, Junior brother, This is my forte. You needn't worry. Good. After Lu Qing'er swiftly accepted the pills, Lin Chen continued to remind her, senior sister, do not forget that restriction. If you disobey in the future, it could lead to your demise. This restriction is a powerful ancient seal. If carelessly undone, it could mean death. At these words, Lu Qing'er froze, her face paling as the last vestiges of hope dissipated. She hastily replied, rest assured, junior brother. Once Lu Qing'er left, trembling, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Now that his cultivation had improved, it was time to report to the sect. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be demoted to a servant disciple soon. However, just as he prepared to leave the cave for the sect's affairs hall, a commotion erupted outside, heralding the arrival of 2 male cultivators. Clad in black, exuding an air of menace, both were at the 5th level of chi refinement, belonging to the lowest tier of the servants' hall. Impatient for the 5-year mark to arrive, their mindset mirrored Lu Qing'er's, eager to seize the cultivation resources from Lin Chen. After all, acquiring resources through tasks was far less expedient than outright robbery. Boy, hurry up and come with us to report to the servants' hall, declared a tall cultivator. His demeanor haughty. Get out here, chimed in the shorter one, grinning in agreement. After several shouts, no cultivator emerged from the cave. Growing displeased, the two called out repeatedly. How outrageous. We'll level this shabby cave today. Just as their impatience mounted and they prepared to unsheath their flying swords, the stone door of the cave creaked open, and Lin Chen stepped out calmly. What brings you here, brothers? Humph, you worthless waste, squandering the sect and Oppo's resources and still dawdling, the tall cultivator sneered. His eyes fixated greedily on Lin Chen's storage pouch. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. At the chi refinement stage, each level gained corresponds to a 3-fold increase in power. 5th level of chi refinement? Both men gasped, their expressions frozen in shock. Their previously arrogant demeanor instantly transformed into one of trepidation, taken aback by the disparity between Lin Chen's current level and what was recorded on the jade slip. Junior brother. It's all a misunderstanding. We were just misled by someone. The tall one stammered, their mood drastically dampened upon realizing Lin Chen and Oppo's formidable aura. Indeed. It seems we've been mistaken. My brothers, please take care, the shorter one added as they turned to leave. But as they were about to depart, Lin Chen's gaze hardened, and he launched a surprise attack, unleashing the Xian Dao heavenly demon technique. Both felt a sharp pain in their backs and erupted in fury. Yet, upon discovering the sharp sword at their throats, their bravado diminished. Junior brother, please don't be angry. The sect has rules against harming fellow disciples. The punishment is severe. The tall cultivator's pupils dilated as he quickly invoked the sect's regulations. I wanted to take your lives, but since you attempted robbery, according to sect rules, I can strip you of your cultivation. Lin Chen spoke coolly. Strip our cultivation? Junior brother, please don't act rashly. You dare disturb my cultivation. You deserve it. However, leave behind the pills in your storage pouch and 100 spirit stones. That is too much. The two were pained at the thought of relinquishing so many resources. What? Are you unwilling? Lin Chen's expression darkened, and the flying sword made a slight cut against their necks. Wait. The tall cultivator hesitated, feeling the weight of the demand. Yet, being at a disadvantage, he could only comply. The shorter one followed suit. The demon cultivation insights had warned that dealing with fellow disciples required ruthlessness. They were often more dangerous than enemies. After rummaging through their storage pouches, they managed to gather the pills and spirit herbs, and upon receiving Lin Chen and Oppo's permission, they fled hastily. Once they had distanced themselves, they paused to glance back. Brother, we've suffered a great loss. Can we let it go like this? The shorter cultivator seethed with resentment. Humph. Trying to take advantage of us is a fool's errand. We shall wait for another opportunity to strike, the tall one whispered conspiratorially. At that moment, Lin Chen remained oblivious to their thoughts, looking at the easily acquired resources with a faint smile, as if his actions bore no wrongdoing. He then infused his flying sword with spiritual energy, directing it towards the sect's affairs hall. The affairs hall was located on Yunmiao Peak, comprising both an inner and outer hall. The outer hall, bustling with activity, catered primarily to chi refinement cultivators, handling various reports and registrations for entering and exiting the sect, as well as distributing pills. Cultivators continuously streamed in and out, and upon noticing Lin Chen had reached the 5th level of chi refinement, several acquaintances congratulated him warmly. Why are you only reporting now? If you delay any longer, you'll be relegated to servant status. A dissatisfied white-clad cultivator, named Shangguan Xiao, who had secured a position in the affairs hall through his family's influence, admonished Lin Chen. Lin Chen cupped his hands in respect. Brother, I have been diligently cultivating and completely forgot about this matter. Please forgive me. Humph, how could one forget such a thing? No wonder your cultivation level is so low. If everyone behaved like you, the sect would surely hold me accountable for negligence. Here are the cultivation resources for this month. 20 spirit stones and 5 true essence pills. Chapter 7. The Hall of Preaching. Thank you, senior brother. Just as Lin Chen expressed his gratitude with utmost respect, he suddenly noticed the white-clad cultivator's eyes occasionally darting towards the spirit stones. The tome Insights of the Demonic Cultivator articulates that discerning the intentions of others is vital for a cultivator's survival, a matter of life and death that cannot be overlooked. Lin Shan was acutely aware of the other's intentions. It was a subtle indication, a test of the cultivator's cleverness. Given that the individual hailed from a prestigious cultivation family, it was prudent to avoid antagonizing him and to engage thoughtfully instead. Lin Shan offered a faint smile and said respectfully, "Senior brother, I appreciate your assistance. Please consider these spirit stones as my token of gratitude." Shang Guanxiao, having expended a considerable amount of spirit stones to secure his position as an enforcer, felt his irritation dissipate upon witnessing Lin Shan's understanding demeanor. With a smile, he replied, "I am currently a bit tight on resources. However, I shall regard these as a loan from you, which I will repay in full in the future." With that, he cautiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no other cultivators were present, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, the spirit stones on the table vanished without a trace. Seeing that the matter was settled, Lin Shan respectfully stated, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Just as he prepared to depart, Shang Guanxiao called out with a smile, "Wait. Now that you have reached the 5th layer of qi refinement, you will require spirit stones for various needs. I happen to know someone in the task hall. Simply seek out how you want." As he spoke, Shang Guanxiao diligently inscribed a message onto a jade slip. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Lin Shan accepted the introduction slip with a bow. Shang Guanxiao's actions clearly indicated that the spirit stones would not be repaid, and the introduction to the sect's tasks was his form of recompense. Lin Shan held a favorable view of such cultivators and recognized that this individual was worth befriending, wary of others who might accept spirit stones yet fail to deliver on their promises. Having reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, the sect was generous, doubling all cultivation resources. Utilizing the ancient green lamp to replicate resources would yield far more than the average cultivator could acquire. Upon returning to the cave at Wuming Peak, Lin Shan promptly set to work, arranging 5 vials of Jinyuan Dan on the table. He slowly infused his blood essence into the green lamp artifact, and soon 10 vials of elixirs appeared before him. Although his complexion was pale, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. These elixirs would sustain his cultivation for a considerable time. However, the green lamp, despite its mystical nature, consumed a significant amount of blood essence, which would undoubtedly impact his vitality. Thus, he resolved to use it sparingly. After consuming a qi recovery pill, his complexion improved slightly. Following several days of recovery, once his body was stable, he did not rush to the task hall but instead made his way towards the hall of preaching. As he was still at the 5th layer of qi refinement, he encountered numerous obstacles during his cultivation. If left unaddressed, these issues would hinder his progress in mastering the Xian Daotian Mo Gong. The hall of preaching, situated atop Preaching Peak, hosted higher-level cultivators at the end of each month to elucidate various doctrines and spells. For those at the lower tiers of qi refinement, it was primarily the 11th and 12th layers who attended. Attracting foundational or core formation cultivators was simply out of the question. Over the past 5 years, Lin Shan had occasionally visited this place during his initial stages of cultivation, but after struggling to break through the 4th layer, he chose to avoid the hall to spare himself the embarrassment. Now that he had registered with the sect, there was no need for concealment. He would showcase his 5th layer status openly. The hall of preaching was impressively constructed, evoking awe in all who entered. The entrance was adorned with dozens of towering stone pillars, reaching heights of 100 feet, intricately carved with exquisite designs. Upon entering, the lavish decor was apparent, with vibrant drapes and a pristine floor that mirrored the reflections of all who walked upon it. This grand setting was designed to instill a sense of reverence in the newly initiated cultivators, showcasing the profound heritage of the sect. The majority of cultivators present were at the 4th to 9th layers of qi refinement, gathering in small clusters. Among them were several beautiful female cultivators, graceful and striking, currently surrounded by a group of male cultivators, engaging in lively conversation. Despite having been in the sect for many years, Lin Shan had primarily practiced in solitude, having few acquaintances among his peers. After surveying the room, he took to admiring the intricate designs on the stone pillars. As he immersed himself in their beauty, a melodious voice chimed in his ear, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. "Junior brother Lin, it has been years since we last met. I see you have already reached the 5th layer of qi refinement." Before him stood a tall, fair-skinned and beautiful female cultivator, smiling warmly at Lin Shan. She carried 5 long swords on her back, exuding an air of elegance, and a smile graced her cool features, stirring emotions within Lin Shan. "So Yutong?" Lin Shan was taken aback, astonished to see how the once naive girl had transformed. Not only had she become stunningly beautiful, but her cultivation had also ascended to the 10th layer of qi refinement. They had entered the sect together and maintained a cordial relationship, often studying and exchanging ideas. However, Lin Shan had since felt disheartened in his path and had deliberately distanced himself. As the words escaped his lips, he immediately sensed their inappropriateness and quickly corrected himself, saying, "I have the honor of meeting Senior Sister Su. I must admit, my progress has been rather slow these past years, hence, there's no need for such formality. If memory serves, you haven't visited here in quite some time," Su Yutong remarked, a hint of reproach crossing her face. She had not come for specific reasons in the past. "Indeed, it has been many years. You have grown taller and more handsome," she continued, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight as they remained fixed on Lin Shan. As they conversed, a white-clad cultivator approached them. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of elegance and possessing a cultivation level at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Junior sister, who might this be? The white-clad man's gaze involuntarily lingered on Linshan, his brows furrowing slightly, revealing a mix of curiosity and disdain. Ouyang brother, this is junior brother Linshan, who entered the sect alongside me many years ago. Greetings, senior brother Ouyang, Linshan said, his expression one of respect as he bowed. The white-clad cultivator nodded slightly, noting Linshan's low cultivation level before quickly redirecting his gaze, clearly indicating his lack of interest. Linshan was accustomed to such looks and felt no anger. Turning to the enthusiastic Su Yutong, he curiously inquired, I recall you were taken under the wing of a core formation elder. What brings you here? Indeed. I was accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Ouyang, but today I am not here for lessons. I have come to receive a task from the sect's task hall. She explained, her beautiful eyes glinting as she smiled, her voice rising in volume. Addressing the other cultivators in the hall, she proclaimed, fellow disciples. Today I shall be elucidating the art of sword control. Chapter 8. Refining Qi to the 6th layer. Upon hearing this, Linshan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Su Yutong, being the esteemed disciple of the elder adept in swordsmanship, truly demonstrated insights that illuminated his understanding of the sword path. It became evident that his previous comprehension was insufficient, and he resolved to frequently visit this place in the future, realizing the gap in his abilities. He made a silent vow. At that moment, he noticed Ouyang not far away, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yutong, clearly displaying a keen interest. Once the explanation concluded, Su Yutong remembered to greet Linshan. Junior brother Lin, should you ever find yourself in need of guidance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Linshan was at a loss for words. Just then, Ouyang approached and spoke slowly. Junior sister, our monthly lessons have come to an end. We should return to Ziki Peak promptly. You are now a disciple favored by my father. It would be unwise to squander time with these cultivators. Su Yutong felt somewhat awkward, her gaze filled with a hint of apology as it fell upon Linshan. She retrieved a jade slip from her storage bag and gently said, Junior brother, this contains my insights from years of cultivation. It may prove beneficial to you. However, this seemingly innocuous gesture provoked Ouyang's displeasure, a chill emanating from him, though he refrained from expressing it openly due to Su Yutong's presence. Linshan sensed the shift, understanding that he had inadvertently offended Ouyang. Nevertheless, with such a valuable gift in hand, he had no intention of declining it. Smiling as he replied, Thank you, senior sister. Upon returning to the cave on Wuming Peak, he eagerly examined the jade slip gifted by Su Yutong. It meticulously detailed various aspects of cultivation, covering sword techniques and the manipulation of spells. Not only did it encompass her profound insights, but it also included some pointers from core formation cultivators. After reading through it, Lin Chun was exhilarated. Had it not been for this jade slip, he might have encountered numerous detours in his future cultivation. He realized that during the past 5 years, the bald elder had not been well-intentioned, teaching him many erroneous concepts. With a newfound clarity, his diligence intensified. As his strength grew, he began practicing the 2nd layer of the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong. If the first layer merely established a foundation, the 2nd layer directly pertained to enhancing one and Apos' spiritual awareness, magical power, and physical form. After careful contemplation, Linshan was astounded. It was widely said that demonic cultivation techniques were exceedingly nefarious, often involving blood sacrifice or the exploitation of multiple cultivators. Yet, the demonic technique before him was entirely contrary. It appeared even more profound and authentic than orthodox methods. The 2nd layer began with an audacious proclamation. Those fated to practice this technique shall glimpse immortality, and the path shall be made clear. Mastery of the technique allows one to soar through the heavens, unmatched by any. Its tone was commanding, unlike the primarily educational nature of orthodox techniques. Upon further examination of the mental mantra, its intricacies were remarkable. What Linshan did not realize was that this technique was an ancient demonic art, vastly different from contemporary demonic practices. Mastering it was a coveted ambition for many formidable cultivators of the present day. In ancient times, the distinction between righteous and demonic paths was already established. However, during that era, practicing demonic techniques was essential for all cultivators. Over time, the realm of cultivation underwent numerous transformations, experiencing various periods of spiritual energy decline, leading to the loss of many ancient techniques from both paths. Subsequently, the two paths evolved independently, ultimately resulting in the current state of opposition between righteousness and demonic practices. Currently, orthodox sects strictly forbade cultivators from practicing demonic techniques, such as blood-sucking and furnace techniques, while demonic methods veered towards more radical paths. As time passed unnoticed, half a year slipped by. With the assistance of the 2nd layer of the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong, Lin Shen's cultivation level had inadvertently reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Elation illuminated his face, and his confidence surged as he began to yearn for the foundational realm of establishment. To become a foundational cultivator, one must progress through the initial, mid, late, and peak stages of Qi refinement. Lin Shen had been in the sect for many years, and reaching the 6th layer of chi refinement could only be attributed to his less-than-stellar aptitude, due to the 5 years wasted. He had to work harder than his peers in cultivation. However, upon achieving the 6th layer, he discovered that the difficulty of cultivation had increased, requiring more medicinal pills. The complexities of the demonic techniques were profound. After a short time of practice, his dantian brimmed with abundant and potent magical energy. With a flick of his storage bag, a flying sword soared forth, absorbing his magical power. The sword emitted a resonant cry as it hurtled towards the cave wall. Boom, boom, boom. Dust erupted, and rocks tumbled within the cave, expanding its size once more. Lin Chen observed this with great satisfaction, now merely controlling the flying sword. His strength was comparable to that of cultivators at the late stage of chi refinement. Upon inspecting his physical form, he found its strength far surpassed that of cultivators at the same level, and his spiritual awareness had grown significantly, allowing him to perceive up to 5 miles. Remarkably, his vitality exceeded that of ordinary cultivators, instilling him with newfound confidence in wielding the mysterious green lamp. In essence, although he was only at the mid-stage of chi refinement, he felt capable of contending with those at the late stage. With his strength significantly enhanced, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, followed by a hearty laugh. After years of walking on eggshells, the path of cultivation had proven arduous. He finally felt settled within the sect. Memories flooded his mind, and he felt immense gratitude towards the female cultivator with whom he had formed a connection. Without her, he might have ended up as a mere servant disciple. Yet, he pondered about the current state of that female cultivator. With his newfound strength, he recalled the sect and Apos' regulations, which stated that upon reaching the 6th layer of chi refinement, one must undertake sect missions. As he glanced at the jade slip given by Shangwan Shao, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Although his strength had improved, he was reluctant to accept missions that required him to venture outside the sect, fearing that should he encounter rogue cultivators or demonic practitioners, he might meet an untimely end. Ideally, he sought some safe tasks within the sect. After careful consideration, he prepared to head towards the task hall. Just then, he heard a commotion outside the cave. Could it be that Ouyang Yu has sent someone to cause trouble? Lin Chen noticed a rather young cultivator standing outside, a fierce expression on his face, causing Lin Chen to furrow his brow. Stepping out of the cave and seeing the attire of the newcomer, he felt a sense of relief. I have seen my senior brother. May I inquire what business the law enforcement hall has with me? Humph. Do you know the sect's regulations? Lin Chen, well-versed in the sect's handbook, nodded. Of course. I am familiar with it. The young cultivator continued. Very well. According to sect regulations, what punishment is warranted for robbing a fellow disciple? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately understood that it was the 2 servant disciples who had reported him, and he felt a wave of calm wash over him. Senior brother. This is a misunderstanding. I have never engaged in such actions. Is that so? If it is indeed a misunderstanding, then you shall accompany me to the law enforcement hall. Whether you emerge unscathed will depend on your abilities. With that, the young cultivator activated his magical power, approaching Lin Chen with the intention to seize him. Chapter 9. Accepting the task. Having spent many years within the sect, Lin Chen was well acquainted with the intricacies of the law enforcement hall. The cultivators there valued spirit stones above all else, and it was likely that they had received benefits from the disciples of the miscellaneous hall. With this thought, he smiled slightly and said, Brother, please wait. As he spoke, he exuded the aura of a 6th-layer chi refining cultivator. Was the intelligence erroneous? Was this individual not a 5th-layer chi refining cultivator? The young cultivator felt a jolt of surprise. He too was at the 6th layer, and if matters escalated, a fierce battle may ensue. His hand instinctively brushed against his storage pouch. Brother, you misunderstand. I may have offended the cultivators of the miscellaneous hall in the past, but there has never been any incident of robbery. You have worked hard this time. These spirit stones and elixirs are but a small token of my gratitude. Lin Chen hurriedly explained. The young cultivator observed the abundance of cultivation resources Lin Chen presented, far surpassing those of the 2 miscellaneous hall cultivators, and his expression shifted dramatically. With a smile, he declared, having come to investigate today, I find the matter entirely unfounded. His face lit up with delight as he unceremoniously accepted the cultivation resources into his possession. Junior brother, my name is Lu Qing. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, brother, Lin Chen replied, his face beaming with joy. At that moment, his heart remained calm. Establishing connections within the sect was the survival strategy for low-level cultivators. Lacking a family background, this was the best means to secure a foothold within the sect. As mentioned in the Insights of Demonic Cultivation, spirit stones are invaluable and universally adored, serving as the finest stepping stone. The task hall was situated on Tianyuan Peak. Similarly divided into an inner and outer hall, the inner hall catered to foundation establishment cultivators while the outer hall accommodated those at the chi refining stage. In the expansive square of the outer hall, several massive stone pillars stood tall. Occasionally, they emitted glimmers of light, revealing various messages upon closer inspection. A throng of low-ranking cultivators lingered, some appearing anxious, others sighing quietly, and some brimming with enthusiasm. Numerous tasks were listed, some requiring excursions outside the sect, while others could be completed within. Each task offered varying amounts of spirit stones, Yet few suited Lin Chen. Tasks such as hunting demonic beasts, border patrols, capturing demonic cultivators, and gathering intelligence, though lucrative in spirit stones, pose significant dangers. Moreover, with his ability to replicate elixirs and spiritual herbs using the Green Lantern technique, he found little value in these spirit stones. Completing tasks was merely a means to appease the sect. The tasks within the sect demanded higher qualifications, such as mountain patrols, artifact refining, alchemical apprenticeships, and guard duties, all requiring at least the 8th layer of chi refining. At this moment, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. It appeared that his previous act of giving spirit stones to Shangwan Xiao was indeed wise. After briefly scanning the messages, he prepared to head towards the outer hall. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ears once more. "Junior brother, what a coincidence. I did not expect to see you again." It was Su Yutong, her face alight with joy upon seeing Lin Chen. However, the expression of Ouyang Yu beside her was far less pleasant. "You've reached the 6th layer of chi refining so quickly," Su Yutong exclaimed, astonished by Lin Chen's rapid advancement. "Thank you, senior sister. If it weren't for that jade slip, I wouldn't have known how many detours to take," he replied, retrieving the jade slip from his storage pouch. "Junior brother, you are too modest. However, once you reach the 6th layer, the difficulty of cultivation will increase dramatically, and the resources consumed will double. If you lack elixirs, I still have some here." As she spoke, she produced 3 vials of elixirs from her storage pouch. Ouyang Yu, witnessing this, became visibly displeased, casting a cold glare at Lin Chen. "Senior sister, I cannot accept this," Lin Chen asserted, aware of her good intentions but more wary of inciting the ire of a 12th layer chi refining cultivator. Seeing Lin Chen's resolute stance, Su Yutong's expression turned awkward, and she could only retract the elixirs. "Junior sister, we are heading out for training today. If we do not hurry, we will miss the sect's flying boat," Ouyang Yu interjected, feigning urgency to interrupt their conversation. The 2 male cultivators behind him shared his sentiment, their gazes towards Lin Chen icy. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, but inwardly he remained vigilant. If his suspicions were correct, he had already become a thorn in Ouyang Yu's side. Though displeased, Su Yutong said nothing further, casting a gentle glance at Lin Chen before departing swiftly with her companions. As he watched Su Yutong leave, memories of their early days in the sect flooded back to him. They had once shared joyful conversations about their ideals and dreams of the path of cultivation. With a wistful shake of his head, Lin Chen proceeded towards the outer hall. Hao Yuan, mentioned by Shangwan Xiao, was a steward in the outer hall and a 12th layer chi refining cultivator responsible for assigning tasks to low-ranking cultivators. From a distance, Lin Chen could sense the pressure emanating from him. He appeared quite young yet bore a serious expression, scribbling fervently at his desk, lost in his thoughts. This was the stark reality of disparity, Lin Chen mused, astonished. "Have you selected a task?" Hao Yuan inquired without lifting his head. "I have not made a selection yet," Lin Chen replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Hao Yuan frowned slightly, finally raising his gaze, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. "Brother, I have a letter from senior brother Shangwan Xiao," Lin Chen stated, gently extending the jade slip towards him. "Ah, so you are using backdoor connections. I wonder who is behind this," Hao Yuan smirked disdainfully. However, after reviewing the contents of the jade slip, his initially stern demeanor softened considerably. "Since it is introduced by senior brother Shangwan Xiao, I shall make an exception for you. The elder you at Qixia Peak is in need of a disciple to manage spiritual herbs. You shall proceed there for the time being." "Manage spiritual herbs?" Lin Chen's expression reflected surprise. He had not seen such a task on the task pillar. "Indeed, it is to manage spiritual herbs. Currently, this is the only respectable task available. Whether you can earn spirit stones depends entirely on your own efforts. Furthermore, there is no risk to your life as you need not venture outside." Hao Yuan's tone was curt, seemingly devoid of any room for negotiation. With a flick of his wrist, he inscribed a spell into Lin Chen's identity token and then hastily jotted down some notes on the jade slip, finally dismissing Lin Chen with an impatient wave of his hand. His demeanor was cold, and he conducted his duties with rigidity, betraying no hint of emotion. Lin Chen dared not speak further, fearful that he might provoke any hindrances. Bowing respectfully, he took the jade slip and quickly departed. As noted in the Insights of Demonic Cultivation, the best approach to dealing with such individuals is to communicate symbolically, draw comparisons in matters, and probe repeatedly while maintaining composure. Given Hao Yuan's high status, it would be prudent to gather information from other sources to cater to his preferences. However, from his earlier behavior, it was evident that he likely profited significantly from the task assignments. As Lin Chen had come through a referral, it was only natural that his share of spirit stones would be diminished, explaining the sour expression on his face. Chapter 10. A smooth entry into Qixia Peak. The elder you mentioned by Hao Yuan is a practitioner renowned for his alchemical prowess, serving as a core elder within the sect. As Lin Chen exited the mission hall, he fortuitously encountered an old acquaintance, Lu Qing and Apos, whose face was marred by a frown. Since her last debacle, she had been too intimidated to broach the subject of cultivation resources, aware that promises among practitioners can be either genuine or mere platitudes. After enduring physical humiliation and various torments, she had long developed an aversion to Lin Chen, fearing to express her needs. Upon spotting Lin Chen, Luchino contemplated evading him but found it impossible to do so. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze and fell silent. You've arrived? Yes, she replied, lifting her head slightly. Noticing Lin Shan had reached the 6th level of qi refinement, her anxiety intensified. There is no need for such apprehension. Lin Shan reassured her with a gentle smile, leading her to a secluded spot. I came to take on some simple tasks, but the current requirements are exceedingly high. Luchino confessed, her embarrassment palpable. Indeed, many tasks now have stringent prerequisites. Since you're with me, take these elixirs for the time being. Lin Shan produced a brand new storage bag filled with elixirs. This. Luchino gazed at the bounty in disbelief. There are many eyes here, quickly conceal them. Lin Shan urged kindly. After a moment of internal struggle, Luchino acquiesced, tucking the items away, and softly inquired, What tasks do you require of me, senior brother? This task is quite simple. Investigate a person named Ouyangyu. Ouyangyu? From the Ouyang family of Ziki Peak? Luchino and Appos, or had indeed heard of this individual. Precisely. Conduct a thorough investigation and report back to me later. With that, Lin Shan made his way toward the mountain where Elder Yu resided. As Luchino observed his retreating figure, she was lost in thought. Junior brother, I truly wonder what you were contemplating. Is merely gathering information really so simple? Qixia Mountain lies within the core region of the sect, suffused with dense spiritual energy. The entire mountain is enveloped by a faint blue protective barrier, shimmering under the sunlight. At the peak stands an imposing hall, with the words Qixia Hall inscribed in robust characters on its plaque. Spiritual herb caretaker? A tall, vigilant practitioner scrutinized Lin Shan, unimpressed by his apparent lack of strength. However, after verifying his identity, he allowed Lin Shan to pass, albeit with a slight shake of his head. Noticing the man's peculiar expression, Lin Shan felt a sense of foreboding. It appeared that this task would not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. The hall was vast, filled with the sounds of bustling activity and the aromatic fragrance of elixirs. At that moment, a loud thud echoed as a practitioner was hurled from a side chamber. This unfortunate soul bore the marks of a brutal beating, his face bruised and bloodied, ribs broken, enduring pain and silence. A cold voice rang out. You couldn't even clean the alchemical furnace properly, wasting my spiritual herbs. Get out of Qixia Mountain at once. The speaker was a tall and strikingly beautiful female practitioner clad in azure, her cultivation at the 10th level of qi refinement, her demeanor rife with disdain and disgust. The injured disciple, panicked and speechless, bowed deeply before limping away. You too, useless wretch. You can't even distinguish spiritual herbs. With that, she kicked another handsome male practitioner, sending him sprawling to the ground, writhing in pain and daring not to voice a complaint. Leave, she barked, and the young man scrambled away in a hasty retreat. Witnessing this harsh scene, Lin Shan felt as though his legs were weighed down by lead, unsure of how to proceed. The severity of the situation was entirely unexpected. Observing Lin Shan's astonishment, the beautiful azure-clad practitioner inquired nonchalantly, Are you new here? Yes, Lin Shan replied promptly. Then do enter, but do not emulate these incompetent fools. She admonished, her expression dark. Have you any prior experience in identifying elixirs and herbs? I possess a basic understanding, though not exceptionally proficient, Lin Shan humbly stated. Adding that during his 5 years of trialing elixirs, he had become acquainted with numerous spiritual herbs. Is that so? Then what precisely have you done before? The azure-clad practitioner questioned, her dissatisfaction palpable. I primarily assisted my master with elixir trials. Elixir trials? The azure-clad practitioner was taken aback. Who is your master? Upon revealing the identity of his master, the bald elder, the azure-clad practitioner's expression shifted to one of intrigue. She had heard tales of the foundational practitioner who experimented with living subjects, a scandal that stirred the sect. You surviving that ordeal is indeed remarkable. Our Qixia Hall adheres to orthodox alchemical practices. Since you have some foundational knowledge of spiritual herbs, we shall begin with their classification and refinement. Here is a jade slip for you to review. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. As she spoke, she tossed a jade slip toward him. Lin Shan inspected it with his spiritual sense, a wave of relief washing over him as he recognized the information within regarding the types of spiritual herbs and their refinement processes, all of which he had mastered. His master had a notoriously irritable disposition, and to avoid punishment, Lin Shan had meticulously studied all texts related to herbalism in secret. Sister, I am already familiar with the types of spiritual herbs and the methods of preservation and extraction. Is that so? Then I shall test your knowledge, the azure-clad practitioner replied, unimpressed, as it was customary for new arrivals to claim proficiency. What are the differences between Qie Xiao and Mingweju? Sister, these two herbs appear remarkably similar. Though their petal counts differ slightly, one has an additional petal, which is Qie Xiao. Additionally, their scents vary, with Mingweju possessing a more delicate fragrance. And what about beast flower grass and withered leaf flower? These two herbs differ in color. Beast flower grass has golden edges on its leaves, while withered leaf flower is a dark yellow. What of lopus rock flower and soul ring grass? Due to their different growth environments, the most notable distinction lies in their root structures. The chaotic roots belong to lopus rock flower, whereas the orderly roots indicate soul ring grass. After Lin Chen answered nearly a dozen questions, the azure-clad practitioner finally nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. Your foundation appears quite solid. This position is undoubtedly yours. As a spiritual herb caretaker, if you commit no errors, your rewards and spirit stones will double. My name is Gu Jingjing. You may refer to me as Sister Gu from now on. With the abrupt shift in her demeanor, Lin Chen exhaled in relief. He recalled the words from Insights of a Demon Cultivator, which mentioned that displaying one's emotions makes them easy to discern. This young woman seemed to hail from a distinguished lineage, exuding an air of cunning and arrogance. Thank you, Sister Gu. I shall certainly endeavor to alleviate your burdens in the days to come. Perform well, and all will be well. Should you falter, I cannot save you, Gu Jingjing cautioned. Using the punished disciples as a cautionary example. Chapter 11. Securing a position. The reprimand from the senior sister resonated deeply with the junior brother, Lin Chen, who bore it in mind with utmost respect. Very well, follow me, Gu Jingjing remarked, casting a brief glance at Lin Chen, accompanied by a faint smile. Upon entering the grand hall, one was greeted by the sight of an ancient, ornate alchemical furnace, inscribed with the words Dan Ding in archaic script. Surrounding it were more than a dozen disciples clad in servant attire, diligently sweeping the floor. Upon noticing Gu Jingjing and Apos' presence, they all lowered their heads, hastening their movements as if seized by fear, indicating that Gu Jingjing was not a person to be trifled with. Navigating through the hall, two massive side chambers came into view, labeled Shin Hall and Qin Hall, while the courtyard was adorned with towering trees. However, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil, as various noises emanated from the two side halls intermittently. Gu Jingjing cast a cold glance towards the far right hall, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. It appeared that new disciples had arrived, and she had unexpectedly found a suitable candidate in such a short time. At that moment, a rather refined cultivator stepped out from Qin Hall, bearing a gentle smile that felt like a breath of spring. Liao Shixiang, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. Lin Chen heard Gu Jingjing say with a dismissive huff as she led him towards the left side hall. It was evident that a conflict existed between the two. You will be responsible for managing and preparing the spiritual herbs in this hall. The name Shin Hall signifies that the cultivators who come here must exercise great caution and diligence. Gu Jingjing instructed, pointing to the plaque inscribed with Shun Hall, her previous ire still apparent. As a mere 6th-layer Qi refining cultivator, your task is to prepare the medicine for Qi refining disciples. Approach this work with care and precision. Do not squander this opportunity. Yes, Senior Sister Gu. You may rest assured, Lin Chen replied solemnly. Gu Jingjing nodded slightly, recognizing the potential in the cultivator before her. Upon entering the side hall, chaos reigned within, with 20 Qi refining disciples bustling about. Some were busy washing the spiritual herbs, others were sorting them, while a few were studying alchemical formulas, and others were diligently kneading according to prescribed methods. The atmosphere grew tense upon Gu Jingjing's arrival, and the disciples increased their pace noticeably. At that moment, a tall male cultivator in the later stages of Qi refining approached swiftly, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Senior Sister Gu. Yes, this is a new disciple, Gu Jingjing replied coolly. Rest assured, I will ensure he becomes proficient in managing the spiritual herbs, the male cultivator assured her respectfully. He possessed a certain foundation in handling spiritual herbs, and with proper guidance, he would be prepared for the upcoming alchemical conference without any mishaps. Certainly, please do not worry, he continued, visibly relieved once Gu Jingjing departed. His gaze shifted to Lin Chen, his expression fluctuating, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. My name is Li Tong from now on. You may call me Li Shixiang. Managing spiritual herbs may be arduous, yet it is the closest path to the realm of alchemy. Look around at the alchemists in our sect. Most hail from established cultivation families. Without financial backing, who can afford to learn? Li Tong continued. Do not underestimate the management of these herbs. Many cultivators lack this opportunity. By engaging with spiritual herbs, we have effectively placed one foot on the path to alchemy. Should we successfully refine elixirs, we could transition into alchemists and receive significant support from the sect. Lin Chen listened, finding wisdom in Li Tong's words, even recognizing the embellishments in his narrative. However, he was acutely aware that should any issues arise in the future, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, Li Tong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Please do not worry, Shixiang. I will fulfill my responsibilities diligently and will not inconvenience you, Lin Chen assured him. Let us hope it unfolds as you wish. Since you have passed Senior Sister Gu and Apos' assessment, you must be different from the other disciples, Li Tong remarked, a tinge of jealousy creeping into his tone. After a lengthy discussion, Li Tong began to explain the nuances of the tasks at hand. Lin Chen, already possessing a foundational understanding, grasped the concepts quickly. He initially perceived no ulterior motives from Li Tong, perhaps influenced by the pressure of Gu Jingjing and Apos' presence, particularly since the alchemical conference was approaching. For the time being, the work was straightforward and posed no threat to Li Tong's interests. However, the future remained uncertain. Thus, after absorbing Li Tong's instructions, Lin Chen adeptly adapted to the management of spiritual herbs without encountering any issues. As he gazed upon the spiritual herbs exuding rich spiritual energy, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. In solitude, he yearned to replicate some using his ancient lantern artifact. After a day of toil, he returned to his cave to continue his cultivation without allowing himself to succumb to lethargy. Thus, time flew by, and a month passed without incident. Lin Chen successfully meeting Gu Jingjing's discerning standards. Just as she had indicated, the quantity of spiritual stones distributed here exceeded expectations. Lin Chen utilized the spiritual stones entirely to purchase elixirs. However, despite consuming a substantial amount of true essence pills, their efficacy paled in comparison to before, making his ascension increasingly arduous. It seemed the primary obstacle to his advancement was related to his practice of the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong. After much contemplation, Lin Chen realized that these elixirs were no longer suitable for him. His body required higher-grade elixirs. In the following days, he utilized the ancient lantern artifact to replicate some superior nourishing essence pills. Yet, even with this, the results remained mediocre, lacking the explosive progress he had previously experienced. While he had yet to achieve any breakthroughs in his cultivation, his time at Qixia Peak proved fruitful. Engaging in the classification, cleansing, and refining of spiritual herbs naturally afforded him the opportunity to learn about the methods of alchemical refinement. Particularly, some foundation establishment cultivators would disclose the ratios and quantities of spiritual herbs beforehand when crafting elixirs, allowing Lin Chen glimpses into the secrets of alchemy. However, the specifics of the refining process and its success rates remained beyond the reach of a mere qi refining cultivator. Yet, he noticed a shift in Li Tong and Amp, Appo's, demeanor towards him, his previous warmth replaced by deliberate avoidance concerning the handling of higher-grade spiritual herbs. Lin Chen understood Li Tong and Amp, Appo's, intentions. He simply wished to prevent additional competitors from emerging, beginning to exert control even at this stage. Nevertheless, it was wise to maintain vigilance, to prepare for any eventuality. Lin Chen devoted spare moments to visiting the library, perusing texts on advanced spiritual herbs and alchemical techniques. This endeavor inadvertently expanded his knowledge of the art of alchemy. In the subsequent period, Lin Chen remained observant of the surrounding cultivators. If he wished to linger here for an extended duration, he needed to master the art of reading people's expressions and discerning opportunities for his benefit. He recalled the wisdom from insights of demon cultivators, akin to demonic beasts, must swiftly adapt to their environment, shedding the shackles of decorum and shame. Chapter 12. Securing a spot in the alchemy conference after extensive inquiries. It became evident that Gu Jingjing and Appo's background was indeed remarkable, hailing from a prestigious cultivation family. Upon her arrival, she swiftly established herself as a steward, managing a multitude of lower-tier cultivators with the backing of her family's influence. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her methods were also exceptionally formidable. Any lower-tier cultivator who faltered in their duties faced severe repercussions. However, she was not the sole overseer of the lower-tier practitioners, as several others with familial connections also held positions of authority. For instance, Senior Brother Liao, who oversaw the Diligence Hall, was quite exceptional. In contrast, Li Tong, who sought to undermine him, came from a more modest background. One day, upon entering the side hall, Lin Chen sensed a shift in the atmosphere. After inquiring, he learned that Elder Yu would soon personally concoct elixirs in the main hall. In a bid to foster loyalty and cultivate disciples, Qixia Peak held a monthly alchemy conference, allowing all cultivators to observe. Consequently, those with exceptional talent, through prolonged study and practice, could learn to refine low-tier elixirs. Naturally, Qixia Peak would promote and nurture such cultivators, starting them off as the most junior alchemists. Relying solely on blood essence to replicate elixirs was ultimately unsustainable. It was likely that the shackles of their limitations could not be broken due to the significant loss of blood essence. Nevertheless, since he had ventured into this realm of alchemy, the prospect of learning to concoct elixirs in the future was most desirable. This news exhilarated the lower-tier cultivators engaged in herbal management, as they all aspired to embark on the path of alchemy. Observing the elixirs being refined by the elder would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. If he could glean some profound insights from the elder, it would greatly enhance his future endeavors in alchemy or facilitate his advancement. However, gaining entry into the proceedings was not straightforward, as Gu Jingjing would conduct a selection process. Ostensibly, this was due to the overwhelming number of participants, but in reality, it was a means to extract benefits from the lower-tier cultivators. After receiving this news, Lin Chen, quick-witted, discreetly followed Gu Jingjing after she conducted her rounds. Gu Jingjing's expression darkened upon noticing him. You wish to learn the ways of alchemy so soon after your arrival? Is that a bit too ambitious? However, her gaze softened upon seeing his bulging storage bag, and she smiled lightly. Follow me. We shall discuss this in private. Without hesitation, Lin Chen produced the prepared storage bag and respectfully stated, Senior sister, my time at Qixia Peak has deepened my understanding of herbal techniques. This is a token of my appreciation. Oh? Gu Jingjing raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly. Her consciousness slowly scanned the contents within, and after a thorough examination, her face lit up with surprise upon discovering nearly 100 spiritual stones. Accumulating such a sum was no small feat for a lower-tier cultivator, and her gaze towards Lin Chen grew more favorable. With a flourish of her sleeve, she stowed the storage bag away and said with a smile, "In 10 days. The alchemy conference will take place at Qixia Peak. Other peaks will also send cultivators, and spots are limited. Considering your diligent efforts and lack of past mistakes, I shall reserve a place for you." Lin Chen was overjoyed and respectfully replied, "Thank you, senior sister." After obtaining what he desired, he returned to the side hall to continue refining herbs. Nearby, Li Tong appeared contemplative. He had sought out Gu Jingjing previously, but she had not promised him a spot. However, he was not overly anxious, believing that his years of hard work would not go unrewarded. "Junior brother Lin, you have been here for a while. These formulas are new to you. Try to concoct them without hindering the elixir refinement process," he said, presenting a formula he typically kept concealed. Clearly intending to set Lin Chen up for failure as an excuse to expel him from Qixia Peak. "Senior brother, please wait." Lin Chen glanced at the formula, feeling no trepidation. His readings in the library and private consultations with other cultivators had equipped him well. The new formula posed no challenge. Before long, he had swiftly prepared everything according to the requirements of the formula. No mistakes? Li Tong's expression turned peculiar, and his resentment deepened. Time flew by, and 10 days later, Gu Jingjing's announcement left Li Tong in shock. To his astonishment, his name was absent from the list, while Lin Chen's was present. "Senior sister, is there an error with this list?" Gu Jingjing saw no issue and coldly replied, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. "What? Do you have an objection?" "But..." Li Tong hesitated. "You don't wish to remain at Qixia Peak, do you?" "And no." Sensing the danger, Li Tong stammered before hastily retreating. He was convinced that Lin Chen had taken his place and seethed with fury. "It seems I have underestimated you." Lin Chen, along with a dozen other cultivators at the qi refining stage, was called by Gu Jingjing to the alchemy hall, their spirits soaring. As she had stated, numerous cultivators had gathered, most of them from external peaks. Judging by the turnout, Gu Jingjing had amassed a considerable fortune in spiritual stones. Before long, an elderly man with graying hair and a white beard emerged from the rear hall and entered the main chamber. This was Elder Yu, a renowned alchemist within the sect. Dressed in white robes, he exuded a heavy aura. Though aged, his eyes sparkled with clarity. He surveyed the crowd of qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, nodding slightly. Without a necessary preamble, he declared, "The path of cultivation encompasses numerous difficulties, and the pursuit of alchemy is particularly arduous. This path demands talent, wealth, and fortune. While your interest is commendable, do not become overly fixated." Elder Yu's words resonated with truth. One must not become too engrossed, as dedicating excessive time to alchemy could hinder personal cultivation. His statement fell upon the crowd like a bucket of cold water. "Nevertheless, since you have shown interest today, I shall casually refine a few batches of elixirs. Pay close attention." With that, he waved his sleeve, casting a spell towards the alchemy furnace. He proceeded to concoct 2 types of elixirs, the first for lower-tier cultivators and the second for those at the foundation establishment stage. The surrounding cultivators widened their eyes in keen observation, eager not to miss any detail. The first elixir, intended for the Xianxian stage cultivators, was a high-tier concoction known as the Xianling pill. With a deft hand, he channeled a stream of alchemical flame into the furnace and Oppo's base. Boom! The flames surged explosively, far surpassing the usual elemental or formation flames. After a period of preheating, the furnace began to glow crimson, and seeing it was time, he began to skillfully manipulate various herbs, continuously controlling the process. Chapter 13. Conditions. However, Elder Yu intentionally slowed his movements to allow the onlookers to observe clearly. Under the manipulation of multiple incantations, a faint aroma soon emanated from the alchemical furnace. Although the success of the process seemed imminent, Elder Yu remained meticulous until the very last moment. His actions flowed seamlessly, astonishing everyone present. Upon opening the furnace, a high-grade pill adorned with 7 intricate patterns materialized before the crowd, eliciting a chorus of admiration. Lin Chen, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of astonishment. The pills he had been consuming were all low-grade, characterized by 1 to 3 patterns. He had once inquired about the price of higher-grade pills, only to find them exorbitantly high. The prospect of consuming such a pill filled him with excitement, as he contemplated its potential benefits for his cultivation. The assembly awaited anxiously to see how this pill would be handled. Elder Yu presented the meticulously crafted pill directly to Gu Jingjing. Upon receiving it, Gu Jingjing was overwhelmed with joy, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor." The crowd brimmed with envy, recognizing that none could rival her, as she hailed from a prestigious cultivation family with an elder adept in pill refinement. The gesture from Elder Yu was clearly an attempt to foster goodwill. In the distance, a tall male cultivator at the 10th level of qi refinement observed with a hint of jealousy. Lin Chen recognized him as Liao Bufan, Gu Jingjing's rival. It was well known that the two harbored animosity, and this incident regarding the pill was likely to exacerbate their discord. Lin Chen pondered that if he could procure this pill from Liao Bufan, even for a fleeting moment, he could replicate it, thus alleviating the burden of purchasing pills. After all, the prices of high-grade pills were astronomical, and he lacked sufficient spirit stones. Moreover, such pills were often available only at exorbitant costs. Next, Elder Yu commenced the refinement of pills suitable for foundation establishment cultivators. After a series of fluid movements, a pale blue pill, also of high grade with 7 patterns, slowly ascended from the furnace, igniting excitement among the foundation establishment practitioners. Lin Chen meticulously observed Elder Yu's techniques, feeling a sense of wonder at the mastery displayed. Once the demonstration concluded, Elder Yu provided a detailed explanation of the interactions between various herbs, delving into the principles of their mutual growth and conflict. Although Lin Chen had previously perused similar texts, none matched the clarity and depth of Elder Yu's elucidation, leaving him with a profound sense of enlightenment. After the alchemy conference, Lin Chen contemplated for a while before heading to Gu Jingjing's residence. "What? You wish to observe the 7-pattern Xianling pill?" Gu Jingjing exclaimed, her expression a mix of shock and displeasure. She perceived the cultivator before her as somewhat presumptuous and overly ambitious. "Sister, during my time at Qixia Peak, I have grown closer to the art of alchemy. Now that I have witnessed such advanced pills, I am filled with excitement and wish to observe them up close," he explained earnestly. "Is that so?" Gu Jingjing thought skeptically, her disbelief evident. Were it not for Lin Chen's earlier offerings of cultivation resources, she would have already lost her temper over his presumptuous words. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled slightly and said, "However, you must assist me with the task. If you succeed, I will gladly allow you to observe the pill. If you fail, you must leave Qixia Peak. I do not need useless individuals." After this exchange, Lin Chen and Appo's eyes widened in shock. Gu Jingjing, ever the strategist, said with a sly smile, "What's the matter? Can't you do it? But if you wish to back out now, you may still remain at Qixia Peak." Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words. Harming a fellow disciple was strictly forbidden by the sect's rules, which stipulated only 4 words: soul extraction and refinement. "I will give you a few days to consider this matter, and then you will refine that pill," Gu Jingjing said, sensing his silence. As night fell, she grew impatient and waved him away. With a heavy heart, Lin Chen exited her quarters, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. He had never anticipated that Gu Jingjing would ask him to kill someone, specifically, Brother Liao, a fellow disciple at Qixia Peak. Liao Bufan managed the disciples in the left side hall and was at the 10th level of Qi refinement, hailing from a prominent cultivation family, wielding several commendable magical artifacts, making him a formidable opponent. The reasoning behind the assassination was simple. Liao Bufan posed a significant threat to Gu Jingjing and Appo's standing in the realm of alchemy. She commanded a group of lower-level cultivators with an iron fist, wielding considerable power, which had long bred discontent among her peers. Yet, Gu Jingjing was indeed ruthless to demand such a deed from him. As a mere cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, how could he possibly contend with someone of Liao Bufan's caliber? Despite his recent increase in strength, he possessed only a few mediocre flying swords and lacked any powerful magical artifacts. Engaging Liao Bufan with these subpar tools would surely lead to his demise. As these thoughts consumed him, Lin Chen grew increasingly resentful toward Gu Jingjing. Despite her noble lineage, her actions seemed to align more with nefarious practices. Should he refuse? He doubted that merely being expelled from Qixia Peak would suffice. There would undoubtedly be further schemes at play. Lost in contemplation, he wandered into a secluded area when, in the darkness, a familiar voice cut through the night. "Junior brother, it seems this alchemy conference has been quite fruitful for you, to leave you in such deep thought," remarked Li Tong, his expression frosty and eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Lin Chen, taken aback, recognized the situation as inevitable, forcing a smile. "What do you mean, senior brother?" "Humph, what do I mean? Your participation in the alchemy conference must have cost you a considerable amount of spirit stones. It would take at least 100 spirit stones to impress Gu Jingjing. I never expected junior brother to be so well off," Li Tong said, casting a glance at Lin Chen's storage pouch, his expression shifting to one of excitement. "Senior brother, if you have something to say, please do so without the cryptic tone," Lin Chen replied, tapping his storage pouch to summon a rather ordinary flying sword. "Ha ha ha, just that? You think a mere broken sword can stand against me? How laughable." Li Tong mocked, his laughter echoing before his demeanor turned cold. "Let me be clear. Sparing your life is simple. All you need to do is surrender all your spirit stones and leave Qixia Peak." "Senior brother, your demands seem rather excessive," Lin Chen replied, incredulous. "What? Looking to negotiate? This path is quite secluded. Should you happen to fall here at night, I doubt anyone would suspect foul play," Li Tong hissed, his expression darkening, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. Lin Chen and Appo's face paled at his words. Although he had faced off against cultivators in the past, they had always been of lower realms and comparable strength. Chapter 14. Fierce battle. Before him stood Li Tong, boasting the formidable cultivation of the 8th layer of Qi refining, 2 realms higher than Lin Chen. As he had asserted, what could be achieved with merely a tattered sword? Li Tong discerned Lin Chen and Appo's awkwardness and chuckled, slowly advancing. "Senior brother, please hold," Lin Chen blurted out. "Junior brother, delaying will serve no purpose. Hand over the items and vacate Qixia Peak. That is the wisest course of action," Li Tong replied, his smile growing more pronounced. However, upon witnessing the avarice etched on Li Tong and Appo's face, Lin Chen felt no fear. After all, The months spent studying the insights of demonic cultivation had not been in vain. Moreover, he had cultivated the first 2 layers of the mystical Tao celestial demonic technique. And what harm could a mere broken sword inflict? Junior brother, I advise you against self-imposed hardship. Surrender your spirit stones and depart from Qixia Peak. That is the best course, Li Tong said, his impatience evident. Yet, just as he finished speaking, a sudden chorus of sword cries filled the air. The sound was not that of a single flying sword, but multiple, startling him. His anger escalated. He had intended to intimidate Lin Chen into submission, never expecting the latter to retaliate while he was unprepared. Fortunately, Li Tong had a defensive talisman ready in his sleeve, which he activated upon hearing the sound of the flying swords. Bang, bang, bang. The flying sword struck the protective barrier, creating a cacophony of violent collisions. Well done. You've actually mastered the sword shadow splitting technique? Li Tong's brow furrowed, his expression a complex mix of anger and excitement. As Lin Chen had employed the sword shadow splitting technique recorded in the mystical Tao celestial demonic technique, despite wielding an ordinary flying sword. Its power was not to be underestimated once infused with magical energy. Before long, a series of cracking sounds emanated from the protective barrier. Li Tong, taken aback, recalled that he had investigated Lin Chen's background prior. The latter had not advanced to the gathering chi stage in nearly 5 years. Yet his cultivation had skyrocketed in the past 2 years. Something was amiss. This thought only fueled his excitement. While setting up another protective barrier around himself, he summoned forth a hideously ugly black tower. Junior brother, it seems you possess quite a few treasures. Allow me to explore them today, he proclaimed, nonchalantly channeling spiritual power into the dark tower. Your pitiful sword is truly lackluster, Li Tong scoffed derisively as he activated the black tower, tossing it into the air with a commanding shout, go. In the current cultivation world, sword cultivators had fallen out of favor. Typically, other magical tools and treasures surpassed flying swords. Lin Chen was unaware of the true power of Li Tong and Appo's magical tool, so he hastened his hand gestures, seizing the initiative. The black tower, under his control, suddenly expanded, spinning rapidly in the air. Then, from its windows, a barrage of black light swords shot forth, racing towards Lin Chen's position. Today, let me show you what a true magical tool is. This item has dispatched many demonic cultivators, and you and Appo's experience its might firsthand. Lin Chen noted the peculiar nature of Li Tong's black tower. Although the black light swords lacked individual strength, their sheer number compelled him to disperse his magical energy to create multiple protective barriers. Seeing Lin Chen ensnared, Li Tong ceased his frantic assaults, merely manipulating the black tower to drain Lin Chen's magical energy. Haha, junior brother, I am curious to see how much magical energy you possess. In the end, you and Appo's have to obediently surrender your belongings, he taunted. Lin Chen could feel his magical energy rapidly depleting, his expression growing increasingly grave. If this continued, the outcome would undoubtedly be unfavorable for him. However, he also noticed a flaw. Each time he channeled energy into the black tower, the protective barrier weakened. For the tower and Appo's formidable power demanded greater energy. With this realization, he devised a plan. As Li Tong prepared to channel more energy, Lin Chen unhesitatingly accelerated his sword attacks. Simultaneously, he retrieved the 5 talismans he had taken from his master, the venerable old man, knowing they were formidable items belonging to a foundation establishment cultivator. Without hesitation, he activated an offensive talisman, requiring little magical energy to be unleashed. This talisman was a staple for many cultivators. Upon activation, a resounding boom echoed as a massive red flying sword surged forth, hurtling towards Li Tong. Bang! The sound of shattering resonated from afar. As Lin Chen had anticipated, the talisman's power was immense, far exceeding his expectations. The talisman's sword easily shattered several of Li Tong's protective barriers and advanced toward his corporeal form. A scream pierced the air as the talisman's sword swiftly cleaved Li Tong in two, the residual force crashing into the ground, producing a tremendous noise. Such a loud sound in the stillness of night was jarring, startling Lin Chen. Nevertheless, Li Tong held on to a breath, his face reflecting disbelief, anger, and unwillingness. Actually, I have a backup plan, he gasped, uttering his last words before succumbing. What did he mean by backup plan? Lin Chen was bewildered by Li Tong's final utterance. Well-versed in the sect and Appo's regulations, he knew that when sect members clashed, it sufficed to subdue them to prevent future harassment. Yet, he had effortlessly executed a fatal strike instead. In a moment of panic, a line from the insights of demonic cultivation echoed in his mind. To slay a fellow disciple, one must leave no trace. This thought helped him regain his composure. Quietly reciting the incantation, he redirected his spiritual energy, summoning a white light to his fingertips, and expressionless, sent a fiery ball toward the corpse, incinerating it. Once reduced to ash, he swiftly kicked the remains into the pit created by the talisman's impact, carefully covering it back up with dirt, scattering fresh soil atop to obscure the evidence of the recent battle. After meticulously cleaning up, he collected the black tower and Li Tong's storage bag, silently departing the scene. The battleground was inherently secluded, likely to go unnoticed by the sect's cultivators. Upon returning to his cave, Lin Chen found himself unable to quell the turmoil within. Although this was not his first time slaying a fellow disciple, the anxiety lingered. The consequences of being discovered by the sect could be dire. Once his emotions settled somewhat, his gaze fell upon Li Tong's storage bag, and upon inspection, the light spread across his face. Li Tong had evidently been prudent, carrying all his accumulated cultivation resources, and as a low-tier cultivator, he surprisingly possessed 3 formidable low-grade magical tools. In addition to the tools, there were 80 spirit stones and 7 or 8 jade boxes, all filled with valuable spiritual herbs, pilfered from Qixia Peak. Chapter 15. Journey to the market. Uncertain whether these cultivation resources could be exchanged for some valuable elixirs at the market, Lin Shen murmured to himself, feeling the urgency to deal with these items swiftly. The following day, after a brief registration at the Sect's Affairs office, he set off toward the Sect and Appos S market. Numerous towns surround the Qingyun sect, and Lin Shen deliberately chose Fengqing City, a place frequented by demonic cultivators. This choice would ensure that selling his few magical artifacts would not attract undue attention. Fengqing City had not always been under the jurisdiction of righteous sects. It was forcibly occupied by Qingyun sect cultivators approximately 50 years ago following a war between righteous and demonic forces. In recent years, however, the demonic presence had grown increasingly brazen, making sightings of demonic cultivators a common occurrence. The streets were bustling with people, shops lined the thoroughfare. Lin Shen entered the city, deliberately cloaked in black attire and wearing a large hat, occasionally glancing at the various shops selling cultivation resources. Unsure of where to begin, he eventually focused his gaze on a shop frequented by demonic cultivators. After several hours of observation, he decided to enter a store named Shanggu Pavilion, drawn by the number of demonic patrons. Upon entering, he felt several intense gazes upon him, followed by a waft of fragrant air. Approaching him was a stunning female cultivator clad in pink gauze, her cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement. Her graceful figure swayed as she moved, and with a warm smile, she surveyed Lin Shen. "Young friend, what are you looking for? Our store has a plethora of techniques, formations, magical artifacts, spiritual herbs, and elixirs." "Is that so?" Lin Shen murmured while examining the shop. The store spanned 3 levels. The first was bustling with lower-level cultivators. The second was serene and catered to foundation establishment cultivators. The third was not open to the public. Aside from the sales area on the first floor, there were various private rooms. Lin Shen strolled around casually and stated, "I would like to go to a private room." The female attendant looked at him skeptically, questioning his strength, but understanding the importance of good business. She replied with a smile, "Very well, please follow me." Upon entering the private room, the beautiful female cultivator smiled and personally brewed a fine cup of spiritual tea. Her enchanting figure was tantalizingly visible through the thin fabric, exuding an alluring aura. What a captivating sight. I never expected shops to be so enticing. Lin Shen swallowed hard, secretly astounded. He took the spiritual tea but hesitated to consume it, fearing it might be a trap. "Please activate the sound barrier," he said slowly. His calm demeanor surprised the beautiful attendant, for many cultivators could hardly resist her charm. However, this one remained composed. After a moment's pause, she nodded, swiftly setting up the room's protective barriers. Her curiosity piqued. "Now we can speak freely. What occurs here will not disturb outsiders," she said, becoming more forthcoming. Her seductive gestures and the scent of perfume overwhelmed Lin Shen, but before he could dwell on it, the Xin Dao Tian Mo Gong within him activated, calming his mind. "Let us discuss business. It seems your store lacks certain items," he stated calmly. The female attendant, taken aback by his indifference, chuckled softly. "What might you require, young friend? Feel free to speak openly." In her eyes, the resources in the shop were sufficient for qi refinement cultivators. "Does your store have any higher quality Xianling Dan?" Lin Shen inquired. "The Xianling Dan is primarily for late-stage qi refinement cultivators. Of course we have it," the beautiful attendant replied with a smile. "However, I require the 7-pattern version." At this, the attendant was taken aback. 7-patterned elixirs were quite precious. She scrutinized Lin Shen, but his large hat and loose robes obscured his true strength. "Is it possible that your store does not sell this elixir publicly?" Lin Shen's disappointment grew as the attendant fell silent. "Of course we sell it publicly, but the price is quite steep, requiring a substantial amount of spirit stones." Lin Shen was astonished at the exorbitance, but remembered he still possessed the magical artifacts from the old man with the shaved head, as well as various resources from Li Tong's storage bag. "Before purchasing, I would like to sell these magical artifacts. Please evaluate their worth in spirit stones," he said, producing 2 storage bags and spilling the artifacts onto the table. Among the 6 artifacts were 3 from the old man and 3 from Li Tong. The beautiful attendant examined them closely. Although not of the highest quality and somewhat worn, they still held value. After some calculations, she reported the price, her expression slightly disappointed. However, Lin Shen was elated, realizing that despite their modest quality, the rarity of the old man's artifacts made them worth a considerable amount of spirit stones. This would allow him to purchase half of a 7-patterned high-grade Xianling Dan. "Here are these as well. Please take a look." Without hesitation, Lin Shen produced several jade boxes filled with spiritual herbs obtained from Li Tong. Upon opening the boxes, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air. These were indeed rare and aged spiritual herbs that Li Tong had pilfered. After a thorough inspection, the beautiful attendant's excitement was palpable. Young friend, with these herbs included, you can completely acquire a 7-patterned high-grade shieling dan. Excellent, then I shall trouble you, Lin Chen replied, his heart brimming with joy. Calculating in his mind, he realized that after the transaction, he would possess a 7-patterned high-grade shieling dan, which he could replicate using the ancient green lamp, resulting in 2. He could then sell the second one, leaving him substantially better off than before. Grateful for Li Tong's demise, Lin Chen acknowledged that without the latter's reckless pursuit of death, he would not have had the opportunity to procure such an elixir. My name is Shui Wan and Amp, Oppos. Please wait a moment, and the steward will arrive shortly. With that, her gaze became more ardent, her eyes sparkling with allure as she sauntered toward the door, her movements imbued with seduction. A hint of temptation seeped into Lin Chen's consciousness, prompting him to once again activate the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong within, allowing him to resist her charms. Chapter 16. The Art of Resale. Shui Wan and Amp, Oppos, sensing her efforts were in vain, displayed a hint of confusion on her face, her smile growing more pronounced. Once the other party departed, Lin Chen finally exhaled a sigh of relief, yet his wariness towards the shop only intensified. Shortly thereafter, Shui Wan and Oppos, swaying her hips, arrived with a middle-aged steward. The man's cultivation level was at the 12th stage of qi refining, and upon seeing Lin Chen, who was merely at the 6th stage, he could not help but feel a momentary surprise, though it quickly vanished from his expression. After examining the cultivation resources on the table, he smiled and remarked, fellow cultivator, it seems this high-grade Xianling Dan with 7 patterns belongs to you. With a flick of his long sleeves, all the resources on the table were swept into his possession. He then turned his hand over, revealing a pristine Dan bottle. Lin Chen, not daring to be careless, immediately verified the item. The surface of the Dan emitted a faint blue hue, with 7 intricate patterns engraved upon it. Gently scraping it with his fingernail, he tasted a fine powder, instantly feeling a surge of spiritual energy. The Dan was indeed authentic, a high-grade Xianling Dan with 7 patterns. However, Lin Chen and Oppos' actions drew the discontent of the middle-aged steward, as the shop was well known among cultivators for its genuine goods. Once the verification was complete, Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, thank you. I am He Yuan. No need for such formality. Feel free to come by any time if you have valuable items. The steward replied with a smile, grateful for the spiritual herbs. Of course, Lin Chen said with a slight bow before departing without looking back. Take care, fellow cultivator. Shui Wan beamed with a bright smile. Once Lin Chen was out of sight, the middle-aged steward, He Yuan, stroked his long beard and remarked calmly, this person is rather interesting. These magical artifacts are merely worthless trinkets, with the real value lying in those spiritual herbs. Upon hearing this, Shui Wan and Oppos bowed her head respectfully, though her thoughts were elsewhere, calculating her share from this transaction. I believe this individual is not simple. Perhaps he is a cultivator from the nearby Qingyan sect. It would be wise to cultivate a good relationship with him. He Yuan seemed to remember something, a glimmer of surprise crossing his face. As he spoke, he shamelessly caressed Shui Wan's beautiful face. Yes, I shall ensure this person remains firmly within my grasp. Please rest assured, steward he. Shui Wan said with a look of feigned fear. After leaving the Shanggu pavilion, Lin Chen deliberately wandered through the market a few times, ensuring no cultivators were tailing him before he felt reassured. In a secluded corner, he quietly took out the ancient blue lamp, infusing it with a significant amount of blood essence. With a sudden burst of light, 2 identical high-grade Xianling Dan appeared. Looking at the 2 7-patterned Xianling Dan before him, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming excitement. Just as he prepared to infuse more blood essence, he noticed the ancient blue lamp remained unresponsive. It seemed he would have to wait 10 more days. Lin Chen hesitated, not forgetting Gu Jingjing's conditions. Regardless of her intentions, enhancing his strength was paramount. Resolving himself, he decided to stay in the city for about 10 days. Time passed swiftly, and soon the ancient blue lamp activated again, successfully duplicating one of the Xianling Dan, leaving him with 3 in total. After exhaling a long sigh, he appeared quite pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Duplicating high-quality Xianling Dan indeed consumed a considerable amount of blood essence. He stored the Dan away and sat cross-legged to recuperate, needing to consume a nourishing Dan. After 2 hours, his complexion finally improved, though he felt a twinge of fear. The ancient blue lamp was quite peculiar, evidently causing significant strain on his body. Yet, the prospect of acquiring the urgently needed 7-patterned Xianling Dan filled him with joy. Perhaps it would not be long before he could successfully advance. Strolling down another street, a shop named Duobao Building caught Lin Chen's attention. This establishment appeared to be newly opened, and the cultivators visiting were rather peculiar, almost exaggerated. Each wore heavy masks. Some even donned full disguises, exuding an air of mystery, seemingly distrustful of the shop. An elderly man stood at the entrance, greeting each arriving cultivator with a warm smile. However, observing the sparse clientele, his expression was tinged with anxiety. After all, a new shop must attract patrons to thrive. Lin Chen and Oppos' indecisive demeanor did not escape the old man and Oppos' notice. Undeterred by Lin Chen and Oppos' lower cultivation level, he kindly said. Fellow cultivator, our shop is newly opened, and all cultivation resources are offered at a 20% discount. The elderly man, with his white hair but vibrant spirit, seemed to have employed some secret technique to conceal his aura. Seeing Lin Chen's curiosity, he continued, moreover, if you possess valuable items, we are willing to purchase them at high prices. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen, no longer hesitating, nodded slightly. The old man smiled in response, feeling that he had nothing better to do, and said, please, follow me. The shop spanned 2 levels. The first floor was bustling with cultivators selling various resources for lower-tier practitioners. Lin Chen observed discreetly, his heart racing with excitement. Although the shop had just opened, it indeed housed many high-quality magical artifacts. After his previous battle with Li Tong, the flying sword he possessed was rather unimpressive. After a thorough inspection, his gaze landed on an ancient sword. Fellow cultivator, this flying sword was just acquired by our shop. If not for the numerous damages on the blade, it would not be on the first floor. After the discount, it is, the elderly man explained with a smile, quoting a price. Although the price was quite steep, the sword emitted a chilling light, exuding an aura that captivated Lin Chen from afar. Despite its damages, with some reforging, it might very well enhance in quality. Moreover, he was currently lacking a suitable magical artifact, so he nodded slightly in agreement. Next, Lin Chen's attention shifted to a low-grade offensive magical artifact, a black glass tower, and a low-grade defensive magical artifact, a golden shield. After surveying the shop, the elderly man maintained a calm demeanor, stroking his grizzled beard, and inquired, fellow cultivator, do you have any items of interest? Yes, I would like to acquire those items. But at present, I have some Dan to sell. Let us discuss that first. Lin Chen replied. The old man nodded slightly, intrigued to see what type of Dan Lin Chen wished to sell. Very well, let us proceed to the inner hall, the elderly man said, smiling as he stroked his long beard. There are no ears here. What Dan do you wish to sell? As a soundproof barrier activated, the elderly man inquired with a smile. Lin Chen understood that the individual before him held a significant position within the shop and spoke with a hint of reverence. Senior, I possess Xianling Dawn. I wonder how many spirit stones they might fetch. Saying this, he clapped his storage bag, producing a Dan bottle that floated into view. Chapter 17. Encounter with the bandit. The elderly man with white hair squinted slightly, seemingly indifferent at first. Yet a hint of astonishment crossed his face as he discerned the quality of the elixir within. The Xianling pill, a concoction meant for practitioners in the late stages of qi refinement, was exceedingly rare among high-grade pills. Unconsciously, the old man scrutinized Lin Chen, his mind increasingly puzzled. Upon a closer inspection of the pill, he recalled having seen it before. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly had a revelation. He vaguely remembered that during a previous auction, the rival establishment, Shanggu Pavilion, had sold such a pill, marked with a unique insignia that ordinary cultivators would overlook. How strange, regardless of this young man's origins. This pill must be acquired. The once aloof elder now chuckled heartily, exclaiming, young friend, I shall acquire this pill from you. And it is more than sufficient to exchange for the talisman you just admired. Additionally, I will bestow upon you 10 inferior talismans. Overjoyed, Lin Chen responded, thank you. Esteemed senior, do not mention it. Should you possess more such pills, do ensure to sell them to us at the Duobo building. Certainly, Lin Chen replied with profound respect. I have just received a fresh batch of spiritual tea, quite delightful in flavor. Let this be a token of our newfound friendship, the elder said. Not waiting for Lin Chen to decline, as he produced a packet of spiritual tea from his storage pouch and pressed it into Lin Chen's hands. Thank you, senior. I shall accept it, Lin Chen replied gratefully. Haha, do visit often. My surname is Gu. You may call me Elder Gu from now on. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Gu, Lin Chen said with utmost respect and courtesy. After the pleasantries, as Lin Chen departed, a fierce glint flashed across the old man and Appo's face. Young lad, regardless of your background, it is a vain hope to seek benefits from me. With that, he gently clapped his hands, and a burly figure clad in black robes and a wide-brimmed hat stepped forward. This boy is rather peculiar. Seize an opportunity to capture him. I wish to interrogate him thoroughly. Rest assured, he is merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. Once accomplished, the spirit stones shall be plentiful. The stout figure replied confidently, emphasizing the spirit stones to ensure no deceit. Fear not. I have never shortchanged those who assist me. However, this matter must remain strictly confidential. It is of no concern to the Duobao building. Of course, the burly figure nodded slightly. With a powerful talisman and 2 Xianling pills of 7 patterns now in his storage pouch, Lin Chen felt an exhilarating rush within. Having acquired the desired pills, he felt indifferent towards the task at hand. He had no desire to become a pawn in the deceptive games of sect cultivators. As before, he traversed the marketplace, ensuring no cultivators followed him, before hastily making his way back to the sect. The distance to Qingyun's sect was still considerable, requiring at least 10 days of travel. Although he could fly on his sword, his lower cultivation level meant that his spiritual energy would deplete quickly, forcing him to consume pills eventually. After 3 days of travel, as he passed through a dense forest, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Lin Chen, alarmed, initially suspected an ambush but soon relaxed, concluding it was merely the wind. Shaking his head, he prepared to continue on his way, only to catch a faint trace of spiritual awareness that suggested someone was following him. Since cultivating the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong, his spiritual sense had greatly exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Am I being watched? Lin Chen's heart raced. Despite his cautiousness throughout the journey, he had not noticed anyone pursuing him. Yet, upon further investigation, he discerned no signs of a follower. Was it a mistake? Just as he pondered, a sharp, mocking voice echoed, "Youngster, you are not mistaken. It is indeed I who am following you. You are quite nimble, causing me quite the chase." As the words fell, a shadow emerged slowly from the thicket ahead. The individual was tall, wearing a heavy hat. With thin eyes and a narrow mouth, speaking in a sarcastic tone, Lin Chen's hand instinctively moved towards his storage pouch, concealing a stack of talismans within his sleeve. "Who are you? And why are you following me?" "It matters not. Allow me to introduce myself as a rogue cultivator." The burly man nonchalantly brushed his sparse beard, then continued, "As for my reason for following you, tell me, did you purchase the ancient sword at Duobao building?" "Ancient sword? What ancient sword?" Lin Chen feigned ignorance. "Ha. Very well. Considering you are a disciple of Qingyun sect, surrender your storage pouch, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall taste the wrath of my ghost head blade." The burly man revealed his cultivation level, slowly releasing the aura of the 8th level of Qi refinement. Lin Chen felt a twinge of nervousness at first, but seeing that the man dismissed him so easily, he found a sense of calm. The cultivation insights of demonic practitioners had mentioned, when confronting a nefarious individual of similar cultivation, one could strike first. Remembering this, Lin Chen feigned a bow. "Ah, esteemed senior. Ha. Do not waste time. We rogues have little interest in such trivial formalities. Seeing you possess some manners, hand over your storage pouch to avoid suffering bodily harm." "Very well," Lin Chen replied, his eyes turning cold, a faint smile gracing his lips. In that instant, he summoned 3 inferior talismans, the Fireball Talisman, the Lightning Strike Talisman, and the Fire Serpent Talisman. In an explosion of sound, the forest was illuminated by flames, followed by the sound of shattering. The burly man was taken aback. Having activated his protective barrier a moment earlier, yet he could not withstand the surprise assault. "Not bad, young lad. You dare to act so boldly despite your modest strength." After his protective barrier shattered, the residual force from the talisman struck his body, causing him to wince. Clutching his chest, the burly man's expression turned pained. "Very well. I see today I must unleash my full wrath." After muttering to himself, the burly man summoned a strange large blade, and upon casting a spell, dark energy began to swirl around it, with black skulls hanging from the blade's edge. "Go," he commanded, and the skulls emitted excited shrieks as they soared towards Lin Chen. Demonic creatures? Lin Chen was taken aback, promptly conjuring a protective barrier. This was his first encounter with a true demonic practitioner, and though anxiety gripped him, the aura emanating from the skulls felt oddly familiar. After all, he had practiced the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong, and upon contact, he felt an exhilarating thrill. The swarm of black skulls spiraled above him, exuding a dense malevolent energy, seeking the perfect opportunity to strike. The Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong contained methods for cultivating malevolent energy, often absorbed by demonic practitioners to enhance their strength. Absorb. Lin Chen executed a peculiar spell, drawing the surrounding malevolent energy into his body. With the malevolent energy depleted, the black skulls hovering above came to a halt. Chapter 18. Decapitation. Who are you? Are you also a practitioner of demonic cultivation? The burly cultivator's face was marked with incredulity, for even against a demonic practitioner, he had never encountered such prowess. "Humph. You speak too much," Lin Chen retorted, his expression grave. Seizing the moment of the opponent's astonishment, he summoned the ancient sword he had just acquired. Upon infusing it with his spiritual power, a tremendous sword cry echoed. As it was his first time wielding this artifact, he suddenly realized that his surrounding energy was being voraciously consumed, leaving his complexion pale. Fortunately, just as his spiritual power was nearly depleted, he released the flying sword. With a resounding hum, it sped towards the burly cultivator. "Today, I shall see what skills you possess." The cultivator clutched his storage bag and summoned a massive black shield. Just as he did so, Lin Chen's flying sword whistled through the air. In a flash, a loud bang resonated, and the immense spiritual pressure emanating from the sword forced the burly cultivator to stagger back several steps, a look of surprise dawning on his face. "Impressive. The power is formidable. It seems this ancient sword shall be mine." After a moment of excitement, he began to weave hand signs, channeling a significant amount of spiritual energy into the black shield, effortlessly withstanding the assault. "Haha, I shall see how much spiritual power you possess." While using the black shield to fend off the sword's might, the burly cultivator advanced slowly. Lin Chen was secretly alarmed. If this stalemate continued, it would be exceedingly disadvantageous for him. Thus, he consumed a chi recovery pill, replenishing his spiritual energy, and then reached for his storage bag to summon the inferior-grade black exquisite tower. Infusing what little power remained into it, the tower suddenly expanded in size. Haha. A shabby item from the treasure pavilion, although of a lower grade, it is still worth quite a sum of spirit stones. The cultivator's face lit up with surprise. "Oh, it seems the elder is quite familiar with the treasure pavilion." Lin Shan vaguely sensed that this ambush was related to the old man. It is no harm to inform you. The one intending to trouble you this time is indeed from the treasure pavilion. The burly cultivator chuckled. Originally intending to distract Lin Shan with this statement, the ensuing events took an unexpected turn, leading to his deep regret. The summoned black exquisite tower whizzed towards him, feigning an attack before soaring past overhead. After it passed, Lin Shan subtly gestured, and a mid-grade lightning talisman struck with a crack. This was merely a prelude. The subsequent talisman was the true trump card. The attacks from the ancient sword and the black exquisite tower were superficial. Lin Shan did not rely on them, but on the overwhelming power of the talismans, which were among the few that the old man had left behind. The burly cultivator was taken aback, instantly sensing something amiss. As the talisman detonated, a colossal bolt of lightning slammed into the black shield, shattering it with a deafening crash. A mid-grade talisman? The cultivator was propelled back several feet by the overwhelming electric assault, both incredulous and pained. Such a fine item, wasted in your hands. If you were to surrender willingly, it might grant you a quicker demise. Otherwise, it would be soul extraction and spirit refinement. Is that so? You speak too much. In the midst of their exchange, another mid-grade talisman was quickly activated, unleashing a massive fire serpent talisman that ensnared him in flames. What? There's more? Before the burly cultivator could finish his sentence, another explosion erupted. The intense flames blazed rapidly, the power of the mid-grade talisman far surpassing that of the inferior grade ones. A wail of agony pierced the air as he writhed in torment. Lin Shan had discerned that the ancient sword was siphoning too much of his spiritual power and, realizing he was at a disadvantage, resolved not to squander more time on this opponent. He had secretly prepared 2 mid-grade talismans left by the old man. Seizing the opportunity as the cultivator struggled amidst the inferno, he summoned all his strength to propel the ancient sword towards the foe's corporeal form. With a thrust, the flying sword pierced through the cultivator's chest, a spurt of blood gushing forth. The burly cultivator's eyes were filled with reluctance, fury, and disbelief. With a thud, he finally collapsed to the ground. Seeing his opponent fall, Lin Shan let out a sigh of relief. This confrontation, though perilous, had concluded without calamity. However, the ancient sword had consumed the vast majority of his spiritual energy. Had the battle continued any longer, he would have been the one in dire straits. The successful slaying of his adversary was not only due to the element of surprise, but also hinged on the use of the mid-grade talismans, whose formidable power was now diminished to just 2 remaining. Despite the loss, which stung his heart, this battle had opened his eyes, especially regarding the exceptional artifacts wielded by practitioners of demonic cultivation. As he reached down, the storage bag of the fallen cultivator appeared in his grasp. Delving into it with his consciousness, a wave of astonishment washed over his face. It seemed this burly cultivator had not shied away from illicit activities. Contained within were 100 spirit stones and 30 low-grade talismans. Additionally, various healing pills, chi recovery elixirs, and cultivation-enhancing medicines abounded. With 10 vials of mid-grade Shinling pills among them, these resources would suffice for an extended period of cultivation. Moreover, he discovered several jade slips closely linked to the treasure pavilion. After perusing their contents, a grave expression settled on his features. Indeed, the world of cultivation is rife with deception, this old fox. In a fit of anger, he discarded the spirit tea gifted by the elder. However, feeling a pang of regret for its subtle benefits to cultivation, he decided to reclaim it. With a flick of his fingertip, a brilliant light emerged, and a massive fireball erupted, igniting the corpse in flames. Once the body had been reduced to ashes, he emotionlessly made his way back toward the sect, quickening his pace. To mitigate any potential threats, he took a more circuitous route. Upon returning to the sect, a wave of safety washed over him. The marketplace had been fraught with treachery and peril. As he arrived at the affairs hall to register, Shangguan Shao furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. You were 3 days late. If all sect members were like you, how could I possibly report to the higher-ups? Lin Shan bowed respectfully and smiled. I ventured to the marketplace and gained invaluable insights, a small token of appreciation. Upon receiving a pouch of spirit stones from Lin Shan, Shangguan Shao and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. And with a subtle smile, he said, Junior brother, we have known each other for quite some time. Such trivial matters are easily settled. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, he pocketed the spirit stones. I see your cultivation is steadily advancing. If you have any significant matters in the future, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Shan bowed again in gratitude, fully aware that these were mere pleasantries and should not be taken to heart. Shangguan Shao, pleased with Lin Shan and Appo's demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. Lin Shan couldn't and Appo's help but recall a saying from the insights of demonic cultivation: those who are eloquent can navigate the treacherous waters of the cultivation world with ease. Chapter 19, the 7th layer of Qi refinement and news. Returning to the cave, Lin Shan began to prepare for his cultivation, starting to refine the 7-patterned Xianling Dan in his hand. Sitting cross-legged, he gazed at the 7-patterned elixir before him, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. As the elixir entered his body, it felt like a fiery iron plunging into cold water, producing a sizzling sound. A powerful wave of spiritual energy rapidly spread throughout him, causing him to stagger and involuntarily exclaim in pain. For cultivators, consuming elixirs must be done in strict accordance with their cultivation level. Even the slightest mistake could lead to death. Lin Shun was acutely aware of this. Yet knowing that he could not elevate his level, he had no choice but to take the risk. He continuously formed hand seals, enduring immense pain as he exerted himself to refine the elixir. The potent spiritual energy relentlessly battered his meridians, eventually permeating through his limbs and bones. Originally an elixir meant for late-stage qi refinement cultivators, Lin Shun was astonished to find it greatly beneficial for his mid-stage level. Soon, the tightness in his brows began to ease, as he felt the shackles within him loosening. The loosening of these restraints resembled a collapsing wall, swaying precariously under the pressure of spiritual energy. Elated, Lin Shun was determined not to miss this opportunity. He refrained from consuming more Xianling Dan, and instead utilized the elixirs from the storage bag of the burly cultivator. Once ingested, these elixirs unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy within him. After refining most of the elixirs, he finally experienced a breakthrough. With a resounding thud from within, white mist began to emanate from his back, and he felt an overwhelming pain, letting out a cry. At that moment, he broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. The spiritual energy stored in his dantian had multiplied several times, his physical form grew increasingly robust, and the range of his spiritual perception expanded once more. Though it was merely a minor breakthrough, it illuminated Lin Shun and Apos' path forward, instilling hope for his imminent ascendance to the foundation establishment stage. After a refreshing bath and changing into a pristine white robe, he appeared invigorated and more refined. Just as he prepared to exit the cave, a melodious voice echoed. "Senior brother, are you there? Is it her?" Lin Shun suddenly recalled that he had previously urged her to come. The voice belonged to Lu Qing'er, who was clad in a delicate green dress, her face adorned with a subtle blush, clearly the result of careful preparation. Discovering no one responded within the cave, she felt somewhat disappointed. Just as she was about to leave, the cave door creaked open. Lin Shun emerged slowly, wearing a gentle smile, and said warmly, "Junior sister has arrived." Lu Qing'er, who had intended to turn away, brightened at the sound of his voice. Having experienced good results from the elixirs he had provided previously, her visit this time was undoubtedly for the same purpose. 7th layer of qi refinement? Seeing Lin Shun's cultivation level had risen again, her eyes brimmed with disbelief. She recalled their first encounter, when his abilities were rather average. Now, his cultivation exceeded hers by several tiers, and her former arrogance diminished significantly. After a moment of daze, she felt a twinge of bitterness but soon smiled charmingly, saying, "It's been a while since I've seen you, senior brother. I wanted to have a chat." "Oh, please come in." Lin Shun understood her intentions well. Inside the cave, he awkwardly prepared a pot of spiritual tea, a gift from the esteemed Gu family cultivator of the Duobao building. With Lu Qing and Apos present, it was the perfect opportunity to sample it. Once brewed, a fragrant aroma wafted through the cave. "Please," Lin Shun said with a smile. However, he had not tested the tea himself and was hesitant to consume it recklessly. Recalling the warnings and insights of the demon cultivator about trusting no one, Lu Qing and Apos, being a lower-tier cultivator, had never tasted spiritual tea before. She found herself curious and excited by the rich fragrance and gulped down a mouthful. As the tea entered her system, it felt like a potent liquor, releasing an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy. Her fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue, and she felt slightly dizzy, realizing she needed to refine it slowly. Even so, the excess spiritual energy coursed through her body, her radiant face glowing vibrantly. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Qing'er struggled to find words, her cheeks still flushed. Lin Shun, noticing her reaction, smiled lightly, understanding that the tea was indeed safe. Taking a sip himself, accompanied by the lingering fragrance, he felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy spreading within him. Prepared and now stronger, he experienced no discomfort. Instead, he sensed the tea enhancing his cultivation. Observing Lu Qing'er's crimson face, he smiled and inquired, "Junior sister, what brings you here today?" Wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, she awkwardly replied, "Senior brother, you told me to come by every so often, and here I am." Known for her eloquence, Lu Qing and Apos was not one to be easily deterred. "Junior brother, several incidents have transpired within the sect recently," she continued hastily. Lin Shun nodded slightly, wearing a bemused expression. "Strange occurrences have been reported outside the Qixia Peak Hall. I heard about a cultivator named Li Tong who suddenly vanished, allegedly taking some spiritual herbs with him. Is that so?" Lin Shun feigned surprise, intrigued. "This was relayed to me by a low-tier cultivator managing the spiritual herbs at Qixia Peak." Lu Qing and Apos whispered. "The sect has attempted several investigations, but each time, they were thwarted by Gu Jingjing's family connections." Upon hearing this, Lin Shun felt a sense of relief, sensing there was more to the tale. It seemed Li Tong's theft of the spiritual herbs was not solely for personal gain. It perhaps involved Gu Jingjing as well. Moreover, Tianyuan Peak has recently been inundated with bizarre tasks, offering an unusually high number of spirit stones. Lu Qing'o continued to recount various sect matters, delving into the intrigues and gossip among cultivators. However, Lin Chen found little interest in such trivialities. After patiently listening, he gradually asked, "Have you gathered information on Ouyangyu?" Despite their vast disparity in cultivation levels, due to Su Yutong and Appo's involvement, he felt it necessary to take precautions. Insights of the demon cultivator had advised vigilance and forethought against potential dangers. Senior brother, he is the youngest son of Elder Ouyang, a sword cultivator. He is notoriously unruly and has a penchant for bullying his peers. Recently, I heard he has been pursuing Su Yutong. I am aware of that, Lin Chen replied, furrowing his brow, as this news was common knowledge within the sect. Seeing his discontent, Lu Qing and Appo's quickly added, "He has a peculiar habit of secretly visiting the brothels in the marketplace every month." Chapter 20. Scheming, is such a thing possible? Of course. I heard it from a female cultivator, who was said to be practicing a certain technique. Lu Qing replied softly. Her implication was unmistakable. This individual was secretly cultivating demonic practices, specifically the dual cultivation path. Junior sister, in the future, be sure to investigate thoroughly. You should take these 2 bottles of elixirs first. Lin Chen nodded slightly, retrieving 2 bottles of low-grade elixirs from his storage pouch. Lu Qing initially intended to decline, but the words died on her lips as she realized her dire need for elixirs to enhance her cultivation. Upon inspecting the contents, her expression brightened considerably. Although the elixirs were not of high grade, their quantity was ample, and their quality surpassed that of those distributed by the sect. Thank you, junior brother. Lu Qing'er felt a twinge of unease in her heart, aware that her contribution was minimal. At that moment, Lin Chen slowly approached her, gently brushing his fingers through her flowing hair. Startled, Lu Qing'er felt a wave of panic. She had always guarded her purity within the sect, skillfully evading the advances of several male cultivators. After all, there was a restriction placed on her by the other party. Should they take an interest in her, she would be powerless to resist. Her body trembled involuntarily, tears welling in her eyes, her face flushed as she lowered her gaze, feeling utterly lost. However, the situation did not unfold as she had feared. Lin Chen, after a brief caress of her hair, withdrew his hand. Gently, senior sister. There are many tasks ahead that require your attention. The immediate priority is to swiftly elevate your cultivation. Lu Qing and Appo's exhaled in relief, stammering, "Senior brother, please rest assured." It seemed the senior sister still felt a sense of obligation, so Lin Chen asked, "Then, help me investigate a certain individual." Looking into her beautiful eyes, he whispered, "This person is Liao Bufan from Qixia Peak." Understood. I will certainly uncover the details within 10 days. Lu Qing'er nodded slightly, stowing the elixir bottles in her pouch before hurriedly departing. Observing her retreating figure, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Quite lovely. What a pity. But there will be ample time in the future. Once Lu Qing'er was a considerable distance away, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, though her eyes were filled with uncertainty. Glancing back at the peak where Lin Chen resided, she murmured, "Junior brother, what exactly do you wish for me to do in the future? Is it merely to probe into the sect and Appo's secrets?" Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having tidied his attire, proceeded leisurely towards Qixia Peak. Reflecting on Gu Jingjing's suggestion to take some time to consider, he couldn't help but smirk. With the elixirs he desired now acquired, he felt indifferent. As he neared Qixia Peak, a sudden scream pierced the air, followed by a familiar voice exclaiming, "Useless, you wasted my spiritual herbs. Get lost." It was none other than Gu Jingjing, her expression dark and stormy. However, upon spotting Lin Chen, she appeared momentarily taken aback. "Oh, I wondered why I hadn't seen you these days. Turns out you were busy cultivating." Gu Jingjing observed Lin Chen had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, a peculiar expression crossing her face. "Senior sister, under normal circumstances, I should have arrived at Qixia Peak earlier. But I have been feeling on the verge of a breakthrough lately, hence my delay." Lin Chen feigned respect and embarrassment. "No matter, then come with me," Gu Jingjing replied unhurriedly. Upon entering her chamber, 2 restrictions activated swiftly. One, a soundproof barrier. The other, a formation to prevent mental probing. Her gaze fell upon Lin Chen, laced with a hint of coldness, as she inquired, "Junior brother, how have you considered the matter I mentioned?" "Senior sister, I have been preoccupied with my impending breakthrough and wonder if I might have a bit more time to contemplate." "Trying to delay?" "Humph. It seems only you at Qixia Peak would dare speak to me in such a way. Yet, considering you have the audacity to slay Li Tong, what do these words matter?" Lin Chen's heart sank upon hearing this, yet he quickly composed himself, realizing it was merely a test. He feigned shock. "Senior sister, that cannot be said lightly. Li Tong's cultivation is far superior to mine. Moreover, the sect has strict rules against harming fellow disciples." "Is that so? Don't think I didn't notice Li Tong's dissatisfaction with you. Had he not recklessly sought you out, he would not have met his current fate." Feigning great surprise, Lin Chen exclaimed, "Senior sister, such words should not be spoken so carelessly. Please spare your junior brother." "Humph. Whether you have a guilty conscience, only heaven knows. It seems you truly do not wish to appreciate that high-grade Xianling elixir. In a couple of days, I shall refine it. Perhaps your cultivation could even see an improvement." Gu Jingjing and Appo's gaze bore into Lin Chen as she spoke. Then allow me to preemptively congratulate senior sister. Your cultivation will surely advance. Lin Chen offered compliments. At this, Gu Jingjing's expression faltered, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen as she stated, in a month's time, Brother Liao will journey to Tianyuan City. Since you cannot slay him, attempt to injure him instead. This should be a trivial task for you, no? Lin Chen and Apos' face once again reflected his difficulty, knowing well that the more he displayed his struggles, the greater his bargaining power. Gu Jingjing's brows furrowed slightly. She scoffed. This matter is settled. Should you fail to accomplish the task, be prepared to leave Qixia Peak. But you are aware of the fates that befall those expelled from here, are you not? Understanding there was no retreat left, Lin Chen's demeanor turned serious as he bowed. Senior sister, please rest assured, I will complete the task. Good. I shall await your favorable news. With that, Gu Jingjing waved her hand dismissively. However, just as Lin Chen turned to leave, he suddenly sensed an unusual force approaching. A faint fragrance wafting through the air. His expression froze, immediately grasping the implication. He blurted, Senior sister, what is your intent? This is soul capture powder. Should you complete your task, I will provide you with the antidote. If not, do not blame me for not granting you a chance. Gu Jingjing replied coldly. Soul capture powder? Lin Chen was secretly alarmed. He was well aware of its properties, which could severely damage one's consciousness or even lead to death. Gu Jingjing, skilled in her means of manipulation, cast her spell, revealing a chilling expression. Lin Chen dared not express any displeasure, bowing slightly before hastening his departure. Once outside her chamber, his expression grew increasingly grave, filled with dissatisfaction. Now entangled in this matter concerning elixirs, he found himself at the mercy of this woman. Uncertain of how many more such troublesome situations would arise in the future. If he were to successfully ambush Brother Liao, it would bind him irrevocably to her. Should he fail, he would undoubtedly suffer the torment of the soul capture powder. Chapter 21. A turn of events. Tianyuan City is the ancestral land of Liao Bufan. Any actions taken within the city would undoubtedly stir unnecessary troubles, making a stealthy ambush along the way the only viable option. However, there are 3 routes leading to Tianyuan City, and a miscalculated ambush could result in complete failure. After much contemplation, Lin Chen chose not to act impulsively, instead opting to await news from Lu Qing and Apos. Thus, 10 days swiftly passed in a blend of cultivation and anticipation. On one particular day, Lu Qing and Apos arrived at the cave where Lin Chen resided. Senior brother, I have gathered the information. Liao Shixiang will set out for Tianyuan City ahead of schedule. Oh? Which route will he take? Lin Chen inquired, his curiosity piqued by this crucial detail. Through Fenghuan Mountain, Lu Qing and Apos replied in a hushed tone. Is this information reliable? Lin Chen was astonished by the thoroughness of the intelligence gathered. Yes, senior brother, it is beyond doubt. The patriarch of the Liao family is celebrating his birthday, and many notable cultivators from distant lands are returning to their ancestral home. I learned this from a drunken Liao family cultivator, Lu Qing assured him with conviction. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen fell into contemplation. There was no time left to investigate further, as any attempt at reconnaissance would likely lead to discovery. Lu Qing was unaware of the Liao family's true intentions, but as a lower-tier cultivator, this was an opportune moment to curry favor with the Liao family. Perhaps by presenting some spiritual herbs, elixirs, or spirit stones. Very well, I am aware of this matter. You may leave now, he said, producing a vial of elixirs from his storage pouch. Lu Qing and Apos, sensing his unusual demeanor, chose to withdraw without further comment. Once she had departed, Lin Chen swiftly retrieved a map and examined it closely. The 3 routes to Tianyuan City were as follows. The first was a well-trodden path, smooth yet time-consuming. The second led through the dangerous mountains, infested with beasts and thus not an option, which left the final route through Fenghuan Mountain. Could it be that they chose Fenghuan Mountain merely for its proximity? As he pondered this, he suddenly recalled the legends of the Tianxian grass found in that region. The Tianxian grass, a rare herb known to mitigate inner demons, was indeed a valuable prize. Understanding dawned upon him. It appeared that the Liu family sought to harvest the Tianxian grass to present to their elders. A sense of urgency surged within Lin Chen. With powerful artifacts and talismans at his disposal, he realized that if he could severely injure them, it would suffice to fulfill his objective. Yet, he was reluctant to simply allow them to claim the Tianxian grass unchallenged. It would be a tremendous loss. After much deliberation, he resolved to make thorough preparations. He was uncertain of the number of cultivators accompanying them, and he would not engage in reckless gambles. Thus, he decided to visit the sect and Apos' market to procure some formidable artifacts. Recalling his previous encounter with the elderly, silver-haired man, he felt a surge of caution and proceeded directly to the Shanggu Pavilion, where he had previously purchased the Xianling pill. At least there, he had established a rapport and could trust the quality of the elixirs. As before, he donned a black robe and a heavy hat to conceal his identity, choosing to visit just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Ah, young master, you've returned. Shui Wan'er greeted him with a radiant smile. Though she was taken aback by his rapid advancement to the 7th level of qi refinement in such a short time. Indeed, Lin Chen replied with a slight nod. making his way directly to the section displaying the artifacts. His gaze fell upon a collection of exquisite and powerful artifacts, stirring a sense of awe within him. However, upon hearing Shui Wanna's pricing, his heart sank. Many of the formidable mid-tier artifacts demanded at least 3 Xinling pills with 7 lines. He had only managed to replicate one during this time, and with only 2 remaining in his possession, he found himself unable to make the exchanges. Maintaining a calm facade, he listened intently to her offers. When his eyes landed on a formation known as the Immortal trapping array, his curiosity deepened. Over the years, he had heard that cultivators often relied on various formations during battles, but due to his previous limitations, he had never had the opportunity to utilize them. Now, they would be invaluable for dealing with a group of cultivators. Shui Wanner, having honed her sharp eye within the shop, noticed his interest and smiled. This item is suitable for mid-stage qi refinement cultivators and does not consume substantial amounts of spiritual energy. As she quoted the price, Lin Xun remained composed, saying little in response. Although the cost was steep, he had acquired a number of valuable items from the burly cultivator's storage pouch, allowing him to manage the payment. After surveying the offerings, he gradually made his way to a private room. What would you like this time, young master? Shui Wanner inquired cheerfully while preparing fragrant spiritual tea. This time, however, her actions were bolder. Noticing Lin Xun and Appo's lack of resistance, she leaned in closer. Lin Xun furrowed his brow and replied coolly, "Let us focus on business." Shui Wan and Appo's smiled in response. "I know what you desire. I will fetch it for you right away." Shortly thereafter, a set of flying needles, 10 thunder pearls, the Immortal trapping array, and a concealment formation were laid out before Lin Xun. He was secretly astonished, despite his earlier calm demeanor. He had not anticipated that she would guess his needs so accurately. "Do these artifacts suffice?" she asked, producing a pristine storage pouch from which she retrieved the artifacts belonging to the burly cultivator. "Barter? Allow me to assess their value," she said, her slender waist swaying as she calculated. After a moment, she parted her lips, smiling. "These artifacts can completely offset the cost, and there will be a bit left over. How about substituting the remainder with lower-tier talismans?" "That works," Lin Xun replied, relieved that he would not have to part with the Xinling pills, which were costly and consumed a significant amount of vitality. Once the items were secured, he, as before, circled the market to ensure he was not being followed before heading in a more distant direction. As for the artifacts, He Yuan, the middle-aged steward, observed carefully, his brow furrowed in thought. "Steward, I have examined these artifacts thoroughly. They are quite exceptional among inferior-grade items," Shui Wanner spoke with confidence. "While these items are sound, the artifacts seem connected to the newly opened treasure shop, Duobao Building." He Yuan remarked gravely, almost to himself. Could this individual be a spy for Duobao Building? At this point, Shui Wanner's expression darkened, as traveling companions could easily become adversaries. "How peculiar he is. I will conduct a thorough investigation. Remember to discreetly release spirit insects to follow him the next time he visits," he ordered. "Yes," Shui Wan and Appo's replied, bowing slightly. This time, Lin Xun did not return directly to the sect but instead made his way towards Fenghuan Mountain. Regardless of the veracity of the information, he had to take the risk. Fenghuan Mountain was a place Lin Xun had never visited before. The air was fresh, and the spiritual energy was abundant. Dense forests filled the mountains, interspersed with steep cliffs, and the occasional roar of beasts echoed in the distance. The rumors of rare spiritual herbs had drawn numerous cultivators, creating a natural ambush site. Lin Xun felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Chapter 22, A Twist of Fate. At present, I have only reached the 7th level of qi refinement, and the range of my spiritual perception is rather limited. In the days to come, I shall diligently familiarize myself with the terrain of this place, particularly the narrow passage leading to Tianyuan City. After several confirmations, I calmly began to set up a trapping array along the necessary route. Once Liao Bufan and his companions enter, I can activate it immediately, followed by launching a Thunder Pearl, which will surely deal them a grievous blow. Having arranged everything, I discreetly sought out a secluded spot to establish a concealment array and sat cross-legged in meditation. At this moment, a phrase from Insights of the Demon Cultivator echoed in my mind. "All fellow disciples are enemies." However, just after I had completed the concealment array, I suddenly noticed the approach of other cultivators nearby. A gust of wind swept by, revealing a young man clad in white, a familiar yet sinister figure lurking not far away. Who could this be? Lin Xun was taken aback, utterly astonished to discover that it was none other than Ouyang Yu, the youngest son of the sect's elder sword cultivator. Ouyang Yu's demeanor was furtive, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings. After confirming that no one was around, he let out a sly chuckle, waved his long sleeves, and swiftly departed. What brings him here? Is he also after spiritual herbs? Lin Xun was filled with curiosity about his intentions. The unsettling nature of his laughter suggested ill intent, but hidden within the concealment array, I was in no rush. I was eager to observe his actions. Thus, I resumed my meditative practice, allowing the threads of spiritual energy to flow into my body, inducing an indescribable feeling of comfort. Shortly thereafter, Ouyang Yu returned, accompanied by a familiar face. "Su Yutong?" Lin Xun squinted, nearly exclaiming, But fortunately, the concealment array muffled his voice, preventing discovery. Senior brother, have you found the spiritual herb? Su Yutong and Appo's face radiated joy. Indeed, I happen to possess a puppet that drew the beast away, allowing me to return undetected and successfully acquire the herb. Ouyang replied with a wink and a smile. Hearing this, Lin Chen could not help but scoff internally, recognizing the falsehood in Ouyang and Appo's expression. This is wonderful. With this, I have completed the task entrusted by our master. Su Yutong sighed in relief, her face alight with happiness. Junior sister, besides this spiritual herb, I have also gathered a rare herb that is 500 years old. If you refine it, you will undoubtedly break through to the 11th level of Qi refinement. Ouyang continued, producing a jade box from his storage bag. Senior brother, please wait. I cannot accept your offering. Su Yutong's expression shifted, shaking her head in refusal. Why is that? You are my junior sister. Do you truly think so little of my gift? A frown crossed Ouyang's face, though he quickly shifted his tone to a smile, inching closer to Su Yutong. Senior brother, please do not approach me like that. My heart is steadfast on the path. I have long since transcended the matters of men and women. Su Yutong's face paled, retreating a couple of steps in alarm. However, Lin Chen keenly observed that Ouyang had quietly opened the jade box. Alas, junior sister, your purity is truly exceptional. It would be a pity if you refused this herb. Ouyang lamented, feigning deep sorrow. As his words fell, Su Yutong staggered, instinctively reaching for her head. Poisoned. Lin Chen and Appo's heart sank. He could not have anticipated that Ouyang would stoop to such treachery. Su Yutong was taken aback, shocked to discover that her seemingly refined and elegant senior brother would commit such an act. Senior brother, do not come any closer. What have you done? Junior sister. At this point, it is pointless to hide the truth. You have been poisoned by the Ziyun grass, and you will feel weakness throughout your body for 3 hours. With no one around, you shall accompany your senior brother today. A faint, sinister smile crept onto Ouyang's face. Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. They shared a close relationship, and he could not allow Su Yutong to suffer a grave misfortune. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he flicked a stone towards the distance. With a loud thud, the noise startled Ouyang. Who goes there? His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he drew a gleaming longsword from his storage bag and approached the direction of the fallen stone. Lin Chen's heart leapt with joy, for Ouyang had unwittingly stepped into the trap he had set. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he unleashed a spell directed at the trapping array. With a resounding crash, the array emitted a blue radiance, swiftly enveloping Ouyang. Ouyang was taken aback, immediately urging his flying sword toward the array. A series of explosive sounds echoed, but the array proved resistant to his attempts at breach. What nonsense is this? Who is responsible? In his fury, Lin Chen, adorned with a mask, swiftly emerged from the concealment array and made his way towards Su Yutong. At this moment, her complexion was flushed, her eyes glazed over, teetering precariously. Just as she was about to fall, Lin Chen caught her in time and quickly retreated from the area, ensuring he did not forget to reclaim the concealment array before leaving. Ouyang, witnessing the woman he sought escape with another cultivator, was filled with anxiety and intensified his assaults. Merely a low-level array. Once it shatters, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen carried Su Yutong deep into the forest, having grown quite familiar with the area over recent days. He soon discovered a secluded spot and quickly set up another concealment array around them. Yet, he was suddenly taken aback to find Su Yutong and Appo's delicate hand wrapped around his waist. Senior sister, please, you must not, Lin Chen exclaimed, startled by her flushed face and disheveled attire. The matters between men and women have their boundaries, and he held great respect for Su Yutong, unwilling to cross such lines. Junior brother, thank you for saving me, but I have been poisoned by the Ziyun grass. If I do not receive the antidote in time, what will happen? Lin Chen, though well-read on herbal lore, had never encountered such a spiritual herb. The Ziyun grass is a poison reserved for higher-level cultivators. Without another cultivator's aid in dispelling it, the consequences range from the loss of one's cultivation to death, Su Yutong confessed, her face flushed with shame. Junior brother, I must tell you the truth. I possess the heavenly fragrance body. The revelation struck Lin Chen like lightning. For this rare constitution was said to soften the shackles within a cultivator and Appo's body, illuminating Ouyang and Appo's sinister motives. I cannot, senior sister, I cannot do that. As he grappled with his internal conflict, Su Yutong. Chapter 23, 8th layer of Qi refinement. The surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, yet within the concealment array, an entirely different scene unfolded. Lin Chen could distinctly perceive the shackles within him gradually loosening. He had never anticipated that the heavenly fragrance body would wield such significant and direct influence. Days passed, and sensing the opportune moment, he promptly consumed a 7th pattern Xianling pill. As the medicinal essence entered his mouth, a surge of potent spiritual energy swiftly spread throughout his body. Under the process of refinement, it quickly coalesced into an immensely powerful force, surging towards the shackles. As a fine mist of white vapor began to emanate from him, he gradually ascended to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The 8th layer of Qi refinement represents the final stage of the mid-Qi refinement phase. Once this barrier is breached, he would transition into the late stage. Not long ago, he had been an aspiring disciple on the verge of becoming a mere servant, with no hope in his path to immortality. Now, he stood as a respectable practitioner of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, an astonishing transformation that left him in disbelief. Congratulations, junior brother. The ever-composed Su Yutong, already arranged in her attire, regarded Lin Shen with a faint smile that reflected a myriad of emotions. The beauty had reverted to her former self, elegant and resplendent, without a trace of sorrow. It was as if the recent events had never transpired, and she instead produced several pills from her storage pouch. Senior sister, I am sorry. Lin Shen did not accept the pills, but instead felt a wave of self-reproach. There is no need for such sentiments. Our fates are intertwined, yet the world of cultivation is exceedingly complex. Su Yutong sighed gently, shaking her head slightly. Senior sister, in the future, do not worry about me. I have no further ties to Ouyangyu. Once we return to the sect, I shall head to Zizhu Peak. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen felt a sense of relief, knowing that Zizhu Peak was home to female cultivators, thus sparing him from encountering Ouyangyu. Surveying the tranquil surroundings, he calculated that Liao Bufan and the others had likely passed through this area and made their way to the distant Tianyuan city. He lamented the failure of their mission and pondered how Gu Jingjing would torment him for it. You need not be so hard on yourself. Su Yutong, observing the significant advantage he had over her, wore a bemused expression, attempting to console him. We have lingered here for half a month. It is time to return to the sect. Lin Shen spoke softly. Indeed, the sect's regulations are strict. If one is absent for too long, they may face deductions in contribution points or even be reported to the enforcement department. Junior brother, how did you end up here? Su Yutong inquired curiously. Though their relationship had grown exceedingly close, Lin Shen hesitated to disclose his true purpose and replied with a smile, Senior sister, I heard this place is abundant in spiritual herbs, hence my visit. I see. Su Yutong accepted this explanation without suspicion. Lin Shen then gradually retracted the concealment array, though he still wore a mask to avoid recognition by the sect's disciples. Su Yutong merely smiled lightly, her gaze drifting toward the horizon, lost in thought. I once believed that the Ouyang father and son were noble gentlemen, but now I see the treachery of human hearts in their eyes. Qi refinement cultivators are no different from ants. I shall diligently train and refine myself so that they dare not bully me again. Lin Shen wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiments. Recalling the teachings from Insights on Demonic Cultivation, the path of cultivation is a contest for survival against the heavens and among mortals. After traversing for a while and emerging from the tangled forest, Su Yutong produced a flying artifact, a pristine white flying boat, from her storage pouch. Junior brother, we should not linger here any longer. Let us depart swiftly. With that, she took his hand and boarded the vessel. Upon casting a spell, the boat emitted a resounding thud and soared toward the distant sky. The wind howled around them, and as Lin Shen cautiously peered down at the bottom of the boat, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Stumbling, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Su Yutong from behind. Her face flushed slightly at his action. Yet she did not protest. Lin Shen, feeling embarrassed, withdrew his hands, thinking of her as a dear friend. Su Yutong, however, felt a hint of disappointment at his reticence. Shifting the conversation, she said, Junior brother, you have now reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement. There are 2 significant thresholds for Qi refinement disciples, the most critical being the breakthrough to foundation establishment, with this layer being the second major barrier. You must train diligently in the days to come. Yes, senior sister. Lin Shen replied earnestly. Seeing his serious demeanor, Su Yutong couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter dispelling the lingering gloom in her heart. As they neared the sect, they instinctively chose to part ways, wishing to avoid arousing suspicion among others. Watching Su Yutong depart, Lin Shen felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He recalled the unknown female cultivator who had saved him years ago. Had she not intervened, he might have long since perished. If not for the unexpected turn of fate, he would not have gained his current opportunities. Who was she truly? Lin Shen gazed at the imposing sect in the distance, a sigh escaping his lips. After lingering for a few days, he cautiously made his way to the sect affairs hall. The deacon, Shang Wanshao, was incensed at the audacity of certain cultivators who had been absent for so long. Yet, upon recognizing Lin Shen, he instantly broke into a hearty laugh, his expression revealing layers of meaning. Ah, it is you, junior brother. My, how splendid. You have already reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Excellent, excellent. Hearing the praise, Lin Shen quickly responded, Senior brother, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Not at all. Shang Wanshao waved dismissively. Despite his display of magnanimity, Lin Shen remained cautious, respectfully presenting his prepared storage pouch. Senior brother, I have gained some harvest during my outing. Please accept these spirit stones. Shang Wanshao smiled lightly, sweeping his sleeve to collect the pouch with ease. Junior brother, have you been comfortable at Qixia Peak lately? If you wish to change locations, I have connections. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen felt a twinge of bitterness. Seeking assistance from him would surely cost a fortune in spirit stones. Nevertheless, considering the unfulfilled task assigned by Gu Jingjing, it would be best to find a way to leave promptly. Thus, he replied respectfully, I am but a simpleton, lacking in knowledge of pill cultivation. If there is a suitable place, it would be most welcome. Very well, Wait for news at home. After some time, come to me. Shang Wanshao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Upon leaving the sect affairs hall, Lin Shen made his way directly to the task hall. Have you made your decision? Suitable places are scarce at the moment. The deacon, Hao Yuan, remarked blandly. Senior brother, I have reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. But I am indeed lacking in knowledge of pill cultivation. In the future, I wish to undertake some external tasks for practical experience. All right, since junior brother has other aspirations, I shall not press further. Once you select a task, come to register. Yes, senior brother. Chapter 24. The arrival of the fairy upon returning to the long-forgotten cave. Lin Shen was immediately enveloped by fatigue and soon fell into a hazy slumber. After an indeterminate time, he was suddenly awakened by a delicate fragrance wafting through the cave. As he blinked awake, he was taken aback to find the ethereal figure of the white-clad female cultivator who had once saved him standing before him. Her demeanor was serene. With brows like distant mountains, eyes resembling autumn waters, and skin as pure as snow. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, with lustrous black hair and skin that was smooth and immaculate. Junior pays respect to the esteemed senior, Lin Shen said, bowing deeply. Having recently emerged from her seclusion, Xia Qingyun felt a twinge of annoyance upon recalling past events, which led her to this location. Discovering that Lin Shen was still alive filled her heart with both surprise and joy. You have awakened? Without waiting for Lin Shen to steady himself, she cast a spell to scrutinize him closely. After her examination, curiosity piqued. She noted the absence of the poison that had previously afflicted him. Instead, his cultivation level had significantly increased. Could it be that the essence of Tao is truly within him? However, after several attempts at probing, she felt a sense of disappointment as she found no traces of suspicion. Reclaiming her power, she sighed softly. Do you know who I am? I am unaware. Lin Shen replied honestly. It is better that you remain ignorant. The internal strife within the sect is complex. There is no need for you to know too much. Focus on your cultivation. Xia Qingyun seemed to recall certain matters, and a faint sigh escaped her lips. The sect's internal conflicts had become increasingly intractable, and her disagreements with other elders left her feeling quite helpless. Previously, she had instructed her disciple, Hong Lian, to investigate the practice of demonic cultivation within the sect, only to discover that many cultivators were indeed practicing it, forcing her to abandon the inquiry. With the ongoing conflict between righteous and demonic forces, the original righteous sect was covertly encouraging any means to enhance strength. I once thought your path was utterly destroyed, yet you are now brimming with vitality. However, there seems to be some lingering toxins within you. Where did they come from? Xia Qingyun discerned immediately that this poison was a unique method employed by the Li family and asked knowingly. I offended some individuals on Qixia Peak and inadvertently fell victim to this toxin, Lin Shen explained. I see, Xia Qingyun replied with a slight smile, refraining from further inquiry. She swiftly formed a seal and channeled a substantial amount of her spiritual energy into Lin Shen. As the energy entered his body, it transformed into a warm current, spreading through his limbs and bones. Lin Shen rejoiced as he felt the soul-capturing powder gradually dissipate. Thank you, esteemed senior. However, to fully expel these toxins, I will need to consume medicinal pills. With that, she revealed a pristine white pill bottle in her delicate hand. This is the Qingling pill, specifically designed for detoxification. Take one each day, and you shall recover in 7 days. Lin Shen noted that all the pills bore 9 intricate patterns, and he was greatly astonished, realizing their considerable value. If he were to replicate them using the Qingdang artifact, they would fetch a handsome sum of spirit stones. Thank you, senior, for your life-saving grace twice over, Lin Shen said with utmost respect. Indeed, you exhibit a degree of refinement and courtesy. Yet, you are merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. Surviving in this sect and the realm of cultivation will not be easy. Xia Qingyun, having cultivated for many years, was well aware of the difficulties involved. Lin Shen nodded slightly, fully agreeing with her sentiment. Xia Qingyun observed him once more, her heart stirring. The lower-tier qi refinement cultivators were the most numerous within the sect, yet they received the least regard. Even if they perished, no one would care. The person before her was not unappealing, but their cultivation level was dismally low. Having tarnished my reputation, do not perish too soon. Then, her gaze swept around the cave, taking in its dismal state, and she shook her head slightly. What are your specialties? Lin Shen found himself at a loss for words, as he currently had no particular expertise to boast of, yet he did not wish to appear inept before her. He respectfully stated, I am adept at cultivating spiritual plants. Is that so? Xia Qingyun immediately sensed a hint of unease from Lin Shen. I happen to possess a spiritual herb that requires the care of a spiritual planter. With that, she turned her hand and produced an exquisitely crafted jade box from her storage bag. Inside the box, a faint blue glow emanated from the spiritual herb, clearly indicating its rarity, as it was a century-old spiritual plant. Upon closer inspection, she noted that its roots had begun to wither. If you succeed in nurturing it, I shall reward you. If you fail, the consequences are yours to bear. As she spoke, Xia Qingyun's demeanor turned frostily serious, an expression of ruthlessness and coldness flashing across her face. Next, she took out a meticulously crafted array formation from her storage bag and swiftly set it up in a corner of the cave. with a wave of her long sleeves. The formation activated, fully concealing the spiritual herb. You will plant the herb here, and I will return for it later. In the myriad skills of cultivation, including alchemy, formations, talismans, spiritual planting, puppetry, and beast taming, proficiency in any one of them could secure a foothold in the realm of cultivation. After conveying this, she produced a token from her storage bag and cautioned, present this token at a crucial moment. It may alleviate some troubles, but use it judiciously. Linshin, understanding the weight of her status within the sect, replied respectfully, rest assured, esteemed senior, I understand. Good. Remember, only the astute survive for long. Lin Chen's heart trembled at her words. He vaguely recalled a similar phrase from Insights of Demonic Cultivators. What cultivation method do you primarily practice now? Xia Qingyan inquired. I have not primarily practiced any specific method. Lin Chen intentionally concealed his cultivation of the Xian Dao Heavenly Demon technique. Is that so? Very well. Everyone has their little secrets, Xia Qingyan mused, slightly skeptical, yet finding humor in the fact that he was merely a qi refinement cultivator. Your rapid advancement will undoubtedly pique the curiosity of some. I possess a high-level technique for concealing cultivation. Upon finishing her words, Xia Qingyan transformed into a streak of light and vanished, leaving behind a floating green jade slip. Intrigued, Lin Chen directed his consciousness toward the slip and was elated to discover it contained two techniques, Taisu Lian Qiju and Insights on Formations. The Taisu Lian Qiju was a more advanced method of concealing one's aura than those he had previously encountered, divided into 3 stages, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. At the highest level, even nascent soul cultivators would be unable to perceive it. The Insights on Formations contained Xia Qingyun's understanding of array formations, the writing neat and elegant. It included details on illusion formations, sword formations, trapping formations, killing formations, and puzzle formations, far more comprehensive than the records in the sect's library. The only shortcoming was that she had not provided the complete text, as all the formations were of the beginner level. However, these formations were more than sufficient for a qi refinement cultivator, enabling one to stand out among their peers, though the materials for these formations were exceedingly expensive. After a surge of excitement and joy, Lin Chen promptly set about replicating the 9-pattern Qi-Ling pill. There were a total of 7 pills inside. He carefully placed them before the ancient Qingdang, then gently nicked his arm with a flying blade, allowing a significant amount of blood essence to flow into the Qingdang. As a white light flickered, an identical pill soon appeared on the table. Chapter 25. An unexpected surprise. The ability to replicate a medicinal pill is intricately linked to the quantity of vital energy present. However, at this moment, Lin Chen appeared as if he had just emerged from a grave illness, his complexion pallid and his vitality severely diminished. It took him 5 days of consuming the rejuvenation pill to regain his energy. Nevertheless, his spirit was exceedingly uplifted. If he could gradually amass a significant number of 9-patterned pills and sell them in the market, he would undoubtedly acquire a substantial fortune in spiritual stones. With high-quality medicinal pills, it would not be long before he ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement, entering the latter stages of this cultivation phase. However, he faced a formidable challenge: how to restore the withered roots of the spiritual herbs. He had discovered that infusing vital energy into the ancient green lamp could produce identical spiritual herbs. Yet he had not found a method to rejuvenate the herbs to their original state. As the days passed and the herbs continued to wither, Lin Chen's anxiety grew. Was there truly no other solution? Staring at the ancient green lamp, he fell into deep contemplation. He recalled the words of the mysterious female cultivator, warning that failure in cultivation would lead to punishment. Such rare spiritual herbs would be a grave loss if they perished in his hands. After a moment of murmuring to himself and letting out a deep sigh, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. He remembered the peculiar Tao rhythm that resided within him. Perhaps combining this rhythm with the ancient green lamp would yield extraordinary results. With this thought, he felt invigorated. Now at the 8th level of qi refinement, his spiritual perception had grown immensely. Focusing intently, he began to probe the layer of Tao rhythm within him. As his spiritual perception drew near, he found that the Tao rhythm did not reject him, unlike when he had attempted to explore it with Xia Qingyun, who had deliberately concealed it. Success. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement as he captured the essence of the Tao rhythm. All that remained was to channel a streak of white light into the ancient green lamp. Indeed, as the subtle Tao rhythm merged with the ancient green lamp, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. A more potent light emanated from it, producing not only an identical spiritual herb but one that was entirely intact. Could it truly be this simple? Lin Chen was astounded. If this method was feasible, he would no longer need to exhaust his vital energy and severely deplete his strength to replicate medicinal pills and spiritual herbs. With this revelation, he immediately set about employing the same technique to replicate pills. To his delight, with the assistance of the Tao rhythm and the ancient green lamp, he effortlessly produced 5 9-pattern cleansing pills. Relieved, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, after restoring the spiritual herbs, he dedicated himself to diligent cultivation, fearful of the sudden appearance of the enigmatic female cultivator. He first practiced the Great Void Qi Gathering technique, which proved to be a superior cultivation method, the foundational aspects were easily grasped, and those in the foundation establishment stage could not discern his cultivation level. However, the intricacies of array formations were more challenging than anticipated. Even a basic sword formation involved exceedingly complex array patterns, requiring a significant investment of time to fully comprehend and master. Furthermore, the materials necessary for these formations were exceedingly costly, compelling him to procure them from the market. Having learned from his previous encounter with the bandit cultivator, Lin Chen intentionally avoided the Shanggu Pavilion and the Duobao Tower, wandering restlessly among other shops. However, after scouring the market, he barely managed to gather the necessary materials, and they were of remarkably low quality, rendering them ineffective for the unique sword formation. In the midst of his frustration, he suddenly had a thought. Why not purchase a powerful sword formation and then modify it? With this idea in mind, Lin Chen busied himself in the marketplace. After a thorough search, he discovered that potent sword formations were only available in larger shops and auction houses. The offerings in ordinary stores were simply inadequate. Must he venture to the Shanggu Pavilion? Lin Chen decided against the Duobao Tower at this moment, as the cultivator named Gu had ulterior motives. Ah, esteemed friend. You have arrived. Shui Wan and Appos exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Chen. Upon noticing his profound aura, indicating he had reached the 8th level of qi refinement, she was taken aback, her demeanor shifting to one of respect. Lin Chen nodded slightly and began to carefully examine the items in the shop. Several appeared promising, yet none met his expectations. Was he left with no choice but to attend an auction? However, the time for that had not yet come, and he would need to wait a while longer. In a moment of despair, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an inconspicuous corner where an unusual sword formation was displayed. Shui Wan perceived the shift in his expression and quickly explained, "This formation has been here for quite some time, and for some reason, it has attracted little interest." Ah, I see. Lin Chen feigned enlightenment, yet internally, he was brimming with excitement. His interest lay not in the formation's power, but rather in the materials used to construct it. The hall was filled with cultivation resources essential for qi refinement practitioners, thus, few cultivators could discern its true value. Perhaps this formation had inadvertently found its way here. Let us proceed to a private room, he suggested, seeking to avoid the covetous eyes of other cultivators, a lesson he had learned. Once inside the private chamber, he activated the soundproof barrier. Lin Chen, eager to avoid wasting time, calmly stated, "This time, I require a set of cave-dwelling restrictions, a sword formation, and that array from before, along with 10 talismans and 5 decent thunder pearls." Such a substantial request? Shui Wan and Appos exclaimed, aware that these cultivation resources were worth a considerable sum of spiritual stones. Indeed, just these, Lin Chen urged. Upon hearing this, Shui Wan and Appos became acutely aware of the situation, her excitement palpable. "Esteemed friend, please wait a moment. I will retrieve them for you." Seeing her demeanor shift away from excessive flattery, Lin Chen felt a surge of appreciation. This visit had significantly enhanced his strength, proving that true power commands the respect it deserves. Shortly after, Shui Wan and Appos returned with 3 sets of formations and 6 jade boxes. Lin Chen gave a slight nod, but then suddenly recalled the matter of the spiritual herbs. Since the ancient green lamp exhibited such remarkable capabilities, why not procure some spiritual herbs and seeds? Additionally, please fetch me some basil, xianyi flowers, xian kulingi herbs, and sha luo flowers. But I require seedlings and the corresponding spiritual seeds. Shui Wan, upon hearing this, became even more convinced that Lin Chen was involved with spiritual planting or alchemy, her gaze shifting accordingly. "Esteemed friend, I shall retrieve those immediately." Not long after, a fragrant breeze wafted through the room as Shui Wan entered with a radiant smile. "Here are the items you requested." As she spoke, her soft form edged closer to him. Though Lin Chen felt a bit annoyed, he refrained from rejecting her, recognizing the many ways he would need her assistance in the future. "Esteemed friend, the total cost in spiritual stones is this amount. How shall we proceed with the payment?" Chapter 26, Journey to the Market and the Spirit Insect. Observing the outstretched finger of Shui Wan, Lin Chen inwardly sighed, surprised by the exorbitant cost. Fortunately, he possessed a spirit cleansing pill with 9 intricate patterns, thus avoiding any embarrassing situations. "Could you estimate the value of this pill in spirit stones?" Lin Chen inquired, retrieving a jade box from his storage pouch. Upon seeing the pill within, Shui Wan gasped, "A 9-pattern pill? What is so remarkable about it?" Noticing her exaggerated reaction, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. "Are you unaware that such pills are exceedingly difficult to refine? Please wait, I shall find someone to appraise it." Shui Wan and Appos' expression became increasingly dramatic. After regaining her composure, she excitedly exited the private chamber. The middle-aged steward, He Yuan, examined the pill closely, marveling. "Might I inquire who refined this elixir?" Lin Chen's face betrayed his hesitation. Sensing Lin Chen's discomfort, He Yuan smiled slightly and continued, "The spirit cleansing pill is a superior antidote, especially with 9 patterns. Today, I shall entrust this to your friend. These cultivation resources require merely 1 pill." Lin Chen, though maintaining a neutral expression, was internally astonished by the pill's immense worth. "Thank you." With a flourish of his long sleeves, He gathered all the cultivation resources on the table and departed without a backward glance. He Yuan watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, his previously jovial demeanor suddenly turning grave as his gaze shifted to Shui Wanner. Did you accomplish what I instructed last time? The little girl has discreetly placed the spirit insect on that friend's collar, Shui Wanner timidly replied. Is that so? Haha. Today I shall uncover this youth's true origins. The provenance of this pill is undoubtedly intricate, and perhaps there is much more to discover. He Yuan's excitement grew as he produced a compass from his storage pouch, deftly performing hand seals to imbue it with a spell. After a swirl of white mist, a small red dot appeared, slowly moving. This dot represented the tracking spirit insect concealed on Lin Chun. After exiting the shop, Lin Chun, as before, circled the market, ensuring no cultivators were tailing him before heading towards the sect. Indeed, he is a disciple of the Qingyan sect. This simplifies matters, He Yuan remarked, stroking his long beard with satisfaction. Steward he, that individual is under the sect and Apos' protection. Acquiring other pills may not be so straightforward, Shui Wan and Apos' whispered. You need not concern yourself with this. I have my own arrangements. When he visits next, returning will not be so simple, He Yuan declared, reaching out to embrace Shui Wan and Apos' tightly. Upon Lin Chun and Apos' return to the cave, he discovered that someone had already arrived. Greetings, senior, Lin Chun said with utmost respect. Standing within the cave was Xia Qingyun, who was meticulously inspecting a spirit herb, noting its vibrant health, a faint smile gracing her otherwise cold countenance. Well done. It appears you possess some skill. Thank you for your praise, senior. I shall take this spirit herb, as promised. Here is your pill. A pill? Lin Chun quickly accepted it, recalling the previous spirit cleansing pill's exceptional quality. This new pill should also be of value. How has your understanding of formations progressed? Senior, after thorough study, I find the art of formations to be profoundly intricate, not easily mastered in a short time. The materials mentioned in the insights on formations are exceedingly rare. I purchased several formations on this outing to modify them. Oh? Xia Qingyun's curiosity was piqued. However, as Lin Chun retrieved the formation from his storage pouch, her expression darkened abruptly. Senior? Lin Chun noticed her displeasure and felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of the cause. Xia Qingyun gently shook her head. The cultivation world is one of the weak, preying on the strong, rife with deceit. You must exercise greater caution. While Lin Chun was still baffled, Xia Qingyun deftly executed a hand seal, causing a luminous orb to settle upon her collar. What do you see here? Lin Chun peered closely, observing a dark object within the orb, seemingly alive, moving slowly. This is a spirit insect known as the Sin insect. It can track cultivators but is of low rank, with a limited range. After this revelation, Xia Qingyun launched a fireball at the insect. Upon realizing the source of this predicament, Lin Chun's face fell with frustration. No matter how cautious he was, certain cultivators were simply unmanageable. The matter of spirit insects opened his eyes to the necessity of enhancing his strength to ensure survival. Share your thoughts, Xia Qingyun suggested, shifting the conversation. Senior, during my visit to the market, my primary aim was to acquire materials for a sword formation. The materials are minimal, sufficient for a smaller sword formation. Subsequently, I plan to inscribe the corresponding patterns on the foundational stone, ensuring the patterns can be flexible. It appears you are not devoid of wisdom, Xia Qingyun remarked with a faint smile and a nod, as Lin Chun elaborated on his new sword formation concept. Xia Qingyun had already vanished. Gone? He murmured, disappointment etched on his face. Despite the simplicity of the sword formation, he still had several uncertainties. With a deep sigh, he meticulously began constructing the sword formation. After 5 days, with a decisive hand gesture, the modified sword formation emitted a resonant hum, suddenly materializing. The formation before him was significantly smaller than that in the insights on formations, yet it was exceedingly agile, perfectly viable for combat. With a wave of his sleeve, the sword formation above him produced a series of swift sounds, striking the cave walls with a thunderous echo. The power is somewhat less than anticipated, yet it suffices. Lin Chun expressed, quite pleased. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside the cave. Junior Lin. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Lin Chun's expression turned serious. For it was Gu Jingjing. He preferred to maintain his distance from this venomous woman. As she moved to enter, Lin Chun hastily stepped outside the cave. Greetings, Sister Gu. Initially, Gu Jingjing had been somewhat impatient, ready to reprimand him. But upon noticing his rapid advancement to the 8th level of Qi refinement, she was taken aback. With a glimmer of understanding in her eyes, she softened. So, Junior, you are a dedicated practitioner residing in such humble quarters. Sister, I lack foundation within the sect. And though I have reached the late stage of Qi refinement, I am currently residing here. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting? Let us discuss this inside. Gu Jingjing replied, her expression shifting subtly. Chapter 27. Being schemed against junior brother. I did not expect you to leave Qixia Peak without authorization while reporting your mission at the task hall. Have you considered the consequences? Senior sister, I feel that I am not suited for the art of alchemy and wish to withdraw from it. Moreover, I followed the procedures outlined by our sect, which is entirely proper. What a fine sect regulation. If everyone adhered to it, how could our sect fall to such a level? comparable to the demonic sect? Has Junior Brother forgotten about the soul-capturing powder in your body? Without my antidote, you would likely suffer from damaged consciousness at such a young age, making it impossible to reach Foundation establishment in the future. Lin Chen could not help but scoff inwardly. His body had already recovered, free of any toxins, and he was eager to uncover the true intentions of this woman. Senior sister, there were some mishaps regarding Senior Brother Lao's matter, and I was unable to complete the task. I hope you can forgive me. Well, it is indeed unrealistic to send you alone to deal with several cultivators at the late stage of Qi refinement. I have come to discuss other matters with you today. If you can accomplish them, you will reap significant rewards. A peculiar expression crossed Lin Chen and Appo's face as he recognized the depth of her scheming, understanding that her intentions were far from benevolent. Nevertheless, he maintained a respectful demeanor and replied, Senior sister, please go on. Gu Jingjing smiled lightly, creating a soundproof barrier with a flick of her hand, displaying her utmost caution. It is permissible to inform you now, there is news of rainbow grass in Guiyun City, not far from our sect. Rainbow grass? Lin Chen involuntarily blinked upon hearing this. This spiritual herb is quite remarkable, rumored to soften shackles and greatly benefit those at the Foundation establishment stage. Your task is to investigate this matter. If you can bring this herb back, we will wipe the slate clean. Should you fail, do not blame me for settling old and new accounts together. With that, she turned and left without further ado. Lin Chen stood there, somewhat dazed, for she had divulged no useful information about who possessed this herb. If it were held by a merchant or a family of cultivators, he would be unable to retrieve it with his current strength. What could her true motive be? He murmured to himself, sensing that the situation was not so simple. However, since this spiritual herb was linked to softening shackles, if he truly had the chance to acquire it, it would not be in vain. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to journey to Guiyun City for further investigation. Before departing, he prepared to carefully sow the spiritual seeds and herbs he had purchased from the market. As the Tao rhythm within him and the Qingding treasure took effect, the herbs he had acquired grew at a remarkable pace, visible to the naked eye. Lin Chen was overjoyed at this scene, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. The opportunity within him might one day prove to be even more beneficial. If he squandered it carelessly, would it not be a great pity? Yet, with his current level of strength, if he became too stingy in this perilous world of cultivation, he might meet his demise before ever encountering a true opportunity. After tending to the spiritual herbs for several days, he finally set off towards Guiyun City. The city was not far from the sect. After traversing a massive mountain peak, the path ahead was flat and smooth, allowing him to reach it in just a few days. Upon seeing the majestic towering peaks in the rugged mountain paths, Lin Chen felt a twinge of caution. Although he could fly with his sword, his Dantian's power could not sustain him for long. Thus, he opted to walk. The mountains were eerily tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the chilling roars of demonic beasts. Lin Chen and Appo's hand instinctively brushed against his storage pouch. Should any movement arise, he would immediately summon the talismans he carried. However, after a day of walking, he found himself shaking his head repeatedly, realizing that there had been no disturbances along the way. It seemed he had been overly anxious. Yet, no sooner had he finished this thought than a rustling sound echoed through the dense forest. Upon closer inspection, two flying blades sped towards him, one after the other. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen performed a swift maneuver, casting out two flying blades from his sleeve. With a loud bang, the blades clashed, successfully intercepting the incoming attack. Haha, I did not expect a mere 8th level Qi refinement cultivator to possess such strength. Emerging from the forest was a tall male cultivator. His face twisted into a strange grin. Is it you? Lin Chen immediately recognized the assailant as a follower of Ouyang Yu, who was at the 10th level of Qi refinement. What does Senior Brother mean by this? Humph, pretending to be deaf and mute? Have you forgotten how you offended Senior Brother Ouyang previously? Senior Brother Ouyang is a descendant of a Golden Core family, and I have always shown him the utmost respect and have never offended him. Please, Senior Brother, be direct. Have you forgotten about Su Yutong? If it were not for you, how could she treat Senior Brother so coldly? I see. But I wonder if your interception is a personal initiative or a directive from Senior Brother Ouyang. Haha, consider yourself clever. It matters not if I tell you now. Senior Brother Ouyang asked me to inform you that once you are slain, your head will be personally delivered to Su Yutong. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression changed dramatically, and he suddenly realized the connection between Gu Jingjing's peculiar task and this ambush. It seemed they had already conspired together. Seeing Lin Chen's strange demeanor, the tall cultivator chuckled. Junior Brother, blame your own blindness for daring to covet Senior Ouyang's woman. Rest assured that when next year's sacrificial day arrives, Senior Brother will pay tribute at your grave. I wonder if Senior Brother came alone or if he has accomplices. Ha ha ha, what a joke. One of you is more than enough to handle. Before the tall cultivator could finish his words, Lin Chen swiftly activated the fire snake talisman hidden in his sleeve. Boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted in the forest, followed by a massive fireball igniting the surroundings. The tall cultivator was caught off guard, stumbling back and spitting blood, having neglected to activate his protective shield and suffering a significant loss right from the start. Good. It seems Junior Brother has indeed improved. Realizing the gravity of the situation, The tall cultivator quickly activated his magic artifact, summoning a golden light that enveloped him as his protective treasure activated. At this moment, he was both furious and amused. Hastily consuming a pill to heal his injuries. Kid, do not forget that you are merely at the 8th level of chi refinement. You still have a chance to escape. Perhaps you could live a few more days. If you don't, you will soon experience the torment of soul extraction. As the tall cultivator threatened with gritted teeth, he hurriedly refined the pill to replenish his vitality. However, Lin Shen was not inclined to waste words. The moment the talisman exploded, he activated his protective barrier and channeled his energy into his flying sword. Simultaneously, a sword formation materialized above his head. Having learned that the opponent was alone, he devised a strategy to launch a sudden attack while the opponent was off guard, then drive the sword formation to slay him. Given that he was already 2 levels lower than his opponent, a protracted battle would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. Chapter 28. Slaying in Market Whoosh. 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 A cacophony of flying swords resonated through the air, the formidable sword formation crashing against the tall cultivator's protective shield, producing a deafening sound. What? A sword formation? The tall cultivator had never encountered such a formation before. Under the relentless assault, the shield soon could not withstand the pressure. With a resounding bang, the protective barrier shattered. At that moment, the tall cultivator swiftly summoned a large black banner, shaking it left and right, unleashing a billow of black mist, from which numerous wind blades surged forth. These wind blades were peculiar. From a distance, they resembled gusts of wind, but upon approach, they transformed into glaringly bright blades. Youngster, today you shall experience my might. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts struck the protective shield, forcing Lin Shen to stagger backward. In battles among cultivators, myriad techniques were naturally employed. The tall cultivator, recovering from the shock, promptly summoned a black skull. Biting his index finger, he infused a drop of his essence blood into it. Once activated, the black skull expanded suddenly, emitting a continuous, eerie laughter. What is this? Lin Shen sensed the urgency of the situation and exerted all his strength to command the sword formation. However, the skull was incredibly agile, evading the flying swords entirely. Lin Shen scrutinized it closely, a chill creeping into his heart. He was uncertain of the skull and Appo's purpose, but it felt as though it was incessantly attacking his consciousness. Youngster, today you shall savor the taste of my soul-snatching skull. Enjoy the sensation of having your soul refined. So it was. Indeed, it was an artifact designed to assault the soul. As Lin Shen observed intently, he waited for the opportune moment to act. While the tall cultivator was fully engrossed in controlling the skull, a slight flaw emerged. His protective shield's power had diminished. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Shen wasted no time in summoning several potent thunder pearls. When he had purchased them, Shui Wano had boasted they could withstand the attacks of Foundation establishment cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous explosion erupted in the forest. Fireballs and heat waves more intense than before. As expected, the thunder pearls unleashed great power, catching the tall cultivator completely off guard. Lin Shen smiled faintly and then devoted himself entirely to the sword formation. Ah! A scream echoed as the flying swords pierced the tall cultivator's body from all directions, causing him to collapse to the ground, eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and reluctance. He had never anticipated that battling between the 10th and 8th layers of chi refinement would yield no chance of victory. Finally, it was over. At this moment, Lin Shen was not in a much better state himself. Having expended more than half of his spiritual energy, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Earlier, he had hastily activated the sword formation, relying solely on his own spiritual energy without utilizing any spirit stones. Once his strength was restored, he retrieved the tall cultivator and Appo's storage bag and, after a brief examination, a look of delight spread across his face. He discovered 50 spirit stones within, along with a dozen bottles of elixirs and 2 slightly damaged magical artifacts. Although he felt a surge of revulsion at the sight of the scattered black wind banner and skull on the ground, he acknowledged their formidable power. If he possessed these artifacts, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the sect. Thus, selling them seemed prudent, allowing him to acquire a black banner of his own. Since reading insights on demonic cultivation, he had not been averse to the methods of demonic cultivators. Moreover, his sect was rather unconventional, occasionally encouraging the cultivation of demonic techniques to expand its influence. He then began to erase all traces, casting a fireball towards the tall cultivator's corpse. Once he had finished, Lin Shen made no move towards Guiyun City, realizing it was a trap from the outset. Instead, he did not return directly to the sect, but headed towards another city. Baishi City, being relatively distant from the sect, was beyond its reach and was managed by a family of cultivators, allowing for a lively marketplace devoid of various constraints. Although patrolling cultivators were present, fights frequently erupted over artifacts, spiritual herbs, and elixirs, as well as for merely exchanging glances. However, such skirmishes were of little consequence to Lin Shen. He discovered that as long as cultivators donned heavy masks, refrained from causing trouble, concealed their wealth, and maintained politeness, they could navigate safely. Realizing this, Lin Shen cautiously strolled through the city. After a thorough observation, he ultimately chose a bustling shop. Wanzhong Tower? Lin Shen gazed at the gilded characters on the sign and smiled faintly. Esteemed friend, please enter. Our shop has a comprehensive selection of magical artifacts. The speaker was a poised and beautiful female cultivator, her cultivation at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Compared to the previous receptionists, perhaps due to her strength, she exuded less allure, her attire more modest. Overall, she presented herself like a refined lady, dignified and composed. Yet, a hint of authority in her gaze left Lin Shen pondering. Although she immediately discerned Lin Shen was at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, she sensed his aura was exceptionally profound, causing her to quietly speculate. After all, many techniques existed in the cultivation world to obscure one's aura, and it was possible he was far stronger than she appeared. With this thought, she displayed even more respect. Lin Shen nodded slightly, refraining from speaking, and instead began to browse the various magical artifacts, elixirs, techniques, and formations on display. Upon a cursory examination, he was secretly astonished to find that the quantity and quality of the cultivation resources in this shop far exceeded those of Shanggu and Duobao Lu in Fengqing City. Meanwhile, the beautiful female cultivator patiently followed behind him. After the earlier battle, he understood that he lacked suitable techniques and artifacts. For example, the sword formation, while effective, was rather time-consuming to employ in battle. Such a formation was more suited for setting traps than for immediate defense. Ideally, he would wield swords like a sword cultivator. While lost in thought, his gaze suddenly brightened upon spotting a jade slip inscribed with Xiantian sword Dao. The slip appeared ancient, as though it had been displayed here for an extended period. Esteemed friend, this jade slip was retrieved by our shop and Oppos, cultivators from a secret realm. It was originally placed on the 2nd floor. After much time passed without any inquiries, it was moved here. Oh, is that so? Lin Shen was always skeptical of the receptionist's words, yet he could not suppress his curiosity and gently probed with his consciousness. The jade slip contained special restrictions, rendering it impossible to view entirely. Upon reading the first section, he felt utterly perplexed. No wonder many cultivators overlooked it. After shaking his head slightly, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. He had already contemplated purchasing a pill furnace on his journey here, as he now possessed methods to hasten the growth of spiritual herbs and could attempt to refine some elixirs. His deeper concern lay in the high risks associated with replicating and selling elixirs. Should he be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 29. A new opportunity in the pursuit of becoming a formidable practitioner. One inevitably encounters the intricacies of alchemy, talismans, and formations. The enchanting female cultivator behind Lin Shen noticed his gaze fixated on the alchemical furnace, and her heart swelled with delight, realizing that he was a practitioner of considerable worth. Meanwhile, Lin Shen found himself rather perplexed. His prior experience was limited to tending spiritual herbs and perusing a few texts on botany and alchemy. When it came to selecting an alchemical furnace, he was entirely a novice. The perceptive female cultivator, adept at reading expressions, formulated a plan and smiled, stating, "Without a quality furnace, one cannot hope to concoct superior elixirs. If you are merely beginning your journey in alchemy, I recommend this model." She gestured toward a furnace that loomed 2 zhong high, cumbersome and heavy. "It is rather large," Lin Shen observed. After a moment of consideration, the female cultivator hurriedly added, "If you prefer something smaller, you might consider this type." Not far away, 3 5-foot-tall furnaces were displayed. These are of decent quality, though they yield fewer elixirs. She candidly pointed out the shortcomings of the smaller furnaces. "That is inconsequential," Lin Shen replied with a faint smile, choosing not to indicate his preference for any particular furnace, instead shifting his attention to other magical implements. The alluring cultivator felt a surge of satisfaction. Her true aim was to promote the smaller furnaces. With a raised brow, she mused to herself, "This individual possesses some intrigue." Lin Shen scrutinized the magical artifacts, calculating in his mind that to gain an advantage in future battles, he must select mid-tier quality implements. He lingered momentarily before a black wind banner, then appeared contemplative before 6 mid-tier flying swords. Mid-tier implements? These are typically favored by foundation establishment practitioners. Could this individual possess such power? The female cultivator's thoughts raced with astonishment. As she speculated, Lin Shen calmly suggested, "Shall we converse in a private room?" "Certainly, please follow me," she replied. Upon entering the private chamber, the female cultivator promptly activated various protective barriers and respectfully declared, "I shall fetch the items you desire immediately." "Oh, you already know what I need?" Lin Shen inquired. "Of course," she replied with a charming smile, her demeanor radiating warmth, before swiftly exiting the room. Before long, the table was laden with alchemical furnaces, the black wind banner, 6 mid-tier flying swords, and a tome titled Mystical Heavenly Sword Technique, which Lin Shen found inscrutable. Impressed by her attentiveness, he nodded slightly. At that moment, the beautiful cultivator produced a jade slip from her robe, smiling as she said, "Since you wish to delve into alchemy, you will need several formulas." Lin Shen smiled faintly, and upon reviewing the contents of the jade slip, he was taken aback. It contained records of elixirs used by foundation establishment practitioners. "Is she testing me?" he pondered. The cultivator stared at Lin Shen with a knowing smile, her intent clear, to ascertain his identity. At this point, Lin Xin recalled a phrase from Insights of the Demonic Cultivator. Human intelligence varies greatly. How can the third tier compare to the ninth? It appeared this woman would not relent until she achieved her goal, or perhaps she was more than a mere saleswoman. I am but a chi refinement practitioner and cannot refine these elixirs, Lin Xin stated plainly. Is that so? The beautiful cultivator responded with a slight smile, her brow furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, she extended her finger and said, Dear friend, the total cost for these cultivation resources amounts to this many spirit stones. How do you intend to pay? During this exchange, Lin Xin had replicated the most valuable item, the 9-pattern cleansing elixir, which he discovered was the finest detoxification remedy for chi refinement practitioners. The female cultivator and Appo's eyes gleamed as she assessed the elixir, her expression shifting through various emotions. She understood that a practitioner capable of producing such elixirs must be a master of alchemy. However, 5 of the 9-pattern cleansing elixirs are insufficient to cover the total cost. You will need additional spirit stones, she stated frankly. Lin Xin observed her outstretched finger and sighed with relief, retrieving a storage bag from a tall practitioner. Inside were 50 spirit stones and several magical implements, sufficient, he hoped. The beautiful cultivator glanced at the contents, already surmising their origin. With a slight smile, she nodded. This will suffice. Lin Xin was surprised by her authority to make decisions without consulting a steward, realizing that she either concealed her cultivation level or possessed a notable background in the shop. With a flourish of her sleeves, she swiftly placed the cultivation resources into the storage bag. Just as he was about to depart, the enchanting cultivator chuckled lightly. Should you not mind? May we become friends? I am Xiao Qianqian, daughter of the city lord of Baishi City. Understanding dawned upon Lin Xin. It would indeed be favorable to forge a connection with the Foundation establishment family. With this thought, he courteously replied, I am Li Tong, honored to meet you, Taoist friend. Li Tong. Surprise flickered across Xiao Qianqian's face, though it was fleeting. As we are to be friends, should you manage to refine quality elixirs, do not forget about the Wancheng Tower, she remarked, her tone shifting with a radiant smile. Lin Xin felt a flush rise to his cheeks. As a mere 8th-layer chi refinement practitioner, he was far from the realm of alchemy. Watching him depart, Xiao Qianqian and Appo's expression turned serious, extending her delicate hand. A respectful cultivator stood behind her, awaiting her command. Upon leaving Wancheng Tower, Lin Xin did not linger in the city. Ensuring he was not being followed by any practitioners or spiritual insects, he swiftly made his way towards the sect. Upon returning to the familiar grounds of his sect, he exhaled deeply. Surviving this ordeal would undoubtedly stir considerable turmoil, and he suspected that Ouyang would not let him off easily. Let things unfold naturally. I shall confront whatever challenges arise, Lin Xin resolved. At present, the priority was to elevate his strength. Aiming to break through to the 9th layer of chi refinement was no small feat. His gaze fell upon the recently acquired mystical heavenly sword technique, and he sensed that it contained profound significance. Since his divine sense could not penetrate it, why not explore it with the resonance within his body? With this thought, he focused intently, guiding a thread of resonance towards the jade slip. Yet, once again, no discernible effect resulted. Could it be that this item was truly useless? Just as despair began to settle in, a sudden bang echoed, and the jade slip emitted a golden radiance, revealing an array of peculiar ancient characters. As a scholar at heart, Lin Xin recognized the inscriptions as archaic script. Upon reading closely, a look of astonishment spread across his face. The characters inscribed on the jade slip were an illusion. The true sword technique lay hidden within the shimmering golden light before him. Chapter 30. The Art of Swordsmanship Amidst the Golden Radiance. A series of delicate characters gradually emerged, with the opening line evoking profound astonishment. The Xiantian sword Tao has descended from ancient times. Those who cultivate it can soar through the heavens and traverse the earth, achieving the impossible. Sword cultivators validate their path through combat, embodying the essence of the sword, grasping its intent, and refining their innate sword energy, capable of shattering myriad blades with a single strike. Is such exaggeration possible? Lin Xin furrowed his brow and continued to read intently. The synergy of power, form, intent, and mind manifests in a speed akin to lightning, able to slice through copper and cleave iron, incinerate mountains and boil seas, vanquishing all malevolence. After absorbing this information, he instinctively touched his smooth chin, astonishment etched on his face. He had not anticipated that such a technique could be cultivated all the way to the divine transformation realm, comprising 3 tiers at each stage, totaling 15 tiers. This meant that he, being in the chi refinement stage, could practice the corresponding first 3 tiers. As he meticulously examined the text, the golden light once again erupted with dazzling brilliance. Within, alongside the golden inscriptions detailing the sword techniques, a small ethereal figure was seen repeatedly forming seals to manipulate flying swords. The figure executed the techniques with remarkable grace and fluidity, demonstrating how to concentrate one's energy and control the sword to strike down foes with finesse. Suddenly, the golden light intensified, transforming a single flying sword into dozens, even hundreds, darting back and forth with overwhelming momentum and formidable power. The sword shadow duplication technique. Lin Xin could not help but exclaim. Such an advanced sword technique wielded immense power in battle. Even within the sect, only a select few gifted cultivators had the opportunity to cultivate it. What thrilled him even more was the fact that these flying swords could form a sword array, exuding an imposing aura. Just as Lin Chen was enraptured, the golden radiance surged towards his brow, entering his sea of consciousness. Captivated by the exquisite sword techniques, he unconsciously began to cultivate them. Time flew by, and after more than a month, he had completed the first 2 tiers of the sword techniques. The first tier served as a foundation, while the second tier introduced the rudimentary sword shadow duplication technique. Although he could only manifest 10 swords, their power was quite substantial. As for the third tier, he would have to wait until he reached the later stage of chi refinement to practice it. In the following period, he formally ventured into the realm of alchemy. With a foundational understanding, the process of refining pills was relatively smooth, though the quality and grade could not compare to those of seasoned alchemists. Lin Chen understood that pursuing alchemy required time and accumulation, so he remained patient. One day, as the fragrant smoke swirled from the alchemy furnace, he finally succeeded in refining a batch of Xianling pills. Although they were merely low-grade pills with 3 patterns, he felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. However, before he could savor his joy, a piercing voice suddenly echoed from outside the cave. A short, stout cultivator at the 8th level of chi refinement wore a grim expression as he repeatedly struck the cave's barrier with his magical artifact. Upon returning to the cave, he had set up a robust defensive formation and, having been engrossed in sword techniques, had failed to notice the incoming message talismans. Perhaps the cultivator outside had grown impatient, prompting him to resort to using his artifact. This stout cultivator belonged to the task hall, and after several failed attempts to breach the barrier, he was astonished to discover its formidable strength. What is this? Just an 8th level chi refinement cultivator possesses such a powerful formation? As he continued to form seals with his hands, he summoned a formidable flying sword to strike, only to hear a whoosh as a powerful sword shot out from the cave, followed by a loud crash as the attacking sword shattered into 2 pieces. A look of dismay crossed the stout cultivator's face. This flying sword was a mid-grade artifact, and despite its wear, it had accompanied him for many years. What kind of strength does this person possess? Why is their sword intent so formidable? Could the information be incorrect? Is this person not at the 8th level of chi refinement? While he was still in doubt, Lin Chen slowly emerged from the cave. What is the meaning of this? Senior brother? Why are you attacking my cave? Is he really at the 8th level of chi refinement? The stout cultivator scrutinized Lin Chen closely, feeling uncertain. The fierce expression on his face softened as he revealed a hint of a smile. Junior brother, have you been neglecting your sect tasks lately? Upon the other end Oppos, as reminder. Lin Chen calculated with his fingers, his expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, I have been deeply focused on my cultivation and completely forgot about it. Well, now that you're aware, I shall return to report. The task hall sent me to inform you that if you do not complete your tasks soon, it will be the law enforcement hall's cultivators who come next. Qingyun's sect was notoriously stringent with low-level cultivators, requiring them to select tasks by the 6th level of chi refinement. Tasks such as patrolling the mountains, mining, alchemy, guarding, and beast taming could be quite arduous, with some individuals toiling for decades until they ran out of spiritual fortune before being permitted to descend the mountain. Lin Chen had previously received a favorable task of tending to spiritual herbs through the introduction of a senior, but had to abandon it due to the harsh and malevolent nature of Gu Jingjing. As for what task to select this time, Lin Chen pondered for a long while, ultimately deciding on one that would allow him to venture outside. This would not only enable him to avoid Gu Jingjing and Ouyang Yu, but also provide an opportunity to hone his combat skills and broaden his horizons. As he contemplated this, he unwittingly arrived at the task hall. An external task? Hao Yuan was taken aback by Lin Chen's request for a relatively dangerous task. He raised an eyebrow and said lightly, according to sect regulations, external tasks are quite perilous. One only needs to complete 2 per year. Here are the specific tasks. You may choose from them. With that, Hao Yuan produced a jade slip and infused it with a spell, causing the details of various tasks to materialize within the Grand Hall. Tasks such as hunting demonic beasts, slaying evil cultivators, external liaison, and escorting spirit stones appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Upon review, he inhaled sharply. Each external task was fraught with danger, and as merely an 8th level chi refinement cultivator, any misstep could cost him his life. Yet, Hao Yuan did not rush him, instead smiling mysteriously as he remarked, "These tasks are indeed perilous, but since you are familiar with Shangwan Xiao, there are some tasks you might consider." Realizing that the safer tasks were concealed from him, Lin Chen understood the implication. A trade was expected. Seizing the opportunity to connect with this person, he respectfully said, "Senior brother, while descending the mountain recently, I inadvertently acquired a fine spiritual herb." Spiritual herb? Curiosity flickered across Hao Yuan's face. "Please, let me see." Lin Chen produced a jade box, and upon inspection, Hao Yuan gasped. "This is actually 100-year-old immortal ridgegrass?" In truth, this spiritual herb had been cultivated alongside the ancient green lamp, significantly enhancing its age. If incorporated into a pill, its efficacy would be remarkable. Hao Yuan praised it repeatedly, visibly excited, as he stood up. He was stuck at the 12th level of Qi refinement, just a step away from reaching the pinnacle, making such high-aged herbs exceptionally significant for him. Realizing his lapse in decorum, he cleared his throat and adopted a gentle demeanor. Here are some excellent tasks, all contained within the Jade Slip. Please take a look. Lin Shan carefully focused his consciousness on the tasks within, examining them with great interest. Chapter 31. The mysterious female cultivator returns indeed. These tasks appeared remarkably effortless and exceedingly safe, including cleaning the main hall, guarding the spiritual herb garden, purchasing materials for the artifact hall, standing watch at the back mountain, and managing the sect and oppos, as procurement. After reviewing them, Lin Shan smiled faintly at his subsequent choice astonished Hao Yuan. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I see there is a task to visit another sect. I shall choose this one. To the Thousand Mechanisms sect? Hao Yuan murmured, his expression growing increasingly grave. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. The specific details of this task involve escorting spiritual herbs. You may not fully comprehend the risks involved. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter disaster. With the current tensions between righteous and demonic factions, the demonic sects are ever watchful, and a great conflict looms. These spiritual herbs are highly sought after. I and Amp, Oppos, VE outlined the dangers. If you insist on proceeding, I shall say no more. At this juncture, a serious expression settled on Hao Yuan's face. He was genuinely perplexed as to why the seemingly astute cultivator before him was so obstinate in his decision. Lin Shan felt a jolt in his heart. As a low-ranking cultivator, he had never contemplated sect wars, primarily focusing on the intrigues among fellow disciples. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and replied earnestly, Senior brother, given the current instability, I wish to hone my skills early to avoid future chaos. Hao Yuan fell silent. Since the other party was resolute, he chose not to press the matter further. Soon after, the task Jade Slip was swiftly prepared. Lin Shan bowed respectfully and departed from the task hall. The Jade Slip clearly stated that in half a month's time, the cultivators assigned to the task would gather at the outer gate square. As Lin Shan made his way to the task hall, a graceful figure appeared within the cave. On this day, Xia Qingyun, for reasons unknown, unexpectedly found herself drawn to this location. Have the cave and Oppos' restrictions been strengthened? She mused, observing the newly established barriers. With a subtle smile, she dismissed them as child's play. A mere flick of her sleeve revealed a portal to the void. Upon entering the cave, she was enveloped by an abundance of spiritual energy. Her gaze fell upon the concealment formation she had arranged previously, and a hint of surprise crossed her face. Inside, the spiritual herbs flourished, growing vigorously. She nodded slightly, murmuring, skilled in spiritual cultivation. It appears he possesses some talent. Her gaze shifted to the distance. An alchemy furnace? No wonder he requires such a plethora of spiritual herbs. This young man is becoming increasingly intriguing. Xia Qingyun smiled lightly, revealing a rare expression of joy. As a supreme elder of the sect and one of the three great ancestors, she typically spent her days in seclusion or managing sect affairs. Maintaining a lofty and cold demeanor, such a smile was indeed a rarity. Discovering a youthful heart within herself, she was momentarily taken aback. Presently, she felt no urgency to depart, for she had numerous vexations weighing on her mind. Rubbing her temples, she slowly retrieved her tea-making utensils from her storage bag. Before long, a rich fragrance of spiritual tea wafted through the air. At that moment, a sound of the cave door opening echoed outside. The instant Lin Shan stepped into the cave, he sensed another presence. He spotted a white-clad female cultivator leisurely sipping the spiritual tea. Disciple greets the esteemed elder. I was unaware of your arrival and did not come to welcome you. I beg your forgiveness. Lin Shan quickly bowed in respect. Ah, it seems the sect is a vast melting pot. You have become increasingly eloquent, Xia Qingyun remarked, taking a sip of the tea, her demeanor as cold as frost. Lin Shan's heart raced. The powerful elder before him was someone from whom he had previously taken advantage. If she chose to make things difficult for him, how could he possibly survive? With this thought, he exhaled in relief and quickly replied, the junior understands his mistake. Very well. How have you fared with the 2 sets of techniques I provided you previously? I have only just begun, Lin Shan replied truthfully, presenting the Jade Slip containing his insights on formations. Taking the slip, Xia Qingyun stated, although these formations are limited in number, they are more than sufficient for Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. Disciple understands. Have you encountered any uncertainties in your recent training? There are some, Lin Shan replied, his heart leaping with joy at the prospect of guidance, and he promptly expressed his confusions regarding the profound Heaven Sword Tao. Upon hearing his queries, Xia Qingyun's expression turned peculiar. The questions pertained to sword cultivation, a path notoriously challenging. Moreover, in this era, many cultivators had grown accustomed to wielding various magical artifacts. Nevertheless, drawing from her extensive experience, Xia Qingyun patiently addressed each concern. As Lin Shan listened, enlightenment dawned upon him, and his respect for the elder deepened. However, you must be prepared. If your future techniques focus on swords, the requirements for flying swords and magical power are exceedingly high. By the way, you should refrain from leaving the sect without cause. Seemingly recalling something, Xia Qingyun suddenly interjected, her tone unexpectedly stern. You must have heard that the demonic sects are expanding aggressively, and the outside world is far from safe, she remarked, observing the odd expression on Linshin and Apos' face. What? Do you have objections? Disciple understands. I shall not venture out, Linshin replied, sensing her displeasure. Noticing Linshin's hesitation and stammering, Xia Qingyun's expression darkened as she realized he was being deceitful. In an instant, her long leg struck out. Linshin, caught off guard, crashed against the cave wall with a thud, his insides churning. Fortunately, her control was precise, and he sustained no serious harm. I have just accepted a sect task to escort spiritual herbs, Linshin stated as he rose, responding honestly. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyun frowned. She truly did not wish to witness the young cultivator's premature demise, yet if she overly coddled him, it might pressure the task hall or incite unnecessary trouble. Cultivators typically grew through the crucible of adversity. Excessive protection could ultimately be detrimental. After a moment in Apos' contemplation, she spoke with a notably harsh tone. If that is the case, do as you wish. With that, she waved her sleeve, unleashing a formidable surge of magical power. Unbeknownst to Linshin, Xia Qingyun discreetly placed a mark on him. Should he encounter peril, she would be alerted immediately. When Linshin regained his composure, he found the cave devoid of her presence, save for half a cup of spiritual tea and a pill bottle left behind. A pill bottle? Linshin cautiously opened it. Inside lay 5 pills, a pale blue hue, each adorned with 9 intricate patterns, signifying their high quality. Moreover, he had never seen these pills before. What kind of advanced pills are these? Chapter 32. The 9th level of Qi refinement and departure with utmost caution. Linshin delicately scraped the surface with his fingernail, allowing a fine powder to enter his mouth. The minuscule particles swiftly ignited a surge of profound spiritual energy within him. Elated by the revelation of such intricacies, Linshin felt an exhilarating thrill. If he could successfully refine these medicinal pills, it was plausible he could ascend to the 9th level in a remarkably short time. Should he manage to break through within a fortnight, his chances of survival during his upcoming mission would undoubtedly increase. However, rather than consuming the pills immediately, he opted to replicate them using the essence of the Tao and the ancient artifact known as the Qingdang. Once he had amassed a sufficient quantity of the medicinal pills, he settled into a meditative posture to commence their consumption and refinement. As the pills entered his body, an initial chill enveloped him, but within mere moments, they erupted violently within, sending waves of potent spiritual energy coursing through his limbs and saturating his dantian like boiling water. It was evident that the potency of these pills far surpassed that of the 7-pattern mystic spirit pills. Yet, just as quickly, a surge of excruciating pain assailed him, prompting an involuntary gasp. He could distinctly feel the spiritual energy relentlessly battering against the barrier that confined him. As time ticked away, Linshin's expression grew increasingly grim. He realized that transcending this hurdle was proving more arduous than anticipated. Could it be due to the practice of the Xian Daotian Mo Gong? With this thought, he resolved to take a bold risk and swallowed 2 more pills directly from the vial. A more formidable wave of spiritual energy erupted within him, manifesting as tendrils of white mist emanating from behind. With the aid of the potent medicinal effects, the barrier began to crumble at a visible pace. Once he shattered this obstacle, he would seamlessly transition into the later stages of Qi refinement. Yet, despite the consumption of these advanced pills, he found himself a mere step away from breakthrough and hastily ingested another 2 pills. In Linshin and Apos' view, this gamble was justified. It was far preferable to enduring the torment of the bald elder from years past that had nearly derailed his path. With his hands constantly forming seals, he continued the process of refinement until, with a resounding thud, a deafening sound erupted from within him, and an intense white mist enveloped him, accompanied by immense pain. Linshin succumbed to unconsciousness. It was unclear how much time had passed when he finally opened his eyes, only to find the cave enveloped in an eerie stillness. Had he ascended? Was this the 9th level of Qi refinement? Overjoyed, Linshin realized that after consuming 5 high-quality pills, he had indeed broken through the barrier. His spiritual power surged, his physical form felt robust, and his consciousness expanded beyond previous limits. Yet, this joy was short-lived. Upon calculating the time, panic washed over his face. Disastrously, he realized that today was the day of departure for his mission. Resolving to act swiftly, he bathed, changed his attire, and hurried toward the outer gate square. Upon reaching the square, he saw a medium-sized flying vessel anchored steadily. Not far off, 6 Qi refinement practitioners displayed expressions of displeasure and impatience. Their cultivation levels ranged between the 9th and 10th levels of Qi refinement. The leader of the group, his countenance darkened, was at the 10th level and occasionally betrayed signs of anxiety beneath his previously composed demeanor. Brother, an hour has passed, and we are still 1 disciple short, remarked a tall, slender practitioner, glancing at the sun with annoyance. Let us wait a bit longer. If he does not arrive soon, we shall depart, the leader, shaking his head slightly, responded. Brother Liu, this individual is exceedingly disrespectful, delaying our departure. If this affects the delivery of the spiritual herbs, I fear the sect and Apos' law enforcement hall may take issue, interjected another. Brother Liu, we are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such harshness. Let us wait another half hour. If he does not arrive, we shall proceed without him. As the two engaged in heated debate, Lin Shan finally appeared, breathless and dust-covered. Before them, esteemed brothers, are you bound for the Thousand Mechanisms sect? Yes, you must be Lin Shan, the leader, Brother Liu, exhaled in relief. Indeed. We have been waiting for over an hour for you, Brother Liu, the slender practitioner, added with evident displeasure. I sincerely apologize for the delay. I was deeply engrossed in my cultivation and have only just experienced a breakthrough, Lin Shan explained, retrieving a vial of pills from his storage bag. The others, initially prepared to give him a stern look, were taken aback upon seeing the medicinal pills, their expressions shifting to astonishment and delight. For these pills held immense value for practitioners in the later stages of qi refinement. Lin Shan, keen to diffuse any lingering tension, began distributing the pills among his waiting peers, offering the leader a 7-pattern Mystic Spirit pill, having already acquired 9-pattern Mystic Spirit pills. The 7-pattern variants held little value for him now. It was more prudent to go with the flow. As each of them received the pills, their previously sullen expressions transformed into smiles, and they greeted Lin Shan warmly, saying, "Not a problem at all." After exchanging introductions and pleasantries, they made their way to the flying vessel. The elegant leader, after receiving the 7-pattern Mystic Spirit pill, felt a surge of excitement. With such a high-quality medicinal elixir, a breakthrough was imminent. He inquired gently, "I am Lu Kong. This pill is invaluable. May I ask where you obtained it?" "Brother, I possess a talent for cultivating spiritual herbs and exchanged them for this," Lin Shan replied nonchalantly. "If you possess such skills, why venture outside the sect?" Lu Kong questioned, incredulous. "Brother, if one does not embark on external training early, how can one expect to grow? In these tumultuous times of conflict between righteous and demonic forces, enhancing one and amp, Oppo's, as strength is paramount for survival," Lin Shan articulated earnestly. Lu Kong nodded, acknowledging Lin Shan and amp, Oppo's, as perspective. "On our journey to the Thousand Mechanisms sect, we are to escort spiritual herbs utilized by qi refinement practitioners. Our two sects have enjoyed mutual cooperation in recent years, so there is no need for you to overly worry." "Yes, brother," Lin Shan replied respectfully. Noticing Lin Shan and amp, Oppo's, lack of arrogance, Lu Kong felt gratified and continued to inquire about his studies at the Dao Transmission Academy. The reason he had insisted on waiting for Lin Shan was rooted in the latter's background. Had he belonged to a prestigious cultivation family, they would not have lingered for so long. The journey to the Thousand Mechanisms sect would take some time, and Lin Shan was determined not to squander this precious opportunity. He diligently practiced within the vessel's cabin, aware that if he successfully completed this mission, he could later apply for entry into the inner sect following the requisite evaluations. During the flight, Lin Shan discreetly observed the vessel's trajectory and the practitioners aboard. The flying vessel did not adhere to ancient routes but instead navigated in circles, a precaution against potential ambushes. The practitioners tasked with transporting the spiritual herbs soon revealed themselves to belong to two distinct factions. The leader, Lu Kong, hailed from the Dao Transmission Academy, while the tall practitioner, Lu Yunxiao, represented a cultivation family. Chapter 33. Ambush disciples lacking illustrious backgrounds invariably commence their studies at the Preaching Academy, and those with a modicum of talent receive robust support from the institution. Over time, driven by the necessity of solidarity, a formidable new faction gradually emerges within the sect. In contrast, the earlier established cultivation families, having proliferated through generations and intermarriages, have entrenched themselves deeply within the sect. Consequently, the sect is distinctly divided, with the elders of the nascent soul at the top and the qi refinement practitioners at the bottom, creating a clear dichotomy between the cultivation families and the Preaching Academy. The cultivation families monopolize a vast array of resources, inciting considerable dissatisfaction from the Preaching Academy, even in the face of external threats. The tensions between these factions remain fraught and irreconcilable. In navigating the complexities between the two factions, Lin Shan wisely opts for neutrality, adhering to a principle of not offending either side. Days pass uneventfully, and just as the group anticipates a safe arrival, an unforeseen event transpires. Suddenly, two plumes of black mist appear in the distance, and upon closer inspection, they reveal two flying boats trailing immense clouds of smoke, hurtling toward them. "This is dire. Practitioners of the demonic path are upon us," one disciple exclaims. El Kong, witnessing the scene, is struck with disbelief, for this route has remained secure for many years. He swiftly gestures for everyone to prepare for combat, urging them to summon their most formidable treasures. Lin Shan observes carefully, noting the flying boats emblazoned with the bold red characters of the heavenly demon sect. The practitioners aboard, clad in black garments with pallid faces, exude an aura of menace. There are 12 in total, all at the late stage of qi refinement. Some brandish black wind banners, others wield fearsome blades, while a few display grotesque black skulls, and others brandish soul-harvesting bells. "This is unfortunate," Lin Shan mutters under his breath, knowing a fierce battle is inevitable. Fortunately, he has recently entered the late stage of qi refinement. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere cannon fodder. The tall, lean Lu disciple, aghast, had deliberately chosen a relatively safe task, only to find himself facing unexpected peril. Friends of the Qingyun sect, we have awaited your arrival for several days. If you wish to avoid suffering, surrender without resistance, declares the leading demonic practitioner, a bearded man of formidable strength at the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Exuding confidence due to the numerical superiority of his allies, El Kang's gaze shifts to the mountain shrouded in mist nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly sheds his initial panic and commands the boats to change course. Thankfully, the flying vessels are compact and nimble, swiftly maneuvering toward the distant mountains, seeking to utilize them as cover to elude the pursuing demonic boats. I shall see whether your Qingyun sect and Amp, Appos, S vessels are swifter than those of the heavenly demon sect. The bearded demonic practitioner smirks, signaling his followers to pursue. As the Qingyun sect and Appos, S boat approaches the mountainous region, an astonishing turn of events occurs. Another layer of black mist emerges, and the two vessels of the heavenly demon sect block their path. We've fallen into a trap. El Kang's face pales, realizing that escape is now hopeless. In a split second, he commands the boat to veer in another direction. Brother, preserving our strength is paramount. If need be, we can jettison the spirit herbs, giving us a chance of survival, Lu Yunxiao urges, unwilling to perish without a fight, knowing the brutal reputation of the demonic practitioners, who often engage in bloodletting and corpse refinement. Upon hearing this, two more practitioners echo their agreement. Linshan, curious about why 4 demonic boats lay in ambush, ponders whether the spirit herbs being transported hold extraordinary value. Suddenly, El Kang bursts into laughter. Displaying fervent enthusiasm, the spirit herbs we carry are vital to the Qi refinement disciples of the Qinji sect. If we flee without a fight, we shall incur severe punishment from the sect's law enforcement hall. Brothers, amid this clash of righteous and demonic forces, we must not harbor any thoughts of retreat. Brother, the disparity in strength is too great. We cannot hope to contend with them. If anything goes awry, I shall bear all the consequences, Lu Yunxiao retorts. Already retrieving a boat from his storage bag, his intention clear, escape. Ha ha ha. None of you shall escape today. Do not waste the essence of your late-stage Qi refinement blood. The bearded demonic cultivator snarls, his teeth grinding ominously. As El Kang finds himself in a predicament with the 4 boats slowly closing in, Linshan suddenly interjects. Brothers, I have a method that might not only save our lives, but also ensure the successful completion of our mission. Junior brother, time is of the essence. Do not indulge in fanciful ideas, Lu Yunxiao replies, anxiety etched upon his face. Had it not been for the promise of elixirs, he would have already unleashed a torrent of curses. The optimal solution lies in establishing a mist formation, Linshan asserts confidently. A mist formation? Are you well versed in the art of formations? El Kang inquires, increasingly incredulous, for mastery of formations demands substantial resources, which typically deter most Qi refinement practitioners. Setting up a mist formation is well within my capabilities, but should we manage to escape, I would like to see what spirit herbs you have in your storage bag. Linshan discreetly communicates. Agreed, El Kang replies without hesitation. For him, fulfilling their mission outweighs such trivialities. Brothers, let us summon our magical artifacts to engage them. Granting Lin brother some precious time. With a command, some wield flying swords, while others hurl talismans. The air reverberates with tumultuous sounds and flashes of light. At that moment, Linshan produces a clap, and dozens of formation stones soar from his storage bag, coalescing into a massive circle in midair. Subsequently, dozens of formation flags dart from the stones, embedding themselves at various points of the boat. Once arranged, he swiftly performs hand seals, inscribing intricate patterns upon the stones. He then retrieves a compass, meticulously adjusting angles, and prepares nearly 50 spirit stones. Just as the group begins to falter, Linshan's eyes gleam with determination. A smile gracing his lips as he declares, it is done. With a decisive motion, he channels a spell into the formation and Appos, S corner. The circle formed by the stones emits a resonant hum, and a dense white mist begins to envelop the surroundings. Chapter 34. Escape. The scene left the cultivators aboard the flying vessel utterly astounded, deepening their impression of Lin Chen's exceptional abilities. As the foggy formation roared to life, a dense shroud of mist enveloped the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, El Kang propelled the vessel further away. Meanwhile, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, hindered by the fog that obstructed their spiritual senses, found themselves unable to pursue, their speed drastically reduced. In an instant, the sounds of magical artifacts clashing and talismans exploding faded away, leaving only the sound of the vessel slicing through the air. Realizing that no demonic cultivators were in pursuit, the group collectively sighed in relief, their faces reflecting a sense of gratitude. However, the danger had not yet subsided. A sudden sound of something cutting through the air heralded the approach of another vessel from the heavenly demon sect. The leader, a bearded demon cultivator, was visibly enraged as he shouted, "It seems you little brats possess some skills. I shall ensure you experience the torment of soul searching shortly." With that, he waved a long banner, and a flurry of black spirits surged forth amidst a cacophony of sound, spiraling around the flying vessel. With a low command from the bearded demon, the surrounding black entities charged forward like frenzied swords, relentlessly striking against the protective barrier. A series of resounding impacts echoed, and as their force and number increased, the barrier began to show signs of cracking and trembling. The onlookers turned pale at the sight, snapping back to reality as they began to channel their spiritual energy into the shield. Yet, despite their efforts, the cracks continued to multiply slowly. Brothers, we are in grave danger. We cannot afford to hold back our strength. Kong, noticing that Lu Yunxiao and others were not exerting themselves fully, grew increasingly anxious. Senior brother, we are giving it our all. Ken and Appos, do you see? Lu Yuxiao retorted, his confidence stemming from his lineage in a prominent cultivation family. In truth, Lin Shen observed this scene with keen insight, noting the deep-seated discord within their sect that hampered their ability to unite against their foes. Kong and Appos' face darkened as he decided to reveal his cultivation level, no longer concealing his prowess. What is there to fear from demonic beings? He retrieved an ancient flying sword from his storage bag, imbuing it with spiritual energy until it radiated a brilliant azure light. With a swift motion, the sword expanded, gleaming with an intense glow. Slash! He commanded, directing the massive sword towards the ravenous entities besieging the vessel. Bang! 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted as the spirits shrieked upon contact with the azure sword, disintegrating into nothingness. Lin Shen was taken aback, astonished by Kong and Appos' formidable strength. Lu Yunxiao, noticing this, furrowed his brow and instinctively increased the flow of his spiritual energy. The pursuing bearded demon cultivator, sporting a peculiar expression, sneered. I see you possess some skill. Let me show you my treasure. He produced a black gourd from his waist and blew into it, causing it to expand dramatically. A thick cloud of dark smoke erupted forth, revealing a horde of ravenous spiritual insects. These insects were far more vicious than the previous spirits. Their gnawing sounds audible as they attacked the flying vessel and its protective barrier. The vessel and Appos' speed plummeted, and without a solution, they would surely fall into a dire predicament. Spiritual insects again. It seems these unorthodox methods are indeed powerful, Lin Shen resolved, contemplating the idea of cultivating spiritual insects in the future. As the disciples of Qing Yun's sect ceased to hold back, the battle reached a standstill. Just as they struggled to maintain their defenses, Lin Shen, unwilling to waste any more energy, decided to act. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned several thunder beads. Having invested a significant amount in acquiring these beads, he was pleased to find them of use now. Boom, boom. With a series of explosive detonations, massive fireballs illuminated the sky, sending waves of heat crashing down, engulfing the area in chaos. The shockwaves abruptly halted the demon cultivator's vessel, while the crimson flames stirred the spiritual insects into a frenzy. Taking advantage of the lingering white mist, Kong skillfully maneuvered the vessel away. Even so, Lin Shen remained vigilant. He retrieved an ancient sword purchased from the marketplace, swiftly forming a hand sign to invoke the Xiantian sword art. 10 luminous swords darted through the mist, soon followed by a chorus of anguished cries from afar. It was evident that some careless cultivators had met a grim fate. Excellent! Kong exclaimed, elated to have evaded their pursuers. Lu Yuxiao, who had initially harbored reservations about Lin Shen, now regarded him with newfound respect. I never expected junior brother Lin to be not only proficient in formations but also exceptionally astute. Once we complete this task, I must share a drink with you. Senior brother is too kind. It is merely my duty, Lin Shen replied humbly, exuding no arrogance. At that moment, Kong nodded slightly and said, Junior brother Lin, follow me. Entering the cabin, Kong cast a soundproof barrier and retrieved a medium-sized jade box from his storage bag. Junior brother Lin, the spiritual herbs you wish to see are within. The herbs we are delivering to the Qinji sect are mixed with some essential for concocting foundation establishment pills. It is no wonder the demonic sect set an ambush here. The news must have leaked. Foundation establishment herbs? Lin Shen exclaimed, astonished. Such critical herbs would not be entrusted to them entirely for safety reasons. He nodded thoughtfully, examining the herbs with great intensity. Realizing just how rudimentary the herbs he tended to at Qixia Peak truly were, he pondered, if I wish to establish my foundation in the future, I must prepare early. While contemplating, he suddenly noticed 2 particularly unusual herbs among the collection. Despite having perused numerous texts on flora, he had never encountered them before. Strange. What are these? Lin Shen mused, growing suspicious that this task was more complex than it seemed. Since you have such a keen interest in spiritual herbs, feel free to appraise them, but do so swiftly, Kong said with a faint smile before quickly exiting the cabin. Lin Shen, feeling uneasy about Kong and Appos' trust, suspected he might be employing some method to secretly observe him. As expected, he focused intently and remained on guard. Suddenly, he detected a faint trace of spiritual awareness within the cabin, one that would have been nearly impossible to perceive without having practiced the Xiantian demonic art. Chapter 35. Arrival at the Qinji sect. Lin Shen let out a sigh of relief. Had he revealed the ancient Qingdang artifact earlier, it would have unveiled his greatest secret. After discerning the true intentions of the others, he leisurely began to inspect each item, feigning an air of keen interest. Just a glance? Is it truly that simple? Surely. My junior brother does not perceive me as a mere child of 3. Outside the cabin, Lu Kong discreetly released a wisp of spiritual consciousness to observe, a smirk dancing on his lips. However, after waiting for a considerable time without any action from Lin Shun, confusion crept onto his face as he muttered, "Strange. No movement at all." Once Lin Shun had meticulously organized all the jade boxes, he gradually returned to the cabin. "Thank you, senior brother. I have examined each of these spiritual herbs. They have truly opened my eyes," he expressed sincerely. Lu Kang nodded slightly, yet suspicion lingered in his gaze. He chose not to elaborate further, instead sweeping his sleeves to gather all the spiritual herbs into his possession. "Junior brother Lin, we have hastened the speed of the flying vessel. It won and amp, Apos, TB long before we safely reach the Chinji sect. Your contributions this time are significant, and they will surely be reported upon our return to the sect. Senior brother, you overstate my role. All of this is your merit. Were it not for your formidable strength, how could we have effortlessly eliminated those specters? Without your decisive leadership, how could we have achieved such unity?" Lin Shun was keen to share the accolades, wary of offending Lu Kang. As mentioned in Reflections of a Demon Cultivator, human hearts are inscrutable, and one must remain vigilant. Lu Kang, upon hearing this, felt immensely gratified, his gaze towards Lin Shun becoming increasingly favorable. "Junior brother, having successfully completed our escort mission, we shall undoubtedly reap great benefits upon reaching the Chinji sect, and you will not be left out." At this, a spark of inspiration lit up Lu Kang and Apos' eyes, as if he had conceived an excellent idea. After nearly a month of rapid flight, a colossal mountain gate gradually emerged before them. The gate exuded an imposing grandeur, with thousands of white jade steps winding upwards, flanked by statues of various demonic beasts, instilling a sense of reverence. Looking above the sect, 3 immense protective shields shimmered with spiritual energy, casting a faint blue halo in the sunlight. Occasionally, massive flying vessels would soar overhead, producing thunderous sounds as they cut through the air. This was Lin Shen's first encounter with another sect, and he was genuinely awestruck. A question arose in his mind. With such formidable presence, why did the sect still seek spiritual herbs from the Qingyun sect? As he pondered this, a flying vessel approached rapidly from a distance. Leading the vessel was a young cultivator in white robes who slightly bowed, introducing himself as Zhao Tianyi, an 11th layer Qi refinement practitioner. A look of concern crossed his face as he eagerly inquired, "Lu Dao friend, we have awaited here for many days. Is the spiritual herb safe?" "Zhao Dao friend," Lu Kang replied, "though we encountered some obstacles, the journey has ultimately been smooth." "Excellent. Truly excellent," Zhao Tianyi exclaimed, his joy palpable. However, he quickly sighed, adding, "It seems that only you have succeeded this time. The other vessels have not been so fortunate." "What do you mean?" "Zhao Dao friend, according to the reports we and Apos VE received, the other 3 vessels transporting spiritual herbs fell victim to an ambush by demon cultivators, resulting in the demise of all their practitioners. The members of Qingyun sect were left in shock upon hearing this. However, these demon cultivators were merely highway robbers. There were no signs of a sect war brewing. "My friends, you have worked hard. Please follow me." Upon entering the Qinji sect, they found a cold-faced middle-aged Foundation establishment practitioner waiting in the outer hall, seemingly anxious as he paced back and forth. Upon seeing the group, he urgently inquired, "Where are the spiritual herbs? How are they?" "Senior, the practitioners of Qingyun sect escorted the herbs, and while we face some challenges, they remain intact." Lu Kang replied with calm assurance. "Is that so? Let me take a look." Lin Shen noticed that the middle-aged practitioner showed particular interest in a few unfamiliar spiritual herbs among the collection, further solidifying his belief that this delivery was rather peculiar. Perhaps it was these unusual herbs that led to their ambush. It appeared these herbs were intended for practitioners of higher cultivation, not for ordinary Qi refinement cultivators. After examining the herbs, the middle-aged practitioner sighed in relief. His previously agitated demeanor gradually calmed, and he curiously asked, "Please recount the circumstances of your journey." "Senior, we encountered an ambush from 4 vessels, which suggests that someone may have leaked our route. Had it not been for us." Lu Kang elaborated on the details, intentionally downplaying Lin Shen and Apos as contributions. "Resourceful and brave, commendable. We shall ascertain if there are traitors in due time. You have all worked hard," the middle-aged practitioner remarked in a placating tone. He then subtly gestured to Zhao Tianyi. Understanding the cue, Zhao Tianyi promptly retrieved a pouch filled with spirit stones from his storage bag, declaring, "Dear friends of Qingyun sect, this is a small token of our sect and Apos' appreciation. Please do not hesitate to accept it." He directly placed the pouch filled with spirit stones into Lu Kang and Apos' hands, clearly indicating that the distribution was beyond the Qinji sect's jurisdiction. "Please, take this time to rest in the welcome pavilion. Tomorrow, we shall show you around our sect." Upon reaching their lodgings, the group was astonished to find nearly 600 spirit stones in the pouch. In the past, such a reward would have been unimaginable, implying almost 100 spirit stones per person. The distribution would naturally be based on their respective performances during the ambush. However, Lu Kang approached the distribution with caution. Given the current tumultuous times, they might encounter demon cultivators again on their return journey, and a divided heart would bring him no advantage. Lin Shen had no intention of refusing or asking for a lesser share of the easily obtained spirit stones, just as everyone was enjoying the moment. Zhao Tianyi arrived with a group of charming female cultivators. With a slight smile, he announced, "Dear friends, this is a small gesture from our sect." The female cultivators swayed gracefully, clad in sheer fabrics, their eyes sparkling, occasionally revealing shyness and allure. "Why are you all still standing there?" Zhao Tianyi and Apos' expression darkened as he gestured towards the ladies. The women smiled gently and approached the Qingyun sect practitioners without hesitation. Lin Shen felt taken aback by this arrangement. After all, they were also a righteous sect, and such behavior seemed inappropriate. However, Lu Kang and the others were unfazed, eagerly embracing the incoming female cultivators, unabashedly indulging in their company. In an instant, the hall resonated with various peculiar sounds. Chapter 36, The Land of Sword Mounds. Ha, ha, junior brother Lin. As you complete more tasks in the future, you shall grow accustomed to this. It is what we, who risk our lives, rightfully deserve. Moreover, this sect favors the interplay between men and women. These are indeed fine furnace cauldrons that greatly benefit cultivation. A look of excitement danced across Lu Yunxiao's face as he pulled two female cultivators into his embrace. Lin Shen was taken aback, never having anticipated such a purpose for the female cultivators. His mind wandered to his senior sister, Su Ruodong, known for her exquisite physique. However, in comparison, these female cultivators fell short in appearance, and he found himself lacking any interest in them, ultimately finding an excuse to decline. Upon returning to his chamber, he consumed a medicinal pill and diligently resumed his cultivation. The following day, Zhao Tianyi intended to invite everyone to explore the sect. But upon observing the busy disciples of Qingyun's sect, he reconsidered. Noticing Lin Shun and Apos' disinterest in the fairer sex, he was quite astonished. He had not expected Lin Daoyu to uphold such integrity, truly a rarity. "Zhao Daoyu, you flatter me. I have heard that Qianzhizong boasts splendid scenery. Which areas of the sect are open to the public?" Lin Shen inquired, increasingly intrigued by the sect after witnessing its magnificent entrance. "There are many picturesque locales. While cultivators from other sects may face restrictions, the friends from Qingyun's sect are different." Just as Zhao was elaborating, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from afar, where a crimson pillar of light pierced the heavens among the mountains, resonating with a booming echo. "Ah!" A look of delight spread across Zhao Tianyi's face. "Zhao Daoyu, what is this crimson pillar?" "It is a manifestation of the sect and Apos' heritage. Given the current unstable circumstances, it seems the elders have activated it prematurely," Zhao Tianyi replied excitedly. "Heritage?" Lin Shen and Apos' curiosity was piqued. "This is an opportunity specifically designated for foundational qi refining cultivators. If Lin Daoyu is interested, you may also partake." With that, Zhao produced a flying vessel from his storage bag and guided Lin Shen toward the distant mountains. Simultaneously, as the crimson pillar grew in intensity, ripples cascaded through the air, reminiscent of a celestial treasure materializing, casting a deep red hue across the sky. The cultivators of Qianzhizong were filled with exhilaration, flocking to the site. Observing the scene, Lin Shen was secretly astonished. There were at least several tens of thousands of cultivators surrounding the mountains. As the crimson pillar gradually faded, an extraordinarily peculiar aura enveloped the area, a potent malevolence intertwined with an overwhelming soul-binding force. In an instant, many lower-tier cultivators faltered, some even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. A resounding voice then echoed, "All cultivators suffering from ailments should leave promptly to avoid severe depletion of their vitality." Though reluctant, most cultivators knew they had no choice but to depart, leaving only a fraction behind, primarily those at the 10th level of qi refinement. Zhao Tianyi, noticing Lin Shen and Apos' resilience against the formidable aura, could not help but be astonished. He had previously inquired about the details of transporting spiritual herbs and held skepticism. Now, he found himself re-evaluating Lin Shen, suspecting he might be concealing his true level. "Lin Daoyu, this area is also known as the Land of Sword Mounds. It is said that in ancient times, a great battle took place here, with countless cultivators perishing. After thousands of years, only rusted ancient swords remain. But do not underestimate these relics. If refined, their power surpasses that of the most expensive flying swords available in the market by several folds." As he spoke, the mist within the mountains began to dissipate, revealing a vast valley floor. The entire valley was eerily silent, devoid of trees or animals, with tendrils of dark mist occasionally wafting from the ground, imparting a sense of foreboding. "Lin Daoyu, this valley is extensive. The closer one gets to the center, the better the ancient swords one can find, though it demands a high level of cultivation. Should you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to retreat." "Thank you for the warning, Zhao Daoyu." Lin Shen acknowledged, finding Zhao to be quite capable and adaptable, a potential ally for the future. The two proceeded cautiously, encountering various broken swords along the way. However, the quality of these ancient swords was generally poor, some shattered upon the slightest touch, barely suitable as ordinary refining materials. Sighs of disappointment echoed among the crowd, as the hope of finding a quality ancient sword seemed increasingly bleak, forcing them to endure the pressure and advance. Yet some fortunate cultivators managed to discover swords of decent quality, treating their finds as treasures, quickly stashing them in their storage bags before hastily departing. Others, driven by greed, who had acquired several flying swords, continued their exploration, inevitably drawing the attention of others. Before they could secure their gains, a flying sword, seemingly from nowhere, pierced through one such cultivator. Lin Chun was astonished, never imagining that fellow sect members could act in such a manner. Lin Daoyu. Qianzhizong has always upheld the principle of strength above all. The higher-ups do not intervene. To them, this place is akin to a trial ground. I see. Lin Chun felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He had no desire to become a target. He disregarded the average ancient swords around him. As the pressure heightened, fewer qi refining cultivators ventured toward the central area, and the skirmishes grew increasingly fierce. Observing the surroundings, he noted that most remaining cultivators were at the 12th level of qi refinement. Zhao Tianyi had fared well, acquiring 3 commendable ancient swords, but soon felt overwhelmed. Lin Daoyu, I see your hands are empty. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. Lin Chen sighed lightly. He had indeed spotted some ancient swords of interest, but his speed had been insufficient. The disciples of Qianzhizong offered no chances to outsiders, and provoking them was ill-advised. He resolved to press on toward the central area to see for himself. At this moment, Zhao's complexion turned pale, and he became increasingly convinced that Lin Chen was concealing his true cultivation level, likely at the 12th level of qi refinement. He politely advised, Lin Daoyu, we must halt our exploration here. If you feel unwell, do leave at once. Thank you for your concern, Zhao Daoyu. Once Zhao departed, Lin Chen discreetly concealed his talismans within his sleeve. The surrounding cultivators, seeing he had not secured any ancient swords, bore no animosity. Instead, they nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Graveyard? At that moment, a multitude of tomb mounds suddenly emerged before him, with an even thicker black mist emanating from them. A powerful aura of death rendered most cultivators unable to bear it. Chapter 37. Acquiring the ancient sword, a gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the oppressive aura that had lingered, revealing the gravestone standing solemnly above the graves. This place was becoming increasingly intriguing. His instincts suggested that these tombs were far from ordinary. Thus, he slowly released his consciousness, meticulously probing the surroundings. Meanwhile, the other qi refinement cultivators, after a thorough search, found no trace of any ancient swords and shook their heads slightly. Proceeding deeper into the area, was there truly nothing of value here? Lin Chen gazed thoughtfully at the numerous mounds. After a prolonged contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. An excitement flickered across his face. Perhaps these were merely the illusions cast by ancient cultivators, deliberately leading him to believe there was nothing. To uncover the secrets within, he would likely need to decipher the inscriptions on the gravestones. These inscriptions, inscribed in ancient script, bore no coherent connections, consisting only of a few sparse phrases that roughly chronicled the lives of the buried cultivators. Some were adept at wielding flying swords. Others excelled in utilizing spirit insects and poisons, while yet others were skilled in puppetry and formations. After a brief moment of reflection, he murmured, there must be a concealment formation in place. Probing with mere consciousness would yield no results. The insights on formations that Xia Qingyun had previously provided, aside from covering various fundamental formations, also contained methods for unraveling concealment formations. All that remained was to follow the steps to dismantle it. With this thought in mind, he promptly tapped his storage pouch, producing several formation flags, multiple foundation stones, and numerous spirit stones. Using his hands to form seals, he etched various array patterns onto them. Once completed, he directed a spell towards the formation's base. With a resonating hum, an assault formation swiftly took shape. Break, he commanded in a low voice, unleashing a white beam from the formation. With a thundering sound, an ancient array gradually materialized above the numerous graves, revealing a faint concealment formation indeed. Lin Chun felt a surge of exhilaration, tinged with urgency. Lacking prior experience in dismantling ancient formations, he knew that if he failed to unravel it in a timely manner, the commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of other qi refinement cultivators. Yet, faced with such an opportunity, he was unwilling to let it slip away easily. Therefore, he established a massive soundproof formation around the area, ensuring that no matter how tumultuous the activity within, it would not draw the attention of other cultivators. Thus, for an extended period, Lin Chen fervently manipulated the array in an attempt to dismantle the ancient concealment formation. However, as time trickled by, the formation remained steadfast, seemingly impervious to his current capabilities. This was utterly absurd. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen repeatedly unleashed spells. Unbeknownst to him, the actions of various cultivators within the valley were being observed by 2 elder cultivators, both of whom had joined forces to unlock the hidden treasures of the site. They were surprised to find that a disciple of the Qingyun sect possessed such skill, managing to detect the ancient formation. A well-dressed elder smiled faintly. Even we, the Golden Core elders, find it challenging to unravel this ancient formation. It is quite presumptuous for a mere qi refinement cultivator to take on such a task. If he continues to squander time like this, he risks missing his chance. The hunchbacked elder shook his head slightly, disapproving of Lin Chen and Appo's actions. Given the current disarray within the Qingyun sect, had it not been for the elders' regard for the sect's consistent supply of spiritual herbs over the years, they would have long since moved to assimilate it. The well-dressed elder scoffed. What my brother says is entirely accurate. If our sect were to seize their spiritual vein mines, spiritual herbs, and spirit stones, it would lead to our sect's revival. He added, having heard that the female cultivators of the Qingyun sect were exceptionally beautiful. If one were to cultivate alongside her at this point, both men erupted into hearty laughter. Yet, just then, their expressions faltered as they noticed something peculiar occurring within the valley. Lin Chen, having found himself unable to dismantle the ancient formation, decided to gently channel the Tao rhythm within him into the formation to observe the effects. Remarkably, the results exceeded expectations. The formation emitted a dazzling light, releasing an even greater surge of energy that struck the concealment formation, causing it to shatter at a visible pace. With the concealment formation dispelled, Lin Chen swept his consciousness across the area, discovering that ancient swords lay buried beneath. However, the side effect of this endeavor was strikingly apparent. The toll on his body was immense. Overwhelmed, he fell to his knees. Though the Tao rhythm was potent, it was prudent to use it sparingly. Shaking his head discreetly, Lin Chen quickly consumed a qi recovery pill. Once his energy was restored, he uttered a low command. Go. The flying sword in his hand hummed, darting toward the mounds and carving out a passage. With a simple gesture, an ancient sword slowly emerged from the earth. Aware of the urgency of the moment, Lin Chen did not linger to inspect it closely, swiftly placing it into his storage pouch. He proceeded to repeat the same process to retrieve the remaining flying swords in the vicinity. Ahead lay the central area. Should he venture forth? Lin Chen found himself in a state of hesitation, having already acquired several fine ancient swords. Continuing onward might yield further opportunities but could also lead to being robbed by other cultivators. After much contemplation, he let out a soft sigh and resolved to return immediately. This boy possesses some merit. He knows how to be content and eschews greed, remarked the well-dressed elder with a furrowed brow. Could it be that he harbors a secret? The hunchbacked elder and Appos, gaze fixated intently on Lin Chen's storage pouch. After all, he is merely a qi refinement cultivator. What secrets could he possibly hold? It is likely that the ancient concealment formation has simply lost its potency, the well-dressed elder replied, shaking his head in disagreement. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked elder chuckled softly. What a jest it would be if word got out that we were coveting a qi refinement cultivator. Lin Chen returned from the valley, immediately heading toward his dwelling. The events of dismantling the concealment formation and acquiring the ancient swords did not escape the notice of the other cultivators in the valley. Had Lin Chen not acted swiftly, he might have been robbed before he could leave. Upon reaching his residence, he promptly erected a protective barrier and examined the 10 ancient flying swords before him. Though rusted and weathered, they retained their sharpness, occasionally exuding an aura that captivated the soul. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that each sword and Appos, hilt bore the inscription Qing Mo. With a plan to refine them thoroughly in the future, he realized that these 10 Qing Mo ancient swords could form a formidable sword array. A smile of joy graced Lin Chen's face as he contemplated this. Thus, the cultivators of the Qingyun sect lingered within the Qinji sect for several days. But due to the sect's regulations regarding their return, they ultimately had to depart. Naturally, due to their indulgence over the past few days, aside from Lin Chen, who appeared relatively well, the others seemed rather listless. It seemed that the dual cultivation arts required moderation. Lin Chen mused inwardly. Chapter 38. Trouble approaches. As for how to safely return to their sect, the group engaged in a meticulous discussion. For the previous encounters with the demonic cultivators had proven quite detrimental. If they were to retrace their earlier route, they would undoubtedly fall into ambush. Thus, they opted for an exceedingly obscure and inconspicuous path. However, unbeknownst to them, the moment their flying vessel set forth, they were already being covertly observed. After departing from the Thousand Mechanisms sect, the vessel made a circuitous route before heading towards the 10,000 Great Mountains, chosen solely for its remoteness. This, however, provided an excellent opportunity for the cultivator trailing them. I cannot believe you possess no secrets, remarked the white-clad cultivator, his face adorned with an alluring grace as he gazed at the receding vessel. He was a disciple of a hunchbacked, core formation elder at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Having already witnessed the events transpiring in the valley, the sight of Lin Chen acquiring the ancient sword from the concealment array sent ripples of shock through him. When he observed the 2 core formation elders displaying no interest, he was filled with elation and stealthily summoned a leaf-shaped flying vessel to follow closely behind. 10 days later, the Qingyun sect and Appos' vessel arrived at the 10,000 Great Mountains. Faced with layer upon layer of mist, the group remained vigilant, fearful of retaliation from the demonic cultivators. Dear junior brothers, once we traverse the 10,000 Great Mountains, we shall enter the territory of the Qingyun sect. Surely, the demonic cultivators lack the audacity to stir trouble here. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when a vessel approached rapidly from the distance. Cultivators of the Thousand Mechanisms sect? Elkong discerned from their attire. The approaching figures wore cold expressions, a faint smile playing on their lips, as they occasionally brushed their long hair, evoking an unsettling aura. As they neared, the white-clad cultivator coldly stated, having obtained what you sought, do you wish to depart so swiftly? What could this mean? Does he intend to seize the spirit stones? Lu Yuxiao murmured, his expression darkening as he grasped his storage bag. Regardless of this individual and Appos' intentions, It was well known that the Thousand Mechanisms sect cultivators were unscrupulous. It would be prudent for them to leave this place swiftly, Lin-Shan urged. Indeed. Our mission is complete. This individual must have ulterior motives, Elkong echoed, casting a spell to propel their vessel deftly into the mist. Oh? You dare to disregard the Foundation establishment cultivators? How intriguing, the white-clad cultivator remarked, stepping onto his vessel and swiftly plunging into the mist behind them. The group of chi refining disciples were no match for the Foundation establishment cultivators, and soon, even within the dense white fog, they found themselves pursued. A powerful aura enveloped them. Esteemed senior, could there be a misunderstanding? We have risked our safety to deliver spirit herbs for your sect. Surely, that counts for something? Elkong clasped his hands, enduring the immense pressure, and spoke with a smile. Humph, why the sudden halt? Is it not a tad late for such words? The white-clad cultivator smiled softly, a glint of coldness glimmering in his eyes. With a flourish of his long sleeves, a radiant sword materialized. Elegantly poised as he flicked his sleeve, exuding an enchanting demeanor. This display sent chills down the spines of several Qingdan sect cultivators. Should the opponent cast a spell, their heads would surely roll. Just as anxiety gripped the crowd, the enigmatic male cultivator smiled faintly. I abhor bloodshed, given that our two sects are currently cooperating. I can spare you all, provided you hand over one individual. Upon hearing this, Elkong and Lu Yunxiao exhaled in relief, hastily replying, Please, esteemed senior, do tell. It is him. The white-clad, enchanting male cultivator extended a finger as delicate as jade, indicating Lin-Shan with a slight smile. Lin-Shan? Elkang's face fell in shock and confusion. He was aware that Lin-Shan had ventured into the core of the Thousand Mechanisms sect, seeking opportunities in the valley. But he remained oblivious to what treasures he had secured. What? Do you have objections? The white-clad cultivator raised an eyebrow. Lu Yunxiao, sensing the tension, quickly tugged at Elkang's sleeve and respectfully stated, We harbor no objections. His gaze fell upon Lin-Shan, revealing his displeasure as he coldly remarked. I do not know when you offended the esteemed senior. Once you clarify, return to join us. The implication was clear. Lin-Shan was to be used as a bargaining chip for the safety of the others. Elkong, sensing the underlying tensions, could only helplessly concede. Junior brother, it seems there is no alternative. With a hint of regret, he patted Lin-Shan's shoulder. Lin-Shan sighed softly, stepping onto his flying sword and emerging from the vessel. He bore no resentment. Even were he in their position, he would have acted similarly. Esteemed senior, given our current cooperation between the two sects, I implore you not to act rashly. Let us converse amicably. Lu Yunxiao bowed respectfully while urging the vessel to hasten its departure. Once the Qingyan sect cultivators were out of sight, the white-clad, enigmatic cultivator caressed his pale visage, releasing his spiritual sense to probe carefully. Yet, to his dismay, he found no anomalies beyond 10 valuable ancient flying swords. His brow furrowed deeper, his expression darkening as he commanded, Hand over your storage bag. Faced with this Foundation establishment cultivator, Lin-Shan realized he stood little chance, but refused to surrender meekly. Furthermore, his storage bag contained numerous medicinal pills and an ancient lantern artifact critical for his future advancement. Rather than succumb to slow torment, he resolved to resist fiercely, quickly activating the talisman in his hand. With a resounding explosion, 2 massive fireball talismans surged forth towards his adversary. Humph, you show some spirit. A mere novice in the chi refining stage dares to act recklessly. To possess such talismans, you must have a fair amount of spirit stones, the white-clad cultivator remarked, effortlessly casting a protective barrier to deflect the attack. What had initially seemed a formidable talisman now appeared ineffective, akin to scratching the surface of a boot. Lin-Shan was taken aback, swiftly summoning a black glass tower from his storage bag. After channeling a spell, the tower expanded rapidly. Go, he commanded, sending the black tower darting towards his opponent at great speed. However, this inferior artifact stood no chance of harming a Foundation establishment cultivator. With a casual wave, the enigmatic cultivator summoned a light sword from his barrier, swiftly striking the black tower and shattering it. Lin-Shan's face paled. The disparity between them was akin to heaven and earth. Sigh. The enigmatic male cultivator shook his head slightly, disdain evident in his gaze. Lin-Shan, undeterred, summoned the black wind banner he had procured not long ago. After a vigorous shake, a multitude of wind blades surged forth. As these blades surged toward the enigmatic male cultivator, they suddenly transformed into dazzling flying blades. Ah, a mid-grade artifact. Interesting. This will soon belong to me. The enigmatic cultivator and Amp, Appos, S face lit up with delight. Chapter 39, Slaying a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Although Lin-Shan employed a mid-grade magical artifact this time, his chi refinement cultivation level hindered him from unleashing the full might of the Black Wind Banner. His spiritual energy was squandered in vain, and ultimately, he could not shake his opponent. What a pity, the eerie male cultivator remarked, shaking his head slightly. After multiple attempts at probing, Lin-Shan ceased his hesitation and immediately executed the sword shadow splitting technique from the mystical heavenly sword path. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of flying swords struck against the opponent's protective shield, yielding no effect whatsoever. Boy, if this is all you can do, I must say I am quite disappointed, the eerie male cultivator said with a faint smile, advancing closer to Lin-Shan. Seeing the disparity in strength, Lin Chen decisively summoned the 10 ancient flying swords he had recently acquired, chanting incantations as he infused them with a spell. The 10 rusted ancient swords formed an extraordinarily peculiar sword formation. Haha, interesting. I never expected a cultivator to utilize unrefined ancient swords, the eerie male cultivator scoffed, unconcerned. In his eyes, Lin Chen and Appos' abilities were mediocre, and it would be ideal if he could force his opponent to reveal his trump cards. After all, to dismantle an ancient concealment formation at the valley and Appos' depths surely held untold secrets. As Lin Chen observed this, a surge of joy filled his heart. Engaging with conventional methods would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but harnessing the Tao rhythm within him at this critical moment might yield remarkable results. The eerie male cultivator raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the gradually forming sword formation. Impressive. It seems you possess some depth. Managing to control so many weapons with your divine sense, despite the overwhelming sword intent and murderous aura emanating from Lin Chen. The eerie male cultivator remained unfazed and did not channel additional spiritual energy into his shield. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Chen unhesitatingly infused the Tao rhythm within him into the 10 ancient swords. Instantly, the 10 ancient flying swords emitted a dazzling white light and surged toward the eerie male cultivator. Interesting. It appears your power is related to your internal energy. Since my divine sense cannot probe deeper, I shall uncover your secrets through soul-searching later, the eerie male cultivator mused. Just then, the 10 flying swords arrived in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The swords collided with the protective shield, producing a deafening sound. The immense force compelled the cultivator to stagger backward. This sword formation is quite peculiar. Where did you acquire it? Of course, I purchased it from the market. Lin Chen replied coldly, exerting full control over the ancient swords. Following another wave of relentless attacks, the eerie cultivator noticed cracks appearing in his protective shield, his expression changing dramatically. Boy, it seems I underestimated you. However, as he hurriedly formed hand seals to channel a large amount of spiritual energy, it was already too late. The protective shield shattered under the powerful strikes of the flying swords. You little brat, how dare you? The eerie male cultivator realized the dire situation and cursed angrily, his figure flickering as he prepared to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen refused to relent, channeling all his remaining strength to attack with the 10 flying swords. Bolstered by the sword formation, a tremendous sword pressure erupted, accompanied by a resounding roar. Bang! In a flash, a massive collision resounded in the air. The eerie male cultivator summoned a colossal black longsword, bracing himself against the onslaught. Is that all? You nearly startled me, he exhaled in relief, producing a pink handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe his brow. Seeing this, Lin Chen found himself in a precarious position. His reckless use of Tao rhythm had not yielded the desired effects, nearly depleting his spiritual energy. With no means of escape at hand, he resorted to revealing the peculiar magical artifacts he had obtained during their previous skirmishes, such as a black skull, a tattered black wind banner, and a ghostly blade. Haha. What use are these worthless trinkets? The eerie male cultivator summoned a blood-red spear from his storage pouch, channeling his full spiritual energy into it. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crashing sounds echoed once more as the various magical artifacts were shattered under the tremendous assault. Simultaneously, the black longsword grew even larger, effortlessly dismantling the sword formation formed by the 10 ancient swords. A white figure appeared before Lin Chen in the blink of an eye. Boy, today I shall uncover the secrets you harbor. With that, he unleashed an immensely powerful divine sense. Lin Chen could distinctly feel an external force slowly infiltrating his sea of consciousness, a wave of excruciating pain blurring his awareness. Is this how it ends? A sense of unwillingness and anger welled up within Lin Chen. His grand path had yet to commence, yet he faced imminent death. Haha, intriguing, intriguing. The eerie male cultivator seemed to unearth something, a look of surprise crossing his face as he grew increasingly excited. No, I cannot give up like this. As Lin Chen gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, he gritted his teeth and summoned the last of his strength to fully activate the mystical Tao Heavenly Demon technique. Although its effects were limited, it allowed his consciousness to regain some clarity. You still resist even at death's door? The eerie male cultivator noted the growing difficulty of penetrating Lin Chen's sea of consciousness, an odd expression forming on his face. Realizing the technique bore fruit, Lin Chen clenched his teeth and continued to operate the third layer of the mystical Tao Heavenly Demon technique. Threads of spiritual energy began to coalesce within him, gradually invigorating his previously feeble and dazed form. Still struggling? Today, I shall thoroughly search your soul. With that, the eerie male cultivator intensified his soul-searching efforts. Lin Chen repeatedly channeled high-level techniques, resolutely resisting the cultivator and Appos' probing power. At that moment, the Tao rhythm within him seemed to sense his peril, radiating a white light. A surge of immense energy erupted from his body. The eerie male cultivator, who had been relentlessly invading Lin Chen's sea of consciousness, appeared to suffer a backlash. Screaming in agony as he clutched his head, staggering backward in pain. What have you done to me, boy? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen summoned the last remnants of his spiritual energy and drove the fallen 10 flying swords into action. Swish, swish, swish. The air filled with the piercing cries of ancient swords. Moments later, A shrill scream echoed as one ancient sword after another pierced through the eerie male cultivator and Apos' chest. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed to the ground. How could this be? I am a Foundation establishment cultivator. The eerie male cultivator's pallid face contorted with a myriad of emotions, unwillingness, regret, disbelief. After uttering these words, his head drooped, and he breathed his last. At the very moment the eerie male cultivator fell, a hunchbacked elder in the distance seemed to sense something, his expression shifting dramatically. A powerful aura emanated from him. His face contorted in rage as he roared. Who killed my disciple? Chapter 40. Return to the sect at this moment. Lin Shen was not in a much better state. His body staggered, and he felt as though the power of the Tao had been completely drained from him. If it had not been for the opponent's negligence in launching a sudden attack, the consequences would have been dire. It seemed that the power of the Tao should be used sparingly in the future. His hidden cards were still too few. And low-grade magical artifacts were utterly inadequate against foundation-building cultivators. With a soft sigh, he hastily consumed a recovery pill. After about an hour, his internal power had slightly restored. His complexion no longer pale, and he felt a bit of strength returning. His gaze fell upon the peculiar male cultivator, and with a flick of his hand, he summoned the opponent's storage bag into his possession. As his consciousness swept through it, an expression of surprise crossed his face. He had never anticipated that this foundation-building cultivator's storage bag contained numerous valuable items, including 3 medium-grade magical artifacts and a considerable amount of spirit stones and elixirs. This black flying sword appeared intriguing and was likely worth a significant number of spirit stones. His attention shifted to the pill bottles, and upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but chuckle. The most abundant elixirs were those for enhancing vitality, such as the Yang Enhancement Pill and the Soul Confounding Pill. Additionally, there were several manuals, most of which pertained to matters of intimacy and the art of yin-yang harmonization. Lin Shen shook his head slightly. His expression one of disdain. How could one be so arrogant merely upon reaching foundation building? His behavior was exceedingly strange, evidently obsessed with dual cultivation. While such techniques may be beneficial, one must not become overly infatuated with them. Finally, he discovered several talismans on the individual, with invisibility talismans being the most plentiful. One could only wonder how many female cultivators had fallen victim to this person. With this thought in mind, Lin Shen summoned a flicker of white light from his fingertips and mercilessly launched a fireball at the corpse to erase all traces of it. After tidying up the scene, he gazed at the distant sky and let out a deep sigh. Without a flying vessel, he could only travel by sword. Thus, he alternated between flying on his sword and walking, taking more than 2 months to return to the sect. Why did it take so long? Su Guanxiao, responsible for registration at the sect's affairs hall, was taken aback. Lin Shen vaguely mentioned encountering some incidents that delayed him, not wishing to elaborate further. After all, news of abandoning a fellow disciple would surely attract the attention of the sect and Apos' law enforcement hall. Su Guanxiao, however, did not press the issue and smiled lightly. Returning late to the sect is a minor matter. Leave it to me. When the sect inquires, I shall take responsibility. At this point, he feigned a look of frustration, as though he were being punished by the sect for failing in his duties. Lin Shen instantly understood his intentions. Nevertheless, this individual was quite amicable when it came to handling matters for a fee. Deliberately exhibiting excitement, he respectfully said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your leniency." With that, he took out 50 spirit stones from his storage bag. What is this? Su Guanxiao's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected Lin Shen to produce such a sum so readily. Senior brother, the escort mission for the spiritual herbs went exceedingly well, yielding considerable profit. This is but a token of my appreciation. Please accept it, as returning late to the sect is a significant taboo. Upon hearing this, Su Guanxiao nodded slightly, increasingly finding Lin Shen to be quite pleasing. Junior brother, given the current risks outside the sect, if you wish, I can help you find a stable position within the sect. Lin Shen, of course, wished for nothing more than that. However, he still needed to avoid Gu Jingjing and Ouyang Yu. Remaining within the sect was fraught with peril until his strength improved. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. But I still believe that venturing out for training is more advantageous. If that is the case, I shall not press further. You have my assurance, junior brother. If you need anything, I, Su Guanxiao, will assist you. If time permits, we should visit a tavern together for a good drink. Naturally, Lin Shen replied with a subtle smile, appearing quite excited. After leaving the sect's affairs hall, he made his way toward the cave, feeling an inexplicable thrill at the prospect of seeing that mysterious female cultivator once more. Returning to the nameless peak of the outer sect felt remarkably familiar. Upon entering the cave, he was greeted by 2 sound transmission talismans, one from Lu Qing'er and the other from Su Yutong. Shattering the first, he heard Lu Qing'er's voice. Laden with respect, my supply of elixirs is running low. Could you spare some? The message from Su Yutong seemed rather urgent. I heard you returned from your mission. May I see you? Upon hearing this, Lin Shen frowned slightly, uncertain of the nature of their requests. With his current abilities being average, his priority was to elevate his cultivation level. It would be unwise to become entangled in conflict with Ouyang Yu at this juncture. However, considering their past interactions, he felt indebted. Ignoring them would seem too callous. After much contemplation, he resolved to visit them in a few days. After a tiring mission, He activated the restrictions and unknowingly fell asleep. It was unclear how long he had rested before awakening. Observing the simplicity of the cave, he mused. Perhaps it won't be long before I can exchange this for a more spiritually enriched dwelling. According to sect regulations, once one reached the late stage of chi refining and garnered the attention of the transmission hall, one could seek a new cave residence within the inner sect. However, the conditions were exceedingly stringent. One would need to pass the sect's trials or shine during a competition to have a chance. The insights of demon cultivators once mentioned. To pursue longevity in cultivation, one must remain low-key, always remembering that the bird which sticks its head out gets shot. Contemplating this, he shook his head slightly, dismissing such thoughts. With the power of the Tao and the ancient Qing Dang artifact, there was no need to contend for the qualifications of inner sect disciples. For now, he needed only to focus on diligent cultivation and quickly achieve a breakthrough. After some reflection, he decided to seek out Lu Qinger first, viewing her as an informant with much to discover. Just then, a familiar voice called from outside the cave. "Junior brother, are you there?" Lu Qinger stood before the cave with a hint of nervousness, somewhat shy. She was on the brink of a breakthrough and had not anticipated running low on suitable elixirs. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a familiar voice from the cave responded, "Senior sister, please come in." As the words fell, a shimmering portal appeared in the protective barrier. Seeing this, Lu Qing and Appos was overjoyed and hurried inside. Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. "It has been some time since we last met. I hope you have been well." Lu Qinger beamed back, preparing to reply when her expression suddenly shifted in astonishment. "You have reached the 9th layer of chi refining? Just fortunate. Please have a seat." Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. "Is that so?" Lu Qinger felt a mix of emotions. She was only at the 6th layer, having made little progress over the years. "Now, tell me about the happenings within the sect." Lin Chen refrained from immediately producing elixirs, eager to gather information from various sources. Chapter 41. Control in the current turbulent situation. Rumors of an impending battle between the righteous and demonic factions have led to widespread unease among the disciples at the lower levels of the sect, who are desperately seeking less perilous missions. Lin Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this, yet his primary concern remained with Ouyang Yu and Gu Jingjing, both of whom hailed from prominent cultivation families. The recent demise of the cultivator who had previously troubled him must have caught their attention by now. Forewarned is forearmed. It is imperative to make comprehensive preparations. As for Ouyang Yu, his junior brother has been sequestered in closed-door cultivation since acquiring elixirs from his family, and it is rumored that he may soon reach the pinnacle of chi refinement. The mention of the pinnacle of chi refinement caused Lin Chen's brow to furrow slightly. This was not auspicious news, as it indicated a widening gap between them. Hadn't Ouyang Yu been pursuing Su Yutong? Was there any news on that front? Su's senior sister has been residing at Zizhu Peak and has heard that Ouyang Yu sought her out several times, but he dared not pursue her openly due to elderly S presence at Zizhu Peak. Understanding the situation, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. If there was no pressing matter at hand, why was Ouyang Yu so eager to find him? Lu Qinger watched Lin Chen with trepidation, not forgetting her purpose for the day, having prepared thoroughly before coming. And what of Gu Jingjing from Qixia Peak? Recently, Gu's senior sister has also been in closed-door cultivation, and no further news has emerged. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his gaze resting on Lu Qinger, satisfied with the information gathered. He smiled and said, "Senior sister Lu, you did not come solely to seek elixirs, did you?" Lu Qinger flushed slightly, her respect evident as she replied, "Junior brother, in truth, I have another matter for which I seek your assistance. Certainly, as long as it lies within my capabilities, I am more than willing to help. Currently, there are scant low-risk tasks available, and if a suitable sect mission cannot be found, they might have no choice but to venture outside." With a sigh, Lu Qinger expressed her concern. "This matter is easily resolved. Let us head to the mission hall now, where I have some acquaintances." Upon hearing this, Lu Qinger's eyes sparkled with excitement, never anticipating that mere information could lead to such substantial assistance from him. Before long, the two arrived at the mission hall. "Oh, it is junior brother Lin who has arrived. Please, take a seat," greeted Hao Yuan warmly upon seeing Lin Chen. Lu Qinger, intrigued, noted that Hao Yuan had not been so cordial in the past. "I have learned of the detailed process of your last mission, junior brother. I did not expect you to possess such remarkable skills," Hao Yuan praised, casting a knowing glance at Lu Qinger. "Senior brother, I have chanced upon a spirit herb on my recent outing. Please have a look," Lin Chen offered, producing a jade box he had prepared. "Is that so?" Hao Yuan responded. Curiosity piqued as he carefully opened the box. Upon inspection, shock dawned on his face, and he exclaimed, "It is Tianyi grass. Excellent, excellent. This herb is beneficial for foundational cultivation, capable of dispelling inner demons and enhancing the chances of successful foundation establishment." In truth, Lin Chen had acquired this herb from an anomalous male cultivator and, recognizing its value, had effortlessly replicated it using an ancient artifact. Hao Yuan cautiously placed the jade box aside, smiling as he asked, "What sort of task does junior brother wish to undertake this time?" "Senior brother, I wish to help senior sister Lu find a relatively safe mission," Lin Chen stated plainly. "Very well, here are some suitable tasks currently available. You two may take a look." With that, he retrieved a verdant jade slip from his sleeve. Lu Qing and Appos, her examined it closely, her heart racing with astonishment. Typically, she had not encountered such manageable sect tasks and was surprised by Lin Chen's familiarity with the local cultivators. While sipping spirit tea, Hao Yuan noticed Lin Chen had not glanced at the tasks on the jade slip and smiled, saying, "Junior brother, do you wish to inquire about external missions? The situation is becoming increasingly perilous. Some spirit mines belonging to the sect have already been attacked by demonic cultivators." A hint of worry crossed his face, knowing that the sect's impending conflict jeopardized his own position. "Junior brother, you are merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. It would be wise to focus on your cultivation and advance your abilities as swiftly as possible. I wonder if we might postpone your next task slightly." "Of course," Hao Yuan replied without hesitation, readily agreeing. "Given your outstanding completion of the spirit herb transport mission, I will request that the sect excuse you from one task, allowing you to cultivate in peace." Lin Chen felt a wave of comfort wash over him at this news, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." He was relieved, realizing the spirit herb he had provided was indeed a substantial bargain. Had he been less astute, he might have suffered significant losses. With time to cultivate, he hoped to soon reach the 10th level of Qi refinement. As he pondered, Lu Qing'er softly spoke, "Senior brother, I will choose this task." Lin Chen and Appos' expression turned quizzical as he absent-mindedly stroked his smooth chin. It turned out that the task Lu Qing'er selected involved cleaning a mountain peak and cave for a certain foundational cultivator. The intention seemed clear. Perhaps they wished to break free from control or seek greater benefits. "This task is not suitable for you. Perhaps you should consider the beast-taming garden instead." Lin Chen smiled slightly, though dissatisfaction brewed within him. He suddenly realized that the management of this girl had been rather lax. Lu Qing and Appos' initial excitement plummeted. "Senior brother, you misunderstand. I merely wish to." She hesitated, her words trailing off. Hao Yuan, sipping his tea from a distance, had observed the exchange with a knowing smile. Saying nothing further, he was perplexed as to why Lin Chen would assist this girl, having expended considerable spirit stones, if he couldn't and Appos to even manage her. It would be quite inappropriate. Lu Qing'er refrained from arguing, fearing Lin Chen might withdraw his support. She quickly murmured, "I will follow Junior Brother's arrangements." "Very well. Let us proceed to the Spirit Beast Academy. Acquiring another skill is always beneficial." "Ah, the Spirit Beast Academy?" Lu Qing and Appos, her gasped, her eyes wide with shock, a look of despair crossing her face. Interacting with Spirit Beast was no simple task. It involved arduous duties such as feeding, grooming, and cleaning up after them. Not to mention the various unpleasant odors and potential dangers, as each Spirit Beast possessed a unique temperament. Rarely did female cultivators venture there, and even male cultivators often struggled to endure. "What? Are you unwilling?" Seeing her resolute attitude, Lu Qing and Appos felt increasingly aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes as she dared not outright refuse. Hao Yuan, still sipping his tea, bore an odd expression, understanding that this task was meant as a form of punishment and control. If she found the Spirit Beast Academy unsuitable, she could, of course, opt for an external mission. However, given the rampant demonic cultivators, caution was advised. Lu Qing and Appos, taken aback, managed a forced smile, resignedly saying, "Very well, I shall go to the Spirit Beast Academy." "Good," Lin Chen thought to himself with a cold huff. Chapter 42. Mastery of the Flesh. Having secured a new sect task for Lu Qing and Appos, Lin Chen meticulously recorded the details before returning to his cave, refraining from engaging in further conversation. His demeanor appeared notably displeased, a sentiment that was unmistakably evident. Lu Qing'er, perceptive as ever, noted his discontent as she watched his retreating figure, a tumult of emotions swirling within her, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of complexities. Although a sect task had been assigned, the resources necessary for advancement, spiritual herbs and elixirs, remained scarce. As night descended, Lin Chen chose not to meditate in the lotus position but instead gazed intently at a jade slip containing a cultivation technique. Previously, he had stumbled upon several jade slips related to dual cultivation from the storage bag of a peculiar male cultivator. Initially intending to discard them, he inadvertently discovered their profound secrets. For cultivators striving to break through their limits, particularly those long hindered by internal shackles, such methods proved extraordinarily beneficial. This secret technique allowed for unilateral acquisition or mutual understanding between both parties. Just as he was engrossed in contemplation, a gentle voice echoed from outside the cave. "Junior brother." Lin Chen smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow, and with a graceful wave of his sleeve, the cave's protective barrier gradually lifted. The visitor was none other than Lu Qing and Appos, who had tidied herself and applied a light touch of makeup, enhancing her already striking beauty to an enchanting degree. Clad in perfectly fitting attire, her graceful figure stirred a restless heart. "Ah, it is senior sister. The hour is late. May I inquire as to your purpose?" Lin Chen's tone remained somewhat brusque. Lu Qing'o approached with a playful smile, lightly shaking Lin Chen's arm, her voice a melodious tease. "Are you still upset with me, junior brother?" The unique fragrance emanating from her, coupled with her soft breath, ignited a flurry of thoughts in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chun discerned her intent, but remained unperturbed. Replying coolly, what do you think? It was my fault. Please forgive me. Junior brother, Lu Qing and Amp, Oppos, leaned closer. However, upon noticing his indifference, a hint of embarrassment crossed her features. Her beautiful eyes shifted, and she spoke softly, Junior brother, I have always been virtuous. Since you have already placed a restriction within me, my body is ultimately yours. This night is splendid. Why not? As she spoke, her shyness dissipated, and she took Lin Chun and Oppos' hand, drawing closer. This woman was truly beguiling. To ignore her would be to defy the natural order. Furthermore, the insights of demonic cultivation indeed contain mandates regarding the mastery of female cultivators' bodies, presenting an opportune moment. With this thought in mind, Lin Chun ceased to be courteous, sweeping his sleeve once more, extinguishing the light within the cave. Junior brother, be gentle. Lu Qinger wore an expression of melancholy. A peculiar sound soon filled the cave. Time passed, and before long, the sun rose high in the sky. Lin Chun emerged revitalized, fully dressed, while Lu Qing and Oppos, wrapped in delicate gauze, appeared languid and devoid of strength. In truth, Lin Chun had secretly employed the dual cultivation technique the previous night, discovering unexpected effects as a strange power brushed against the layers of his internal shackles. It is known that advancing through the later stages of qi refinement is immensely challenging. As he pondered these thoughts, Lu Qinger gradually awoke, her demeanor alluring, her delicate arms wrapping around Lin Chun as if still savoring the moment. After a considerable time, she cautiously dressed and spoke softly, Qing and Amp, Oppos, shall belong to you from now on, junior brother. At this point, she hesitated, her demeanor a blend of coyness and expectation. Lin Chun understood her unspoken desire. She sought elixirs. Following their night together, he was quite pleased to find her a pristine individual. He carefully rummaged through his storage bag and produced 2 elixir vials, saying gently, Senior sister, these elixirs will suffice for your breakthrough. Really? Lu Qinger exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she opened the vial to reveal the 7-pattern Xianling pill, a treasure of high value and rarity in the market. She felt that her actions from the previous night were exceedingly worthwhile, realizing the significant benefits of her alliance with him. However, Lin Chun and Oppos' subsequent words plunged her exhilaration into despair, leaving her momentarily speechless. Senior sister, consider these elixirs alone. Do not forget to repay me in the future. Repay? Lu Qinger was struck dumb, grappling with the implications. Having lost her innocence, she felt as though she had been thoroughly taken advantage of. Now finding herself in debt for a substantial sum of spirit stones, her expression shifted between joy and despair, unable to fathom that he would hold her in such a manner. With a resigned sigh, she murmured, Understood, junior brother, I shall repay you in due time. Then I shall not see you out. I must resume my cultivation. Lin Chun firmly indicated his intent to dismiss her. His message was clear, despite their intimate connection. They must keep accounts clear and avoid undue sentimentality. Lu Qing and Amp, Oppos, felt a deep disappointment, yet she had little recourse, grateful nonetheless for the quality elixirs he had provided. As she reached the cave's entrance, Lin Chun's voice rang out, nearly causing her to faint. Senior sister, do not forget what I just said. You are mine, and your body is to be touched only by me. You. Lu Qing and Oppos, clenched her teeth, stamping her foot, her face alternating between crimson and pale, her breath quickening with indignation. Did she intend to straddle 2 boats? Had she forgotten the restriction within her? Lin Chun and Oppos' expression darkened, his gaze sharpening. Rest assured, my entire being, inside and out, belongs to you. I shall ensure you are well cared for. Lu Qing aside, resigned, I understand. I will fulfill my duties. Having reached this juncture, following Lin Chun was not an unwise choice, as he was a late-stage qi refinement cultivator and held considerable wealth. Observing her change in attitude, Lin Chun approached with a smile, gently caressing her delicate face and silken hair. Senior sister, I assure you, being with me will not lead to loss. Lu Qinger nodded slightly, nestling into Lin Chun's embrace, appearing like a delicate bird seeking refuge. When you visit the Spirit Beast Pavilion, remember to acquire methods for taming beasts. I will find it useful in the future. Lin Chun's suggestion to send Lu Qinger to that place stemmed from his ulterior motives, contemplating the immense utility of spirit insects, pondering whether the underlying principles of both would be similar. Do not worry, junior brother, Lu Qing and Oppos, responded with a glimmer of joy, her heart suddenly enlightened. Realizing she would not linger in the Spirit Beast Pavilion for long, once she departed, Lin Chun and Oppos' expression turned grave. The time for his breakthrough was near. He resolved to seize this opportunity while Gu Jingjing and Ouyang Yu were in seclusion, ensuring the cave and Oppos' protective measures were intact and secure. He promptly settled into a meditative posture. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed a 9-pattern Xianling pill. In the days that followed, he continuously consumed and refined the high-quality elixirs, treating them like sweet confections. Remarkably, the effects were extraordinary, making his breakthrough seem imminent. Unbeknownst to him, a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, a loud shout echoed within the cave as a white mist enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 43, the 10th level of Qi Refinement and Ambush, a breakthrough? Lin Shan and Amp, Apos. S face was alight with joy, his excitement spilling over as he murmured to himself. He keenly sensed the changes within his body. The mana in his dantian surged, and both his physical form and spiritual awareness had significantly strengthened. With a swift motion, he patted his storage bag, summoning a flying sword, and infused it with mana before sweeping it towards the wall. The sword hummed loudly as it struck, sending a cascade of rocks tumbling down, creating a thunderous sound. Now that I have reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, I wonder if Gu Jingjing has managed to break through as well. Even if she has attained the 11th level, I could still stand my ground against her. Gu Jingjing would surely be able to handle herself. But Ouyang, you might find it more challenging. The thought of having offended that individual caused Lin Shan a headache. There were still several layers separating the 10th level from the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and in a battle of magic, his chances of victory were slim. He secretly hoped that Ouyang Yu would fail in his ascension. After a few days of stabilizing his realm, Lu Qing'er approached slowly, her expression radiating immense joy, albeit tinged with a hint of shyness. After consuming a high-quality Xianling pill, she had swiftly advanced to the 7th level of Qi refinement, and she now truly appreciated Lin Shan's significance. Her visit served a dual purpose, to express gratitude and to seek something in return. Having shared a moment of intimacy previously, Lu Qing'er felt emboldened, donning a sheer veil that accentuated her alluring charm. Lin Shan was not one to hold back. Facing such a captivating beauty, it would be foolish to present himself as a paragon of virtue. Besides, he possessed a dual cultivation secret that would undoubtedly aid in their cultivation. With a gentle motion, he pulled her closer. After the storm, Lin Shan composed himself, preparing a pot of spiritual tea with a calm demeanor. Now, let us discuss Gu Jingjing and Ouyang Yu. At this moment, Lu Qing'er felt weak all over, and though she found Lin Shan's lack of romantic understanding infuriating, she could do little about it. Draped in a thin layer of fabric, she spoke softly, "Junior brother, the two of them have long since exited their seclusion and have successfully broken through. Is that so?" Lin Shan and Apos' brow furrowed slightly. He had heard that these two shared a close relationship and frequently interacted. At this juncture, Lu Qing and Apos smiled subtly, implying that they had already become intimate partners. Having suspected the tension between Lin Shan and the two, she had been meticulous in gathering information. "Are you certain they often meet at Wuyo Peak?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shan's heart raced, and his eyes gleamed with newfound awareness. "Without a doubt, I paid a handsome sum to learn this from Gu Jingjing's maid," Lu Qing'er asserted confidently, her expression revealing a hint of sorrow when discussing spirit stones. Wuyo Peak was a picturesque location within the sect, vast and unoccupied by any cultivators. Over time, it had become a rendezvous point for couples and fellow disciples. The tome insights of demonic cultivation had noted, potential enemies should be eliminated early. Lin Shan had no intention of waiting for those two to seek him out again. After careful consideration, a plan began to form in his mind. Lu Qing'er, however, was far more concerned with spirit stones and pills than with his thoughts. Her beauty was striking, her skin flawless as snow, and she was determined not to let her good looks go to waste. With this in mind, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Shan couldn't and Apos helped but chuckle at the sight. He retrieved a storage bag, smiling as he said, and sighed. "You'll find some pills and spirit stones, as well as a couple of decent quality magical artifacts." After inspecting the contents with her spiritual sense, Lu Qing and Apos was overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, junior brother. Yes, make sure to cultivate diligently in the future." His expression turned serious. Lu Qing and Apos had initially wished to grow closer, but seeing his lack of romantic interest, she smiled brightly and left, albeit with a slightly slow pace. Once she departed, Lin Shan quietly made his way to Wuyo Peak. The location was indeed serene, with lush greenery, dense forests, and blooming flowers that instilled a sense of joy. The invisibility talisman from the previously encountered enigmatic foundation establishment cultivator proved invaluable. Simply affixing it to himself would allow for discreet observation. Even if the sect conducted an investigation, they would find nothing amiss. However, after nearly 10 days of waiting, Lin Shan had only witnessed numerous couples exchanging tender affections. Without a sight of Gu Jingjing or Ouyang Yu, could the information have been erroneous? Just as he felt disheartened and sighed, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. "Did senior brother invite me here merely to admire the flowers and scenery?" Gu Jingjing smiled lightly, now at the 11th level of Qi refinement, showing no sign of deference towards Ouyang Yu, who was at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. "Junior sister, are you still unaware of my intentions? If you were to join me, it would greatly benefit both our families. Senior brother, are you not being a tad too hasty? Let us discuss our family's matters once you have reached foundation establishment." Gu Jingjing calculated her words carefully, unwilling to engage in anything too risky. "Is that so?" Ouyang Yu's face lit up with delight, a hint of surprise crossing his features. "Of course, this is also the wish of our esteemed ancestor from the Gu family. Very well, I will report this to my family immediately. If all goes well, it won't end Apos, be long before we can obtain a foundation establishment pill." After saying this, his excitement was palpable as he quickly added, "Junior sister, I shall take my leave for now." Before departing, he retrieved 3 jade boxes from his storage bag. Smiling as he proclaimed, Junior sister, these are inner cores of magical beasts, beneficial for refining your cultivation. Is that so? Gu Jingjing opened one, her face lighting up with excitement. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, senior brother. As long as you join me in the future, I promise you will not suffer. With that, he turned and hurried away. Witnessing Ouyang Yu's urgency to report to his family, Gu Jingjing's expression shifted from joy to a deepening gloom, tinged with disdain. Humph. You are merely a pampered scion. Do you think I am unaware of the dual cultivation furnace matter? These inner cores shall serve as compensation for the time you have wasted. As she muttered to herself, a sudden whooshing sound filled the air. Upon looking closely, she saw 6 gleaming flying swords hurtling towards her. Gu Jingjing quickly gathered her energy, employing evasive maneuvers just in time. Yet, despite her efforts, one sword grazed her thigh, causing blood to flow freely and her complexion to pale. Surveying her surroundings, she saw no other cultivators, and a surge of fear gripped her. Who dares to lurk here, seeking to oppose the Gu family? As she questioned, she swiftly erected a protective barrier. However, just as she finished setting it up, 10 ancient swords flew through the air, weaving in and out before forming a sword formation. Once united, the flying swords expanded, exuding overwhelming pressure. Could they be Foundation establishment cultivators? No, their pressure indicated they were merely Qi refinement practitioners. With this realization, Gu Jingjing felt a surge of calm. She quickly patted her storage bag, and a red floral basket swiftly emerged as she recited a spell, channeling her mana into it. Chapter 44. Ruthless Tactics. After the crimson floral basket artifact was activated, it abruptly enlarged, emitting a scarlet halo. Strangely, it emanated a plethora of vermilion petals, ceaselessly absorbing and resisting the approaching sword array. This artifact possesses some intrigue. It seems impregnable for the moment. Lin Shen realized that the longer the delay, the more detrimental it would be to him. Reversing his hand, he discharged 2 offensive talismans towards the opponent and Oppos as protective shield. 2 colossal flames, radiating a white luminescence, resembled fiery dragons. What? Intermediate-level talismans? Could he truly be a Foundation establishment cultivator? Gu Jingjing's face betrayed her alarm. Already wounded, she dared not exert her full strength during the combat. Now, facing even more formidable talismans, she couldn't and Oppos, help but feel apprehensive. Fellow Taoist, hold. Before she could finish speaking, she noticed a thunder pearl interspersed behind the 2 talismans. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening explosions shattered the protective shield with remarkable ease. Treacherous scoundrel. Gu Jingjing's face was ashen, and she uttered a curse. She couldn't fathom who would inflict such a deadly attack on her, considering her traditionally imperious demeanor that deterred anyone from provoking her. Simultaneously, the floral basket artifact, which had been resisting the sword array in the distance, instantly lost its mana control and was promptly shattered by the sword array. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, Gu Jingjing's upper body heaved erratically, and her complexion grew even paler. Seeing that she was about to perish in this place, she felt unwilling and attempted to retrieve something from her storage bag to call for help, but a surge of potent mana snatched it from her waist. Who exactly are you? Why are you treating me this way? Gu Jingjing anxiously scanned her surroundings, growing increasingly agitated. Ha, senior sister, have you forgotten your junior brother? Lin Shen finally spoke, but he didn't and Oppos. Removed the invisibility talisman, fearing that someone might see him. What? It and Oppos, su? Gu Jingjing was dumbfounded, never imagining that Lin Shen possessed such formidable strength and audacity. The realization brought forth a sneer. Senior sister, you have brought this upon yourself. Hold on, without me, the poison you've ingested will remain incurable. Just as Gu Jingjing was attempting to stall for time, Lin Shen calmly activated his flying sword. Puffed. Flying swords pierced through her flesh. Gu Jingjing and Oppos' head lolled to one side, on the verge of death, her eyes filled with terror, anger, and resentment, witnessing her demise. Lin Shen exhaled deeply, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In the past, this woman had been so arrogant, poisoning and trapping him. Now, she had truly reaped what she sowed. Her death would undoubtedly draw the attention of her family. Thus, he immediately cast a fireball to obliterate the body, burying the ashes on the spot. Then, he extracted useful elixirs, spiritual herbs, and demon beast cores from her storage bag. As for the magical artifacts, he dared not take them, fearing they might bear unique family markings. After meticulously handling the situation, he swiftly departed without looking back. At the very moment of Gu Jingjing and Oppos' demise, the Gu family head and Oppos' face suddenly turned grim, and he trembled all over, stammering, "Who is harming my daughter?" Staggering, he vanished from the hall in a flash of light. Just as Lin Shen was rapidly leaving Worry-Free Peak, a streak of scarlet light descended upon the mountaintop with a resounding crash. The core formation cultivator surnamed Gu immediately deployed his divine sense to scrutinize the area. Humph. Arriving only now, it and Oppos, too late. Lin Shen sneered inwardly, leaving without a backward glance. Who did this? The Gu clan leader raged, seizing all the cultivators currently on Worry-Free Mountain, subjecting them to severe interrogation. Returning to his cave dwelling, Lin Shen felt a surge of elation. Now that such a thing has occurred, the most likely suspect is naturally Ouyang Yu. Presumably, he will face a round of recrimination. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the spiritual herbs and demon beast cores before him, and he marveled inwardly. He could discern at a glance that Gu Jingjing was preparing for her future foundation establishment. These spiritual herbs could be incorporated into elixirs, dispel inner demons, and even offer unexpected benefits. As for the 3 grade 5 demon beast cores, equivalent to the mid-stage of human foundation establishment, they exuded an exceptionally potent spiritual pressure, clearly of exceptional quality. If he were to refine them, he might soon advance to the 11th level of qi refining. However, cultivation should proceed step by step, and one must not be overly eager for quick success. With that in mind, Lin Shen carefully stowed away the demon beast cores. Before long, news of Gu Jingjing and Appo's sudden demise on Worry-Free Peak spread like wildfire among the lower-level cultivators. Such blatant slaughter of fellow disciples had not occurred in quite some time, causing a considerable uproar within the sect. With Gu Jingjing's death, the Gu and Ouyang families also turned against each other. Although there was no direct evidence, Ouyang had, after all, proactively invited her to Worry-Free Peak, witnessed by many cultivators, making it impossible to clear his name. Upon hearing of this matter, Lu Qing'er was utterly shocked. In her view, Lin Shen lacked the strength to kill Gu Jingjing, who hailed from a core formation family. However, considering his actions towards her, she couldn't and Appo's help but believe it. Consequently, she held Lin Shen in both awe and trepidation. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. On this day, after completing his cultivation, Lin Shen murmured, "It and Appo's as time to see senior sister Su." After tidying up the cave, setting up the restrictions, he headed towards the center of the sect. Violet Peak was located not far from the core area, blessed with abundant spiritual energy and picturesque scenery. With dense forests covering the mountain, from afar, one could see 3 towering peaks piercing the clouds, coupled with several immense waterfalls, crystalline lakes, and a variety of blossoming spiritual herbs. It felt like entering a paradise. This place was perpetually guarded by a core formation elder namely, primarily housing exceptionally talented female cultivators from the sect, because it was independent of both the cultivation family faction and the propagation hall faction. It was constantly courted by both sides. Over time, it had become an undeniable force within the sect. A splendid place, but I wonder how senior sister Su is faring? Lin Shen suddenly recalled the accidental intimate encounter they had shared, and a warm current surged within him. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, a scolding voice suddenly echoed. "Who goes there?" Then, a rustling of garments sounded, and 6 female cultivators guarding the mountain gate suddenly appeared before him. Each of them wore a white robe, graceful and charming, their steps light and nimble, with faces like peach blossoms, rosy cheeks, distant mountain-like eyebrows, and eyes brimming with autumnal water. They were all exquisitely chosen beauties. Seeing a male cultivator from the sect approaching, the female cultivators promptly brandished the flying swords in their hands, their expressions icy, giving off an air of haughty arrogance. "Esteemed senior sisters, please don't misunderstand. This junior brother is here to seek an acquaintance," Lin Shen quickly explained. "An acquaintance? Preposterous. Countless male cultivators have come here to harass Violet Peak like you. Out of consideration for being fellow disciples, you should depart immediately. If you refuse, then taste our swords." With that, the leading female cultivator, exceptionally beautiful, immediately activated the gleaming flying sword in her hand. Chapter 45. Unconventional measures. As the flying sword approached in an instant, Lin Shen was taken aback and hastily summoned his protective artifact, the golden light shield. A resounding bang echoed as the sword struck the shield, sending sparks flying. "Humph. Merely a low-grade artifact. Sisters, let us attack together." Seeing this, Lin Shen and Appo's heart raced. Engaging these female cultivators here could potentially attract the attention of that elder in the core formation stage, and creating a ruckus would not bode well for Su Yutong. With this thought in mind, he quickly waved his hand, saying, "Ladies, please wait." "Oh, it's still not too late to leave now, otherwise." The leading beautiful female cultivator let out a cold snort, exuding the pressure of an 11th layer qi refinement cultivator. The implication was clear. Any further delay would have dire consequences. "You have misunderstood, sisters." A spark of inspiration struck Lin Shen, and he promptly retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage pouch. Projecting his mana to lift it into the air. This spectacle left the female cultivators exchanging glances, as few dared to be so brazen in offering bribes. The leading beautiful cultivator's expression shifted to one of curiosity as she unceremoniously opened the vial. A rich fragrance emanated from within, and upon closer inspection, her eyes widened in astonishment, glancing at Lin Shen with confusion and disbelief. Through secretive communication, she conveyed, "You actually possess the 7-pattern Shinling pill?" Upon realizing the quality of the elixir, she deduced that he must belong to a certain cultivation family, and her demeanor gradually softened. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she slowly retracted her flying sword. "Speak. What brings you to this place?" "I have come to deliver elixirs to Sister Su," Lin Shen replied with a warm smile, exuding an aura of harmlessness. "Delivering elixirs?" The beautiful cultivator gazed at the vial with a tinge of jealousy, reluctant to tear her gaze away. Acquiring such an elixir would be immensely beneficial for her. Forcing a smile, she inquired, "May I ask who you seek?" Su Yutong. Lin Chen stepped forward, whispering, "What? It's her?" A grave expression washed over the beautiful cultivator and Appo's face. Sister Su is currently in seclusion and does not see anyone. Lin Chen sensed the sudden chill in her tone, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. Yet with so many female cultivators present, he refrained from pressing further. Through secretive communication, he said, "Sister, I am Lin Chen. If you have time, you may visit Wuming Peak. I have acquired some fine spirit tea during my travels." After finishing, he swiftly reclaimed the vial, bowed respectfully, and departed hastily. The beautiful cultivator watched his retreating figure, her brows furrowing in contemplation. After a considerable time, she coldly instructed the others, "What transpired today must not be disclosed." "Understood, sister," the other female cultivators replied without hesitation. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Chen felt increasingly anxious. He could not fathom why mentioning Su Yutong had elicited such a reaction. Time trickled by, and soon night fell. In the cave, Lin Chen meticulously arranged his surroundings, convinced that something must have happened to Su Yutong. Just as he pondered this, a gentle voice echoed from outside the cave. Hearing the voice, Lin Chen smiled slightly. It was merely a small tactic, and the female cultivator had indeed returned, unable to shake off thoughts of the elixir. With a wave of his sleeve, a shimmering void entrance appeared at the cave and Appo's barrier. "Ah, it seems my sister has arrived. Please, come in." The beautiful cultivator hesitated, eyeing the barrier with caution. However, considering the individual before her was merely at the 10th layer of qi refinement, the danger seemed minimal, especially given the importance of the 7-patterned elixir. Without further hesitation, she stepped boldly into the cave. Looking around, she noted that while the cave was humble and secluded, it was clean and tidy. Lin Chen smiled gently, exuding warmth as he leisurely brewed a pot of spirit tea. "Sister, please enjoy some tea. I'll pass on the tea. What price do you intend to sell the elixir for?" "That depends on your sincerity, sister." "Oh, you merely wish to inquire about Su Yutong's condition. However, I advise against pursuing this matter. It would not benefit you. Is that so?" Lin Chen maintained his serene smile, unfazed. The beautiful cultivator, not wishing to waste time, observed the cave for traps and, finding none, her expression suddenly turned frosty. Emanating a powerful aura, 12 layers of qi refinement? Lin Chen was inwardly astonished. "Sister, I have come here and noticed. Hand over your storage pouch and the elixir now. Delay, and you shall find no resting place for your remains. Have you forgotten the sect and Appo's regulations? Want only harming fellow disciples and extracting their souls?" Lin Chen replied calmly. "And what of it? The premise is that no one discovers it. If you are wise, you will swiftly produce what I desire, and you may suffer less." "Aha. Is this truly your intent, sister?" Lin Chen scoffed coldly. Seeing his lack of fear, the beautiful cultivator felt a twinge of unease. After a careful search, she found no allies present. Coldly, she stated, "Do not play tricks. You are merely at the 10th layer of qi refinement. How can you contend with someone at the 12th layer? Tell me how you obtained the Xinling pill." As she spoke, the beautiful cultivator drew a gleaming flying sword from her storage pouch with a swift motion. "In that case, sister, I cannot be blamed." Lin Chen had no desire to complicate matters with a fellow disciple, but with no choice left, he had to act. Any hesitation on his part could lead to dire consequences. Ridiculous. What can a mere 10th layer cultivator do? Today, I wish to see your capabilities. If you are powerless, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. However, when the next festival arrives, I shall pour a cup of yellow wine at your grave." Just as the beautiful cultivator revealed her murderous intent and prepared to strike, a resonant hum filled the air. A radiant light erupted, forming a faint blue array, with shimmering runes binding the female cultivator within. A trapping formation? The cultivator studied the situation and smiled lightly. "It seems you have only recently learned to set this up. Such a rudimentary formation is hardly formidable. Is that so? What if I add this?" Lin Chen suddenly produced a vial and tossed it into the formation, performing a hand seal. With a loud bang, white powder scattered from the vial, releasing an unusual fragrance that quickly filled the air. Originally reluctant to use such methods, Lin Chen felt compelled to act as the female cultivator grew increasingly arrogant. The substance was a potent aphrodisiac he had discovered in the storage pouch of a peculiar male cultivator. "What is this?" The beautiful cultivator felt her body weaken. Heat surging through her, thirst overwhelming her, and a wave of fear washed over her as she vaguely realized the nature of the substance. Chapter 46. Subjugation. Lin Chen was inwardly astonished, not expecting such swift results. It appeared that the items of Foundation Establishment cultivators far surpassed those of qi refinement practitioners. "Senior sister, I initially intended to exchange some information with you for elixirs, but since you harbor ulterior motives, do not blame me for being ungracious." Seeing the female cultivator and Appo's body slacken, Lin Chen smiled lightly and withdrew the formation surrounding them. Such an action would have been beneath his notice in the past. However, given that he was dealing with a 12th layer qi refinement female cultivator, it was essential to employ unconventional methods to maintain control over her. "Do not come near," the enchanting female cultivator murmured, her body weakened and her consciousness hazy, yet she grasped his intentions. Senior sister, you must accept your fate. Lin smiled faintly, gently embraced her, and led her to a nearby location. Time passed, and the cave fell into silence. Save for the numerous torn and vividly colored garments scattered across the ground, Lin sat leisurely in a chair, sipping spiritual tea, admiring the exquisite scenery before him while idly toying with her identity token. This spirited female cultivator was named Lang Bingyin, and this was her first time. She did not hail from a cultivation family and lacked a formidable backing. Upon realizing this, Lin felt a modicum of relief. After completing his deed, he experienced a twinge of guilt and incredulity. He was, after all, a mere scholar, and such actions indeed contradicted his conscience. Yet, what alternative did he possess? If he were to slay her, it was likely that the sect would soon discover the incident. Employing such despicable methods to maintain control was, regrettably, the most pragmatic approach. In this treacherous world of cultivation, where deceit reigned and the strong preyed upon the weak, survival was of paramount importance. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon this woman for embarking on the path of immortality. He recalled a phrase from Insights of the Demon Cultivator: for those who seek longevity, one must be neither virtuous nor malevolent. To become a great power, one must first be ruthless. Before long, sounds emanated from the bed, heralding the awakening of the female cultivator. When Lin discovered that this was her first time, he was overjoyed, harboring a strong desire for a female cultivator of higher realm. Without reservation, he utilized his techniques of extraction. Time slipped away, and Lang Bingyin slowly opened her eyes, delicately touching her forehead, revealing a profound sense of fatigue. At that moment, her expression froze, disbelief washing over her face. As she abruptly regained her senses, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, taking in her unclothed state. Memories of the preceding events flooded back, and her countenance shifted to one of fury as she hastily donned a sheer veil. Intending to retrieve her storage bag, she found it missing. And as she circulated her spiritual energy, she discovered no significant harm had been done. Today I shall surely extract your soul and refine your essence for a century, making you wish for death to relieve my hatred. With that, she formed a seal with her hands, channeling her full magical power. It seems it and Amp, Oppos, as time to show you the true nature of my strength. Lin and Amp, Oppos, S gaze turned icy, his pupils narrowing as he unleashed a spell toward her. Following the incantation, a tremor coursed through her body, and she collapsed to the ground. Alongside the intense agony, arcs of lightning began to emanate from her body, subjecting her to immense torment, compelling her to cry out. Were it not for the layer of confinement surrounding the cave, her cries would have likely echoed throughout the mountains. Lang Bingyin realized that this lightning force was extraordinarily potent. Each time she attempted to harness her spiritual energy, her power dissipated, seemingly absorbed into the lightning threads. Gritting her teeth, she attempted several times to break free, only to be met with despair and helplessness. Despite her situation, she managed to utter the words beast through clenched lips. Noticing her cessation of struggle, Lin remarked coolly, "It seems senior sister finds this confinement too lenient. If you continue in this manner, do not blame me for being ruthless." ISN and Amp, Oppos, "T it true?" Lang Bingyin shot back, her head snapping up in accusation. "You brought this upon yourself. Had you been willing to speak and negotiate, would we have arrived at this outcome?" You. Lang Bingyin was rendered speechless. Having suffered a significant loss, she felt a complex mixture of emotions. She was a 12th-layer chi refinement cultivator, on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of her realm and preparing for foundation establishment. To be sullied by this lecherous man could potentially impact her Dao heart. The thought of it ignited a desire for revenge against Lin Chun. In truth, Lin Chun had already surmised her thoughts. It would be exceedingly difficult to earn the sincere submission of such a female cultivator. "Senior sister, given the circumstances, I shall not conceal anything from you. Do you see this?" Lin Chun retrieved a recording stone from his storage bag. A spell cast upon it revealed a captivating scene. You. Lang Bingyin seethed, her chest rising and falling with agitation. If word of this were to spread, wouldn't it tarnish the reputation of your Ziki Peak? I wonder how that nascent soul elder would react, and how you would stand within the sect thereafter. Lin and Amp, Oppos, as every word struck her like a blade to her heart. As her thoughts raced, she sighed, ultimately lowering her head in concession. "Senior sister, we could have a fruitful discussion. This confinement can only be undone by me. Should you seek other cultivators, it may inadvertently activate, and that would be a great pity." Lin first cautioned her against harboring any other thoughts. He then shifted his tone, smiling as he continued, "Isn't it true that you wish to ascend to the pinnacle of chi refinement swiftly? I wonder if this 9-pattern Xianling pill would be of any help." "What? You possess a 9-pattern Xianling pill?" Lang Bingyin questioned, skepticism coloring her tone. "Indeed, I do. If you and I can come to an amicable understanding, the elixir shall be yours." As he spoke, Lin produced a pill bottle from his storage bag, though it contained but a single pill. "Senior sister, I expended considerable spirit stones to acquire this." At this point, a hint of reluctance appeared on his face. As Lang Bingyin beheld the 9-pattern Xianling pill, astonishment flickered in her eyes. She mused, if she obtained this elixir, she might not need long to advance. Once she became a foundation establishment cultivator, Surely she could break the confinement within her body and settle the score at that time. With this thought, her demeanor softened. Lin Chen understood that subduing her through confinement was merely a temporary measure. Without overwhelming strength, true control would be elusive. Hence, he must expedite his own cultivation. Approaching her gently, he helped her to her feet, smiling as he said, "Senior sister, I apologize for the trouble you endured earlier." Seeing this, Lung Bingyan displayed no displeasure. Instead, a smile graced her lips, though internally she seethed with resentment, eagerly awaiting the day she could exact her revenge. "Very well, since this has transpired. I shall let it go. This elixir shall be a gift to you, senior sister." Just as he was about to place the pill bottle in her hand, he abruptly retracted it, as if recalling something of great importance. "Junior brother Lin, what do you mean by this?" Lung Bingyan and Apos' expression darkened. "Perhaps you would care to discuss Su Yutong?" Chapter 47. Application for a new task. It seems there is no harm in revealing this matter to you now. As soon as Sister Su entered Ziki Peak, she was soon taken away by elderly, after which there was no word from her. "What does this mean?" Lin Chen wore a puzzled expression. "There are some things I advise you not to inquire about. Those individuals are all core formation elders, and we are merely the lowest tier cultivators." Seeing Lin Chen in a daze, Lang Bingyan shook her head slightly, a cold smirk forming in her heart as she spoke slowly. "Junior brother, this is all I know. I wonder if you could give me the elixir?" "Certainly." Lin Chen expressionlessly handed over the elixir. Upon receiving the elixir, Lang Bingyan's face brightened with joy, her eyes carefully examining the elixir, excitement coursing through her. This type of elixir was something she had never seen before, and her curiosity about Lin Chen deepened. Turning to Lin Chen with a smile, she said, "I will discreetly investigate Sister Su's situation, but do not harbor any hopes. Once an elder likely has taken a liking to a cultivator, they are forever shrouded in mystery." Hearing this, Lin Chen felt even more despondent. It seemed this sect harbored many secrets. Oh dear. After tidying up, Lung Bingyan took a few steps, her body swaying slightly, an involuntary look of anger crossing her face. This was her first experience. She had not anticipated such excruciating pain. Observing her peculiar movements as she walked away, Lin Chen smiled faintly, sinking into contemplation. This woman was indeed unruly, if not for suppressing her through cultivation. Controlling her solely by means of restrictions would likely prove difficult in the future, let alone winning her genuine allegiance. Within the Qingyan sect, there were 10 core formation elders, each with their own temperament. Previously, Lin Chen had little interest in such cultivators, but now the situation had changed. His once dear friend had been taken away under mysterious circumstances. If not for being accepted as a direct disciple and meticulously nurtured, the outcome would generally be unfavorable. With this thought, he helplessly shook his head and said, "Sister Su, please wait a little longer. I will uncover what has truly happened." At present, there were 3 exceedingly important matters. The first was to enhance his cultivation and learn some secret techniques. The second was to acquire quality magical artifacts. Having discovered that facing Foundation establishment cultivators with mere calculations was insufficient, the only solution lay in procuring artifacts of medium grade or above. The third was to refine elixirs. He had cultivated numerous spiritual herbs and was fully capable of engaging in alchemy. It seemed a trip to the market was in order, along with completing a sect task. Upon arriving at the task hall, Lin Chen discovered an atmosphere tinged with strangeness. Many fellow disciples wore grim expressions, whispering quietly among themselves. "Have you heard? There has been a grave incident at the border spirit mine." A tall cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement wore a serious expression. "Of course, I've heard. All the cultivators stationed there for extraction have met a tragic end. It is said to be the work of demonic cultivators," asserted a short, stout cultivator with certainty. "Alas, if demonic cultivators continue to attack so frequently, it is likely that both of us will have to venture to the borderlands," the tall cultivator remarked, shaking his head repeatedly. "I have also heard that there are numerous spirit mines at the border. The reason demonic cultivators target that area is due to the presence of some Foundation establishment spiritual herbs." The stout cultivator lowered his voice as he spoke. "Really? If that is the case, applying for Foundation establishment elixirs within the sect will become quite challenging." Lin Chen, possessing a strong spiritual sense, overheard their entire conversation. His heart filled with astonishment. As he was about to step into the task hall, he heard Hao Yuan's displeased voice. "Currently, the best tasks available in the sect are these. Even if a Foundation establishment uncle were to come, I could only respond in this manner. Brother, we have known each other for many years. With the border being unstable now, if an accident were to occur, could you bear the responsibility?" The cultivator applying for the task spoke with righteous indignation. "Junior brother, do not speak so. If everyone were like you, failing to complete tasks outside, would it not all fall upon the task hall and Apos' shoulders? How absurd." Thus, the two engaged in an increasingly heated dispute, garnering the attention of many cultivators. "Fine. Since brother is so unwilling to show me face, do not blame me for not recognizing you as my brother in the future." With that, an irate cultivator stormed out. "You, Hao Yuan and Apos' expression darkened considerably as he took a fierce sip of spiritual tea and forcefully smashed the cup to the ground. The cultivators who had been watching the spectacle began to disperse, waiting for the tension to ease before applying for sect tasks. Brother, you truly have it tough. Lin Chen slowly entered the task hall, smiling as he spoke. Seeing Lin Chen arrive, Hao Yuan's gloomy expression quickly brightened, and he appeared exceedingly pleased. Immediately preparing a cup of spiritual tea. Sigh, it turns out it is junior brother. Please, take a seat. If only everyone were like you. The task hall and Oppos, as steward has a difficult job indeed. After this reflection, he noticed that Lin Chen had already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. His aura robust and comparable to that of an 11th level cultivator, earning him a newfound respect in Hao Yuan and Oppos' heart. What kind of task does junior brother wish to undertake this time? However, there are indeed very few safer tasks available at present. Lin Chen smiled slightly, aware that the other was hinting at a higher price. Instead of directly requesting a more favorable task, he shifted the conversation. I have heard that there are troubles at the border spirit mine. Is it truly the doing of demonic cultivators? The situation surrounding the spirit mine is shrouded in mystery. It remains undetermined whether it is the work of demonic cultivators. If it indeed is the case, it would signify impending sect conflicts, Hao Yuan mused while sipping his spiritual tea. Lin Chen's mind raced. The more chaotic the situation, the greater the potential rewards. Perhaps the borderlands would provide an opportunity for profit amidst the turmoil. Though he possessed the Dao rhymes and an ancient azure lamp, utilizing them for selling elixirs and spiritual herbs was ultimately too perilous. Moreover, having offended Ouyang Yu and Gu Jingjing, if he remained within the sect, those two would surely seek trouble. With this in mind, he smiled and said, Brother, I wish to seek a task in the borderlands. Hao Yuan was taken aback. He did not wish to lose such a promising junior brother, as Lin Chen had brought him unexpected benefits. Without hesitation, he replied, Our relationship is good. The current tasks outside are far too dangerous. Junior brother need not concern himself with such matters. I will find you a stable task within the sect. How does that sound? With that, he slowly produced a jade slip detailing easier tasks from his sleeve. However, upon seeing Lin Chen remain unmoved, he felt greatly disappointed. In that case, junior brother, do not blame me for not warning you. You are still only at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Going there would be tantamount to seeking death. Brother, with the sect in turmoil, it is the duty of us disciples to shoulder some responsibility. As Lin Chen grew increasingly fervent, Hao Yuan shook his head repeatedly, ceasing further persuasion, and sighed softly. The border tasks are all here. Take a look for yourself. Chapter 48. Preparations before departure. Hao Yuan retrieved a map from his storage bag and chanted a spell, causing the map to unfurl gradually. It emitted a variety of red dots, each indicating specific task details. For instance, there were tasks related to mining spirit or at the border, guarding spirit mines, attending ceremonies of local cultivation families, delivering messages, and supervising trading markets. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen felt a profound shock. Such a sect map was unprecedented. It even detailed the major neighboring sections. Having just heard about the spirit grass found in the border region, Lin Chen contemplated whether to head there. As he prepared to apply for this task, Hao Yuan smiled and remarked, strangely enough, many areas in the border region are tumultuous. Yet there exists one place that remains remarkably tranquil. If you could gather some information there, the sect will offer special rewards. Noticing Lin Chen's interest, he whispered, That place is Guling City. As he pointed to the northernmost area on the map, he continued, This location also has spirit mines, yet has not come under attack. The sect suspects that the local family might have ties with the demonic sections. We are currently dispatching personnel there, and a foundation establishment cultivator will lead the team. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Oppos' eyes involuntarily blinked, and he sighed internally. If only he were a foundation establishment cultivator, it would certainly be more convenient. He decided to follow his senior and Oppos' arrangement. Since the offer was made with such goodwill, refusing it would seem overly stubborn and could inadvertently offend his senior. Very well. I shall register the task for you. This is far superior to those violent missions. I have heard that the family in that area is quite affluent. You will surely return laden with treasures, Hao Yuan said, his ulterior motive evident. He knew Lin Chen was exceptionally clever, and if this outing yielded significant gains, he would undoubtedly benefit as well. Gratitude illuminated Lin Chen and Oppos' face as he respectfully replied, Thank you, senior brother. No need for such formality. Hao Yuan waved his hand dismissively. After completing the task registration, Lin Chen headed directly towards Baishi City. His previous visit to purchase a pill furnace and other tools had gone smoothly. Unlike the encounters he had experienced at the Shanggu Pavilion and Duobao Tower in Fengqing City, where the cultivators had secretly tailed and scrutinized him. Though Baishi City was somewhat distant from the sect, it was not situated at the border. As before, he donned a black cloak and a heavy hat, proceeding cautiously towards Wancheng Tower. From a distance, he spotted the striking Qiao Qianqian standing at the entrance, tirelessly beckoning customers. Perhaps due to her status as the city lord's daughter, passing cultivators found it difficult to refuse her invitation, and many entered the shop. Today's clientele seems rather sparse. Qiao Qianqian murmured, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Yet, a familiar figure caught her eye. With a charming smile, she exclaimed, Ah, it and Oppos, Astonished. Please, do come in. Lin Shan was taken aback. He had not anticipated her to recognize him so swiftly. Daoistly, it has been some time. Your cultivation has advanced again. What are you seeking this time? Xiao Qianqian inquired. Lin Shan nodded slightly, refraining from speaking directly. Instead, he discreetly communicated. Do you have any artifacts capable of dealing with Foundation establishment cultivators? Xiao Qianqian paused, contemplating. She believed it was a futile endeavor for a mere Qi refinement cultivator to confront a Foundation establishment one. Of course, there are options. Foundation establishment cultivators typically use mid-grade and high-grade artifacts. If you are willing to part with spirit stones, I would be delighted to make some recommendations. However, the effectiveness of these artifacts will ultimately depend on your own strength, she replied candidly. Then let me take a look, Lin Shan said. Following this exchange, Xiao Qianqian led him to the second floor. As they ascended, a few powerful auras probed them, but upon realizing Lin Shan was merely a Qi refinement cultivator, they retreated. The second floor was adorned with higher quality cultivation resources, including various techniques, elixirs, spirit herbs, formations, and puppets, all of which fascinated Lin Shan. To avoid drawing attention, he maintained a careful silence, examining everything meticulously. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian grew increasingly curious about Lin Shan. Astonished that he had advanced to the 10th level of Qi refinement in such a short time, much faster than her own progress, despite her family's support and ample resources. What was his true background? Could he be more than just a Qi refinement cultivator? Moreover, the prices on the second floor were not trivial. Many Foundation establishment cultivators hesitated before making purchases. After confirming that he was indeed just a Qi refinement cultivator, she continued her scrutiny. Recalling her previous encounter with a Foundation establishment cultivator, she realized that relying solely on the artifacts of orthodox cultivators would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Her gaze fell upon a peculiar artifact composed of 7 skulls strung together. The skulls varied in size and were black, occasionally emitting dark threads, clearly not an ordinary item. This is called the Eternal Skull, crafted by a demonic sect's core formation cultivator. When activated, it can summon hundreds of skulls, boasting formidable power and a hefty price. Xiao Qianqian explained, though she inwardly doubted Lin Shan's ability to wield such a treasure, knowing it would attract the attention of stronger cultivators. Lin Shan remained impassive, shifting his gaze to another item. This was a green gourd capable of releasing a toxic substance and obstructing spiritual perception. If filled with spirit insects, its effects would be optimal. These 2 demonic artifacts, one offensive and one defensive, are quite decent, Lin Shan mused, feeling satisfied. Currently, he possessed 10 ancient swords, which, while powerful, were cumbersome to wield. A more agile artifact would be ideal. Just then, a set of flying needle artifacts caught his eye, named the Rainfall Needles. They were mid-grade artifacts that, when fully activated, rained down like a storm, a perfect tool for ambushes. Xiao Qianqian said excitedly. Lin Shan nodded in agreement, realizing that possessing such an artifact would prove advantageous for surprise attacks. After surveying the surroundings, he discreetly suggested, Daoist Qiao, let us discuss in the private room. Xiao Qianqian nodded gracefully and led him to an elegant chamber on the second floor. This scene drew the attention of several Foundation establishment cultivators, who exchanged curious glances. Once inside, they immediately activated a concealment formation. Daoistly, the concealment formation is now in effect. What items have caught your interest? Xiao Qianqian inquired. Unsettled, Lin Shan activated a soundproof formation and proceeded to list the items he desired. Xiao Qianqian's expression turned peculiar, and she expressed slight concern, Daoistly. This will require quite a number of spirit stones. Rest assured, I have it all under control, Lin Shan replied nonchalantly. Chapter 49. Turmoil after confirming. Xiao Qianqian appeared outwardly unchanged, yet her heart surged with tumultuous emotions as she smiled slightly, saying, Please wait a moment, my friend. I shall return shortly. Once she departed, Lin Shan felt a growing sense of anxiety, fearing that the Foundation establishment cultivators outside might fixate on him. Soon after, Xiao Qianqian returned, a smile gracing her face as she gently pushed the door open and entered. My friend, everything you requested has been prepared. The number of spirit stones is, however. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shan's expression darkened as he calmly interjected, Is it possible, Xiao Daoist, that you underestimate my understanding? If the price could be halved, I would consider making a purchase. What? Xiao Qianqian's eyes widened in anger. It seems you were toying with me. If I conducted business in such a manner, my establishment would have long since collapsed. Xiao Daoist, while your magical artifacts are commendable, they are not brand new, and their longevity remains uncertain. The argument quickly escalated, drawing the attention of various Foundation establishment cultivators outside, who shook their heads disapprovingly. Some even scoffed, their prior intentions evaporating instantly. Very well, in light of our previous collaboration, I shall overlook this matter this time. However, do not expect to frequent Wancheng Tower in the future. With that, Xiao Qianqian's face turned ashen as she clapped her hands. With a creak, 2 burly late Qi refinement cultivators stormed into the room with intimidating presence. You're being dismissed, Xiao Qianqian stated coldly, issuing an order to leave. You dare to cause a ruckus in Wancheng Tower? You truly are impatient, one of the imposing cultivators glared with icy eyes. As Lin Shan exited Wancheng Tower, A faint smile appeared on his lips. He left without looking back. His motivation for this was clear. He wanted to avoid any attention from the Foundation establishment cultivators. After the last incident where he was targeted after a purchase, he had become exceedingly cautious. Time flew swiftly, and soon night enveloped the land. Lin Chen, still donning a heavy mask, cautiously approached the vicinity of Wancheng Tower. As he released his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings, a gentle voice floated towards him. No one has ever dared to cast their eyes upon Wancheng Tower at night. You may come in. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's face revealed an odd expression. It seemed this woman was more astute than he had anticipated. Once inside the shop, he found her already waiting in a private room. I've kept you waiting. Let us inspect the goods. Xiao Qianqian took a sip of spirit tea, and with a wave of her long sleeve, 3 quality magical artifacts appeared on the table. Lin Chen examined them closely and smiled slightly, first retrieving a blood-red spear and a black flying sword from his storage bag. These 2 artifacts had been acquired from a fallen, anomalous Foundation establishment male cultivator. Upon seeing this, Xiao Qianqian furrowed her brow. To her, these artifacts were merely of average quality. However, what came next astonished her greatly, causing her expression to shift as she exclaimed, a 9-pattern Xianling pill? Where did you obtain this? Let us not delve into that. I wonder if this pill can be exchanged for certainly, Xiao Qianqian interrupted, her response decisive. In that case, we shall settle the transaction. Lin Chen felt a surge of delight at her prompt agreement. Yet, just as he prepared to turn and leave, Xiao Qianqian smiled faintly, saying, Li Daoist, if the information I have is accurate, that cultivator named Li Tong has long since perished, has he not? Lin Chen's expression froze. A wave of unease washing over him. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted, and a massive protective barrier enveloped the 2 of them. You jest, my friend. I am indeed Li Tong. We both seek mutual benefit. What is the meaning of this? Lin Chen questioned, his displeasure evident. Ha ha ha. A splendid mutual benefit it is. Allow me to disclose the truth. Our Xiao family is affiliated with the Qingyun sect, and has had no shortage of selecting disciples for the sect. Li Tong hails from Baishi City. Is that so? Lin Chen's hand instinctively grazed his storage bag. Li Tong has a soul lamp in Baishi City that has long since extinguished, and there is no record of a cultivator by that name in the Qingyun sect. At this, Xiao Qianqian's gaze turned increasingly frigid, locking on to Lin Chen intently. Lin Chen's thoughts raced. He understood that she aimed to leverage this situation against him. He smiled faintly and said, Xiao Daoist, if you have something to say, please do so plainly. I shall do my utmost to assist if possible. Good. You are indeed a clever individual. The conditions from our Xiao family are quite simple. Considerable effort was expended to allow Li Tong to enter Qixia Peak. Therefore, your implication is? If I am not mistaken, your name should be Lin Chen. Xiao Qianqian stepped closer, reaching out to touch the heavy mask. You must be the one who dispatched Li Tong. He was always exceedingly cautious in reporting before each of his actions. If you doubt this, just take a look at these jade slips. With a flick of her wrist, she produced the prepared jade slips and offered them to him. Lin Chen felt a bitter taste in his mouth. As his spiritual sense gradually entered the slips, he was greatly astonished. Just as she claimed, this individual had meticulously documented his plans before every action. In that moment, he recalled what Li Tong had mentioned in his dying breath regarding his backup plan, indicating that he had a Foundation establishment family behind him. It seemed that the truth could not remain concealed forever. However, this remains mere conjecture. There is no direct evidence. Lin Chen countered. Ha ha ha. At this juncture, you have no alternatives. We possess numerous methods to convince the sect that you have slain a fellow disciple. In truth, I am not particularly interested in your 9-pattern Xianling pill. Rather, I find you more valuable. With that, Xiao Qianqian's cultivation level surged to mid-Foundation establishment. Lin Chen sensed a formidable pressure emanating from her. He understood that her intention in bringing him to Qixia Peak was crystal clear, the spirit herbs. For a moment, the hall fell silent, neither party willing to break the silence. Xiao Qianqian displayed patience, allowing Lin Chen ample time to ponder his response. Lin Chen's thoughts raced. He realized that agreeing was the best course of action. With a faint sigh, he stated, in the future, upon fulfilling sect tasks, I shall journey to Qixia Peak. Good. Someone will contact you then. With that, Xiao Qianqian formed a hand seal, embedding a powerful mark into Lin Chen's body. What is this? Lin Chen discovered it to be an extraordinarily potent seal. Have you ever heard of the Blood Hall? Should you attempt to flee, the consequences would be facing their pursuit. Rest assured, senior, I have no intention of leaving the sect, Lin Chen replied with an unusually calm demeanor. Excellent. Then we shall be in touch moving forward. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, the surrounding restrictions vanished. After Lin Chen exited, a stooped, white-haired elder emerged slowly, his expression quite poor. After a few steps, he broke into a fit of coughing. Father, the matter has been resolved. I hope this individual is not weaker than the others. If we can acquire those few spirit herbs, our Xiao family may have a chance at revival. Chapter 50, a new technique upon returning to the sect. Lin Chen and Apos' expression grew increasingly grave. Throughout the journey, he contemplated various methods to dispel the peculiar restriction within his body, all of which ended in failure. Despite being merely at the 10th level of chi refinement, he was unwilling to be subjected to anyone's control. If the day ever came, he would surely uproot the Xiao family. Lin Chen muttered to himself in a fit of anger. At this moment, he also realized that utilizing Tao Rhythm or the ancient green lamp to manage the sale of spiritual herbs and elixirs was inherently a high-risk endeavor. Oh, what has transpired? A familiar voice echoed in his ears. A well-known figure appeared before him, exuding a faint fragrance. The female cultivator possessed an ethereal grace, exquisite beauty, and an air of nobility mixed with cool detachment. Her skin was as flawless as white jade, and the delicate contours of her features left one in awe. Her beauty was such that no extravagant words could do it justice. Lin Chen felt a mixture of surprise and delight, respectfully greetings, senior. Oh, it has been some time. Your aura is profound. It seems you have made some progress, said Xia Qingyun, gracefully waving her long sleeves. A stream of magical energy gently entered, and after a brief examination, she smiled faintly. So, this is what has been troubling you? A mere local cultivator dares to act in such a manner? As she spoke, a glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered across her face. The feeling of being manipulated is indeed unpleasant. However, this matter requires your own resolution. It will serve as a task for your future. Xia Qingyun was unwilling to overly shield Lin Chen. Only through trials could he grow. Yes, senior. When my strength increases, I shall settle accounts with the Xiao family. Lin Chen resolutely vowed to himself, believing that it would not be long before he had the opportunity, especially upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Although you are currently at the 10th level of chi refinement, your aura is substantial, and your physical, mental, and blood attributes far surpass those of cultivators at the same level. Yet, you have not even entered the inner sect. Do you not desire better treatment? Xia Qingyun inquired. Perplexed, I believe the current situation is quite satisfactory. Being able to cultivate some spiritual herbs and engage in trade has its merits, Lin Chen replied. Oh, such low-key behavior is quite commendable. If you were to become an inner sect disciple, you would inevitably become entangled in various power struggles, which may not serve you well. After saying this, her expression grew exceedingly cold, as if recalling certain matters. As an ancestor of the sect, she had her own predicaments. Over the years, she had dedicated herself to quiet cultivation, rarely involving herself in sect affairs. Originally, she had hoped for a fortuitous opportunity to advance to the late Yuanying stage. Yet she had unexpectedly lost that chance. Despite multiple attempts to probe Lin Chen, she had still gleaned nothing. At present, the righteous and demonic factions were at odds, with two internal sect factions engaged in overt and covert conflicts. The other two Yuanying elders maintained a facade of harmony while exacerbating the situation, complicating matters further. In terms of strength, she was indeed weaker than the other two late Yuanying cultivators. Her weakness would inevitably make her a pawn for those cunning old foxes. Would the sect ultimately fracture? This thought left Xia Qingyun feeling despondent. The cave fell into a profound silence, and for a time, neither spoke. Lin Chen, feeling awkward, softly said, in a few days, I plan to head to Guling City. However, the fairy did not respond, her beautiful eyes seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, a cold command resonated within the cave. After completing this task, strive to quickly advance to the 12th level of chi refinement. Quickly? Lin Chen and Appo's face betrayed his difficulty upon hearing this. He understood that the last few levels could not be achieved without several years of effort, unless he encountered a monumental opportunity. Are you unable to do so? Xia Qingyun and Appo's countenance darkened, her eyes seemingly ablaze. She had been reluctant to eliminate the one who had sullied her purity. If this individual were truly incompetent, keeping them around would serve no purpose. Noticing the strange expression on her face and the chill emanating from her, Lin Chen understood that failing to comply would lead to dire consequences. He hurriedly replied, Please rest assured, senior, I will endeavor to advance swiftly. Good. I hope you do not disappoint me. Here are 3 life-saving talismans. They will protect you in times of insurmountable danger. With a wave of her sleeve, she vanished like a fleeting rainbow, yet the immense pressure lingered, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. Upon observing the items left on the table, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. His eyes fell upon 2 jade slips, a Dan bottle, and 3 talismans radiating spiritual energy. Advanced talismans? Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that employing such talismans would allow him to contend with foundation establishment cultivators. He carefully stowed the talismans and turned his attention to the jade slips. The homing body refining technique? After a meticulous examination, Lin Chen pondered. Although his primary cultivation method was the Xian Dao Heavenly Demon technique, which encompassed law, body, blood, and more, it resulted in a slow cultivation pace. The technique before him, however, emphasized body refinement, rendering the physical form exceedingly formidable and becoming a decisive asset in combat. The other jade slip contained the Misty Phantom technique, which could create illusions during battles to confound adversaries, making cultivation significantly easier. This technique comprises 6 layers, 3 for chi refinement and 3 for foundation establishment. Upon mastering the chi refinement phase, one could manifest 6 phantoms. Next, he cautiously opened the Dan bottle, and a rich aroma along with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. What is this? Lin Chen questioned, bewildered. The elixir before him was blue, adorned with 9 intricate patterns, an exquisite pill he had never seen or heard of before. This fairy had treated him exceptionally well, and he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude. Over the years, apart from Su Yutong's concern for him, this senior was the only one who had shown him such kindness. Who was this person? After inquiring around, it seemed no one knew of such an elder. The mystery surrounding her deepened. With time before his external mission commenced, Lin Shen cautiously utilized the Tao rhythm and ancient green lamp within him to replicate some of the elixirs. However, he did not anticipate that the replication process would leave him exceedingly weak, indicating the remarkable potency and quality of the elixirs. In the days that followed, he refrained from consuming the elixirs and instead focused on taking energy-restoring pills to replenish his vitality. Simultaneously, he diligently practiced the initial layers of the Misty Phantom technique, finally achieving the ability to conjure 4 phantoms, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With this technique as an aid, he felt more confident in combat. Days passed, and one day Lin Shen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. After completing the upcoming external mission, he planned to enter seclusion to strive for a breakthrough to the 11th level of Qi refinement. Murmuring to himself, he gathered his belongings and made his way toward the sect's plaza. Chapter 51 Departure in the vast square of the enormous sect. Colossal flying vessels ascended and descended with increasing frequency, some drawn by spirit beasts while others were powered by spirit stones. The atmosphere appeared more bustling than usual, perhaps due to the instability at the borders. The departing cultivators exhibited a range of emotions. Though numerous, the scene lacked vibrancy. Some were partners, their expressions grave and eyes glistening with tears, reluctant to part. Others were family members bidding heartfelt farewells. A few, despite their shallow foundations, engaged in casual conversations with friends. Lin Shen, though he had been a disciple for many years, found himself alone, lacking particularly close companions. Observing the sentiments of those around him, he felt a twinge of disdain. In the pursuit of the Tao, only the fearless can navigate the turbulent path to immortality. If everyone were to carry such sentiments, the attainment of enlightenment would remain an elusive dream. In this moment of conflict between righteousness and evil, Lin Shen understood that strength was the only path forward. After some contemplation, he shook his head lightly and closely examined the flying vessel depicted in the task jade slip, easily locating the designated vessel in a corner of the square. The vessel, a deep brown hue, bore the large characters of Qin Yun's sect etched along one side. Its size was significantly larger than previous vessels, indicating that more cultivators would be undertaking this mission. Surrounding the vessel were 2 or 3 dozen Qi refining cultivators, engaged in hushed exchanges, some displaying unease while others appeared exceedingly excited. All were late-stage Qi refining cultivators, and compared to them, Lin Shen and Apos' 10-layer cultivation seemed rather ordinary. As fellow sect members, basic courtesies prevailed. Upon noticing Lin Shen's arrival, the waiting cultivators greeted him with smiles and nods. Yet one figure stood out as particularly familiar, an 11th-layer Qi refining cultivator responsible for registration. Upon seeing Lin Shen, a look of shock and peculiarity crossed his face. Lin Shen. The individual was Lu Kong, astonished to discover that Lin Shen and Apos' cultivation had risen to the 10th layer, his aura robust and seemingly on par with his own. More importantly, Lu Kong had not anticipated Lin Shen and Apos' safe return to the sect after the previous ordeal. Lin Shen, recognizing an old acquaintance, smiled and remarked, "I never imagined we would undertake a mission together again. Lin Shitty, are you heading to Guling City?" Lu Kong inquired incredulously, knowing full well that journeys to such places were only sanctioned after careful selection by Foundation establishment cultivators. Indeed, this is the task jade slip, Lin Shen confirmed. After verifying the information, Lu Kong was secretly astonished, realizing that Lin Shen had significant connections with the task hall, as such lucrative missions were scarce at present. Changing the topic, he leaned in and whispered, "Shitty, do you know what happened to the Foundation establishment cultivator who pursued us last time?" "How could I know? I am merely a Qi refining cultivator, and I suffered considerable losses during that encounter," Lin Shen replied, his brow furrowing in apparent distress. "I heard that the strange cultivator's demise incited the wrath of his master, a core formation cultivator." Lu Kong recounted the details he had gathered. Lin Shen's heart sank, sensing the trouble that lay ahead. The killing of Gu Jingjing had inadvertently angered a core formation elder, and it was yet another from the Qianji sect. However, if he remained cautious, perhaps disaster could be averted. A core formation cultivator? But that seems unrelated to us. Lin Shen protested. "Not quite," Lu Kong clarified. "I heard that the core formation elder from the Qianji sect originally intended to pursue us, but was directly refused by the sect upon discovery. Thus, I specifically ventured to Guling City to avoid any conflict with the Qianji sect, and I never anticipated that we would be able to join forces again. Indeed, it is quite surprising how fate intertwines our paths," Lin Shen praised. "In light of our old friendship, let me share some insider information. Guling City is an extraordinarily wealthy place." Just as Lu Kong animatedly shared, a middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator approached the crowd. With a square face, a broad forehead, and a shiny complexion complemented by a long beard, he exuded an air of shrewdness. Accompanying him were 2 older cultivators. their demeanor serene and their cultivation hidden. At the rear, a magnificently attired cultivator, bearing a particularly peculiar smile, followed closely. Upon noticing the crowd, the middle-aged cultivator cleared his throat deliberately. "Disciples, greet Uncle Ouyang." Following the hint, the crowd respectfully bowed. Ouyang Yuan. Lin Shen was taken aback, quickly realizing that this individual belonged to Ouyang Yu's family. When his gaze fell upon the elegantly dressed cultivator at the back, his heart sank. For it was none other than the previously offended Ouyang Yu. "Sigh, what dreadful luck," Lin Shen lamented inwardly. "Are we all assembled?" The middle-aged cultivator inquired. "Uncle Ouyang." "All cultivators assigned to this mission have arrived," Lu Kong replied respectfully, producing the registration jade slip. "Is that so? Let me take a look." As the Ouyang cultivator reviewed the slip, it was worth noting that besides the cultivator's portraits, their identities were explicitly detailed. When his gaze fell upon Lin Shen, his brows furrowed slightly, though he refrained from further comment, appearing somewhat perturbed. After reviewing the list, he nodded slightly and stated, "I am Ouyang Yuan. Although Guling City appears tranquil, it conceals undercurrents of danger. There may be threats to life. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, as many had secured this task through proper channels or had even bribed with spirit stones. Such missions, typically involving the oversight of local cultivation families, were generally guaranteed profits, leaving them bewildered by Ouyang Yuan's implications. Considering the significant rewards at stake, the cultivators were unwilling to miss out, declaring in unison, "We disciples are committed to fulfilling this mission and living up to the sect's expectations." "Is that so?" Ouyang Yuan smiled faintly, though the expression was unsettling, hinting at unspoken complexities. With a serious demeanor, he looked at the crowd before suddenly raising his voice. "Let us depart." As the vessel activated, it ascended gradually, unleashing a tremendous roar as it soared through the sky. The speed was astonishing, far exceeding that of previous vessels transporting spirit herbs. Lin Shen discreetly observed the cultivators while conversing with Lu Kong, surprised to find that a majority were descendants of cultivation families or affiliated sect members. Cultivation families typically supported their own, which explained the slight discontent directed towards Lin Shen after he was noticed. This was the intricate nature of sect dynamics. Aligning with the wrong faction could lead to suppression and limited access to cultivation resources. It became evident to Lin Shen that Lu Kong had already aligned himself with a cultivation family, as evidenced by the preferential treatment he received. Recognizing this, Lin Shen felt a wave of relief. It seemed that his previous expenditure of spirit stones had not been in vain. Chapter 52. Ouyang Yu's speculations and arrival at Guling City. "Young man, I never anticipated our paths would cross here." Ouyang Yu stepped forward, a faint glimmer of murderous intent flickering across his face. "Greetings, senior brother." Lin Shen intentionally adopted a respectful demeanor. "I have heard that Su Yutong has joined Ziki Peak. Are you aware of this?" "Junior brother is unaware. I have been preoccupied with tasks and cultivation lately, with no time for correspondence." Lin Shen wished to conceal his concern for Su Yutong. Alas, what a splendid furnace, such a pity. A mocking expression appeared on Ouyang Yu and Appo's face, insinuating that Su Yutong and Appo's fate was grim. "What do you mean, senior brother?" "Elderly of Ziki Peak has certain peculiar preferences, a fact well known among the gold core cultivators." "Do you wish for me to elaborate?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shen felt a pang of discomfort, yet he maintained a smile. "Surely you have not forgotten your escapades at Fengwan Mountain?" Ouyang Yu and Appo's sarcasm deepened. Is senior brother merely repeating hearsay? "I have never been to Fengwan Mountain." "Is that so? Did Gu Jingjing not instruct you to trouble Liao Bufan?" "Absolutely not." Lin Shen resolutely denied. "Very well, let us not dwell on such matters. I can confirm, however, that the cultivator you dispatched was slain." Ouyang Yu and Appo's tone shifted, his gaze turning icy. "Senior brother jest," Lin Shen replied, feigning innocence. "What ability do I possess for such deeds? Moreover, it is disgraceful to harm our fellow sect members." "Ha ha, how amusing. To have the audacity to slay a member of the Ouyang clan. You are indeed the first. Who knows, perhaps Gu Jingjing was also your doing." Ouyang Yu and Appo's eyes blazed with fury. "Senior brother, this is a misunderstanding. Such words should not be uttered." Lin Shen trembled, pretending to be greatly alarmed. "You are as slippery as an eel. I have sent people to seek you multiple times, only to find you absent. Now that we are at Guling City, I shall see what you are truly capable of." He laughed heartily, waved his white fan, and turned to leave. Lin Shen gazed at Ouyang Yu's retreating figure, a sense of unease settling in his heart. Initially intending to evade him for a while, he was surprised to encounter him here. It seemed he must exercise greater caution on this journey. Nevertheless, he recalled the protective talisman given by the mysterious female cultivator, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As they journeyed towards the border, the passage of days felt interminable. Most cultivators idled their time away, some engaged in games, others indulged in lofty discussions, while a few gathered in groups to savor spiritual wine. Lin Shen, however, refused to squander such precious time and remained diligently cultivating within the ship's cabin, focusing primarily on the Hongming body refinement technique. This scene of his industrious training stood in stark contrast to the other Qi refinement cultivators. "This young man is quite intriguing. Pray, share what you know." Ouyang Yuan inquired of Lu Kang. Yes, Uncle Master. During our last mission, Lu Kang recounted the details of their previous task. Given that he is not of our clan yet adept at employing formations, it is evident someone has been guiding him, Ouyang Yuan astutely observed. Let us assess how this task unfolds. If he proves useful, he might be worth recruiting. As days turned into weeks, after nearly 3 months of travel, they finally arrived at Guling City. From a distance, one could sense an abundance of spiritual energy, rivaling that of the core areas of their sect. Despite its location on the outskirts, the city thrived, buoyed by its rich deposits of spirit stones, once a bastion of local gold core families. Guling City had not seen a gold core master in over a century since the fall of its ancient ancestor. However, it managed to navigate the delicate balance between righteousness and darkness, maintaining stability amidst numerous envious eyes, all of which were effortlessly dealt with by the He family. The current city lord, He Xiaotian, was a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, supported by 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators from his family. To believe Guling City operates without oversight simply due to its distance from the sect, I am determined to investigate thoroughly. Ouyang Yuan mused while standing at the bow of the flying vessel, observing the immense protective barrier. The 2 elderly men behind him stroked their graying beards in contemplation. With only 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators in Guling City, should any illicit connections with demonic cultivators be discovered, they would be uprooted entirely. Ouyang Yuan transmitted his thoughts discreetly. If that is the case, Guling City will fall into the hands of the Ouyang family. With spirit minds at our disposal, who would dare look down upon us in the sect? One of the elderly men with drooping eyebrows smiled faintly, as the 3 conspired in secret. A shimmering portal appeared in the protective barrier. 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators swiftly emerged. Ah, it is Ouyang Daoist. My apologies for the oversight, the leader, clad in resplendent robes, greeted. Ha ha ha, He Daoist. It has been years. Your cultivation has advanced impressively, Ouyang Yuan complimented while secretly gauging the true strength of the 3 before him. Ouyang Daoist. It has indeed been long. The banquet is prepared. Please follow me. The robed He, with a profound gaze and a smile, spoke. Despite his courteous demeanor, he harbored considerable disdain. Over the years, numerous cultivators had attempted to profit handsomely here. Lin Chen observed this with a cold smile. The presence of 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators would not make it easy for anyone to amass wealth here. He secretly wished for a clash between the 2 factions, holding no fondness for the Ouyang family. At that moment, he discreetly kept an eye on Ouyang Yu, noticing that he was observing him with a smile that was neither genuine nor false. After the customary exchanges, the flying vessel of Qingyun's sect gradually passed through the protective barrier and entered the city. The city lord's mansion was extravagantly constructed, and a large gathering of cultivators awaited in the vast courtyard. When Wang Daoyuan noticed the presence of 3 Foundation Establishment guest elders within the city, he inwardly marveled. It seems that dealing with this local tyrant will require some effort. Greetings, Envoy Ouyang. The gathered crowd respectfully acknowledged. Ouyang Daoist, please. He Xiaotian subtly gestured to a nearby cultivator, and soon the hall was filled with the sounds of music. The Grand Lord's hall was adorned with vibrant decorations. Tables laden with an array of spiritual wines, fruits, and exotic meats, accompanied by the resounding beat of drums. 30 ethereal female cultivators adorned in sheer veils descended gracefully into the center of the hall, resembling celestial beings. These women had been meticulously selected, all at the late stage of chi refinement, with fair skin, graceful figures, and elegant movements, draped in gossamer-thin veils. As the veils fluttered, revealing glimpses of their forms, they struck alluring poses for the cultivators of Qingyun's sect. With captivating gazes and exquisite visages, their subtle smiles stirred the hearts of all present, leaving them to marvel at the remarkable value of this outing. Chapter 53. Conflict. Lin Chen discerned that these female cultivators were employing a certain soul-capturing technique. He promptly activated the Xian Daotian Mo Gong, resulting in a clarity of consciousness that distinguished him from the other practitioners, who were ensnared by the allure of beauty. Faced with the sumptuous delicacies and rare elixirs laid upon the table, he had no intention of wasting them and continuously refined and consumed them. Wang Daoyuan and the 2 elderly men beside him observed the disciples of the Qingyun sect deeply engrossed in their indulgence, yet they merely smiled subtly. It was often said that the location of Guling City was remote and inhospitable, a place of desolation. Who could have imagined it to be a haven for our kind? Sai, my friend Wang, you are unaware of our difficulties. We not only bear the burden of mining spiritual stones but must also guard against sudden incursions from demonic cultivators. Recently, we've suffered considerable losses among our clan and oppos. As practitioners, He Xiaotian remarked, his expression laden with frustration. In these times of strife between righteous and demonic forces, your efforts are commendable, my friend. Wang Daoyuan raised his goblet in acknowledgement. As the music ceased, the slender and enchanting female cultivators, filled with excitement, flocked toward the alchemical practitioners present. Some gazed longingly, their eyes shimmering with allure, while others provocatively perched in the laps of the cultivators, engaging in flirtatious banter. Their fervent display was motivated by the substantial spiritual stones provided by the city lord, He Xiaotian. who clearly aimed to gratify these cultivators with the hope of extracting useful information. At Lin Chen's side was a stunningly beautiful female cultivator, clad in revealing attire. After a brief exchange, her focus remained fixated on the beast meat and spiritual wine before them. The nearby female cultivator, witnessing this, wore a perplexed expression, utterly astonished that someone could be indifferent to her captivating form. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yu was exuberant, embracing companions on either side and laughing heartily. This stark contrast did not escape He Xiaodian and Amp, Apos, notice, who regarded Lin Chun with newfound respect and intrigue. He signaled to a nearby young cultivator, who promptly understood and clapped his hands. Shortly thereafter, 4 robust cultivators entered the hall, bearing an enormous jade box. Wang Tiu, these are a few gifts from me, He Xiaodian stated. After a subtle probe with his spiritual sense, Wang Daoyuan discovered the box contained 1,000 spiritual stones and calmly replied, "You are too kind, He Daoyu." With a wave of his arm, he accepted the offering. He Xiaodian was momentarily taken aback, yet his smile remained. In contrast, the 2 family cultivators seated nearby exhibited sudden tension. Lin Chun keenly observed their expressions. Both parties were merely testing each other, and he was certain the Ouyang family would not relent easily, especially given their reliance on a nascent soul ancestor within the sect, which rendered them quite domineering. His gaze cautiously fell upon Ouyang Yu, who was currently engaged in flirtation with 2 female cultivators. Lin Chun mused that this individual was one who bore grudges, and it would be ideal to use him as a pawn if possible. As another wave of captivating female cultivators entered the hall, the atmosphere grew ever more charged. Just as revelry peaked, a curious girl of about 15 approached. Though young, she stood tall and graceful, her skin smooth and fair, and her delicate features radiated an exquisite allure that could captivate nations. Upon witnessing her, Lin Chun marveled inwardly, recalling the enigmatic female cultivator from his sect. The girl, curious about the arrival of practitioners from the main sect, was taken aback upon seeing the lavish display within the hall. Yun and Apos, what brings you here? He Xiaodian and Apos' expression darkened. Clearly displeased. Father, Yun and Apos, as aired, I shall leave at once, she replied, her voice tinged with innocence. However, Ouyang Yu, noticing her presence, grew increasingly intrigued. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he laughed heartily, declaring, "You shall not leave." He then strode towards He Yunert, taken aback by the beauty that Guling City had to offer. "My dear, you shall serve me tonight. There will be ample rewards for you." He Yunert, a mere 7th-layer Qi cultivator, found herself unable to resist as he seized her, rendering her helpless. The family cultivators within the hall were alarmed, their faces turning ashen as they rose in outrage, instinctively reaching for their storage pouches. "Father!" He Yun and Apos, exclaimed in shock, her gaze pleading toward her father. "Cease this at once." A powerful voice reverberated through the hall. He Xiaodian, enraged, exuded an overwhelming pressure. Ouyang Yu, feeling the weight of authority, reluctantly released He Yunert, albeit with visible reluctance. Observing the unfolding scene, Ouyang Yuan, who had been indulging in spiritual wine, regarded the tension with a faint smile. "My friends, this is merely playful banter among the younger generation. Do not take it to heart." "Humph, what a jest. It seems all of you have imbibed too much. Let us conclude this gathering." With that, he waved his sleeve, causing the enchanting female cultivators to retreat. "Let us depart," He Xiaodian commanded, his expression taut. The hall swiftly turned desolate, leaving only a handful of disappointed Qingyun sect practitioners behind. Their spirits, once kindled by the allure of beauty, plummeted into despair. Ouyang Yuan, maintaining his composure, smiled gently. "Dear disciples, continue to eat and drink." "Yes, Master Uncle," they responded, though lacking the company of alluring female cultivators. The exquisite spiritual wine and delicacies before them were of high quality, prompting them to indulge heartily. Lin Chun, scheming inwardly, reveled in the prospects of exploiting the situation. Ouyang Yu would undoubtedly become the target of collective ire in due course. "Humph, the Qingyun sect is excessively presumptuous, exhibiting such arrogance," He Xiaodian fumed, slamming his palm against the table, causing it to splinter. "Brother, the Ouyang family has a nascent soul ancestor. Do you think he might leverage his family's influence to covet our spiritual minds?" A round-faced, middle-aged foundational cultivator voiced his concerns gravely. "What my second brother says bears merit. It seems that gentleman is dissatisfied with the substantial box of spiritual stones we prepared for him," a younger foundational cultivator remarked, stroking his smooth chin. After hearing this, He Xiaodian's expression grew increasingly grim as he paced the hall. "Brother, the conditions offered by the demon sect are exceedingly generous. Perhaps aligning ourselves with the demonic faction is not without merit," the second elder suggested cautiously. "Align with the demon sect?" He Xiaodian was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated this very issue, yet the demands of the demon sect were exorbitant, requiring not only double the spiritual stones, but also the offering of beautiful female cultivators. As the discussion unfolded, an urgent voice penetrated the hall. "Patriarch, trouble. The young lady is missing." Chapter 54, The Instigator. "What? The young lady is missing?" He Xiaodian trembled, his expression frozen, fury surging within him. Yun'er was his most cherished daughter, and he could not tolerate any slight against her. His first thought was of Ouyang. It must have been that rascal. The second elder and third elder chimed in unison. This is outrageous. Let us go. Xiaodian strode purposefully towards the residence of the Qingyun sect's disciples, accompanied by the two elders. Surround this place. With a flourish of his long sleeves, Xiaodian commanded the clan's disciples to encircle a particular mansion as if it were a fortress. Search. I want a thorough search. Bang, bang, bang. Chaos erupted within the courtyard, where the previous revelry had transformed into confusion. The once inebriated Qingyun sect disciples, groggy and disoriented, awoke to the commotion. Their faces contorted in displeasure. Clan leader. A young disciple stumbled over, attempting to articulate his thoughts but struggling to find the words. What is the panic? Speak clearly. Xiaodian urged, sensing the gravity of the situation. The young lady has been found, but the young disciple lowered his head, unable to continue. Quickly. Lead the way. The second and third elders exchanged anxious glances, fully aware that something grave had transpired. When Xiaodian beheld his disheveled daughter lying beside Ouyang, his rage exploded. He reached out, draping a garment over Hiyun and Appos, then summoned a golden net from his storage pouch, ensnaring the unsuspecting Ouyang within its confines. Humph! How dare you tarnish my daughter's honor? You shall not escape unscathed today. Startled from his slumber, Ouyang's face reflected shock, but he composed himself and demanded. What do you intend to do? What do I intend? Let us see what you have done to my daughter. Xiaodian fumed, clutching his daughter protectively. What do you mean? Ouyang, rubbing his aching head, asked in confusion. How dare you be so brazen after defiling my daughter? It seems you wish to court death. Just as he was about to deliver a lesson to Ouyang, a deep voice resonated. Stop. Do you truly wish to become enemies with the Ouyang family? Have you considered the lives of the hundreds in your clan? It was Ouyang, exuding arrogance, flanked by two elderly companions who snorted disdainfully. Xiaodian, taken aback by the confrontation, realized that his declining foundation establishment clan could not afford to offend a nascent soul family. Suppressing his anger, he replied. Thank you for your reminder, Ouyang Daoist. With that, he led his family away. Uncle, this is unjust. A freed Ouyang protested, feeling aggrieved. Smack. Humph, you troublesome brat. Ouyang admonished without restraint. Uncle, I was unaware of this situation. Ouyang defended himself. You have always been audacious. The tragic demise of Gu Jingjing is closely tied to you. Were it not for your father's standing, you would not have been brought here. Ouyang wished to argue further but fell silent at the sight of his uncle's stern countenance. In another courtyard, Lin Chen smirked, feeling a sense of vindication, though regretting that the He family dared not retaliate. This entire incident was his meticulous orchestration, having clandestinely used an invisibility talisman to abduct He Yuner into Ouyang's chamber. The young woman was indeed a beauty, and while Lin Chen initially hesitated to act, he realized that if he did not seize this opportunity to trouble Ouyang, he would be the one to suffer. Dealing with He Yun and Appos, was merely a matter of employing a small amount of sedative. With her clothing slipping away, the bedroom was adorned with vivid colors. After the storm had passed, he adhered the invisibility talisman and stealthily approached Ouyang's location. Fortunately, Ouyang had consumed a copious amount of spirit wine, triggering an intoxicating fragrance, leading to the scene witnessed by all. In a guest room within the estate, barriers and soundproofing had been activated. Time is of the essence. We must act before they ally with the demonic cultivators to eliminate the He family, Ouyang remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. This task is not difficult. The three Foundation establishment guest elders have already reached an agreement and will not interfere. The two elderly men beside him spoke in calm tones. Very well, I had intended to wait a few more days, but it appears tonight we shall strike. Yet, will this unwarranted aggression towards the He family not incite the ire of their clan and sect? One elder voiced his apprehension. Indeed, as of now, we have no direct evidence linking the He family to the demonic cultivators. If we act rashly, could it not destabilize the borders? After all, the He family has operated here for a century and can manage various factions. The other elder echoed his worries. Such a pity, Ouyang lamented, feeling the weight of potential losses in spirit stones. As the three deliberated and weighed their options, a transmission talisman suddenly emitted a bright light and flew swiftly to them. After shattering the talisman, Ouyang heard an anxious voice from a disciple. Uncle, trouble is brewing. Senior brother Ouyang is clashing with the He family disciples. Ouyang felt a headache coming on. It seems the He family is relentless. If it comes to this, I shall not be held accountable. A peculiar smile crept across his face. In the estate, Ouyang was engaged in a fierce battle with a burly He family cultivator, both at the peak of chi refinement. How dare you dishonor my sister? Today, I shall see what you are capable of. The formidable cultivator unleashed 6 longswords in a relentless assault. Bang, bang, bang. The swords danced through the air, colliding with a crackle of energy. Ouyang felt bitter. He had thought to escape and clear his mind, only to stumble into this predicament. Angered by the relentless assault, he retrieved powerful magical artifacts from his storage pouch. You are merely a border cultivator. How dare you act so disrespectfully toward a main sect cultivator? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With a sweep of his sleeve, Ouyang sent forth 8 ancient bronze mirrors. The mirrors spun through the air, and under his control, they unleashed a beam of golden light. Bang! The golden beam struck the ground, sending dirt flying and creating deep craters. Lin Chen watched in astonishment, never expecting someone at the peak of qi refinement to wield such power. The He family's brawny cultivator remained undeterred, dodging nimbly. He quickly produced a massive black spirit beast pouch, dripping his blood into it. The pouch roared to life, releasing a torrent of black mist. To everyone's shock, a colossal black bear emerged from the mist. Roar! The black bear let out a thunderous roar, charging full force at Ouyang. Bang! The bear's powerful strikes shattered the protective barrier, leaving multiple cracks in its wake. Ouyang, a pampered youth, was ill-equipped to handle such an unexpected assault and found himself flustered and disoriented. Chapter 55. Undercurrents. The once formidable ancient bronze mirror surprisingly failed to exert its expected power. Bang! As the protective shield shattered, a pair of black iron fists struck Ouyang, eliciting a cry of agony. There was no doubt that he had sustained severe injuries. At that moment, a resonant voice rang out, commanding, "Stop." As the words fell, a powerful incantation struck the black giant bear. How the immense pain forced the bear to wail. Ouyang's expression darkened. In his eyes, the family's cultivators were not only targeting Ouyang but also disrespecting him, thus insulting the Qingyan sect. A formidable pressure emanated from him, and with a swift motion of his long sleeves, he infused his mana, unleashing a pre-prepared flying sword that shot towards the burly cultivator. Realizing he could not evade, the burly cultivator hastily crushed the protective talisman in his hand. Bang! Yet, this mid-grade talisman was utterly insufficient to withstand the full force of a foundational cultivator's strike. The flying sword emitted a thunderous cry, radiating with crimson light. Upon impact, the protective shield shattered instantly, and the sword pierced straight through the cultivator and Appos, as flesh. The burly man slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes reflecting unwillingness and fury. Lin Chen observed in astonishment, not expecting that even a peak qi refining cultivator would be so easily overwhelmed by a late-stage foundational cultivator. The surrounding He family cultivators were stricken with horror, exchanging fearful glances and retreating hastily. "Brother!" A piercing cry broke through, as Yuna rushed from the crowd. Her eyes brimming with tears, weeping uncontrollably. Her natural beauty, enhanced by her sorrow, evoked sympathy from onlookers. Lin Chen shook his head inwardly. Some developments were beyond his control. Had Ouyang been a little gentler, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this point. Guilt gnawed at him. Had he not resorted to such underhanded tactics, the current predicament might have been avoided. Yet, remembering Ouyang's cold expression tightened his heart. If the situation was not addressed promptly, he might be the one to suffer in the end. He found it hard to believe he had acted in such a manner towards this woman. He acknowledged that he was neither a paragon of virtue nor a sinister schemer, but if the opportunity arose, he would surely make amends to Yuna. Everything felt beyond his agency. If he did not act convincingly, the cunning foundational cultivators might discern the underlying instigation at play. At this moment, Ouyang's complexion was pale. He exhaled deeply and quickly said, "Thank you, Master Uncle, for your intervention. What is your condition?" Reporting to Master Uncle, "My essence has been severely depleted." As he spoke, Ouyang staggered and coughed, a stream of blood spilling from his mouth. "Rest and recuperate. I will handle this matter. Those who dare to harm our sect's cultivators will pay dearly." Ouyang's face darkened, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He felt exhilarated. His ambition was to seize the prosperous Guling city, and with enough spirit stones, the path to forming a core would be within reach. No sooner had he spoken than 3 foundational cultivators from the He family rapidly arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the grim tableau, Xiaoyan's face convulsed. This was his eldest son, who was supposed to break through to foundational cultivation, and he never anticipated such a disastrous outcome. This was merely a spar. "Why did you strike without mercy?" Xiaoyan exuded powerful pressure, adopting a stance ready for confrontation. "Humph, a spar indeed. I witnessed your cultivators plotting against those of the Qingyan sect, and all present observed it," Ouyang retorted boldly. Behind him, 2 foundational cultivators from the He family swiftly conveyed their thoughts through secretive communication. "Elder brother, it is unwise to engage in combat now. We have yet to receive any news from the Tianma sect." Initially furious, Xiaoyan took a deep breath and coldly declared, "You have 3 days to vacate this place." 3 days? Ouyang's brow furrowed slightly, a cold smile spreading across his face. "Do not forget, your He family is under the jurisdiction of the Qingyan sect. Daring to expel an envoy will only provoke the ire of our higher-ups. The details of this incident will be reported separately. There is no need for your interference." With that, he instructed his subordinates to collect the remains and departed without looking back. Upon returning to the hall, the He family cultivators were incensed. It was clear that the Ouyang family intended to make things difficult for them. If they hesitated further, their century-old foundation would be at risk of collapse. Xiaoyan spoke furiously, "If we engage in conflict, we may invite unforeseen consequences. I have yet to discern the true capabilities of those 2 cultivators backing Ouyang. The second elder expressed deep concern. Moreover, Only by allying with the Tianma sect can we ensure a solid strategy. The third elder nodded in agreement. Very well, third brother. Proceed to Moyan City and swiftly convey our He family's intentions. Rest assured, elder brother, I will make haste. The third elder clasped his fists and departed. Meanwhile, in the estate of the Qingyun sect cultivators, Ouyang Yuan slightly opened his eyes, a peculiar and excited expression illuminating his features. An opportunity has arisen. An opportunity? The two elder guests nearby exchanged puzzled glances. Esteemed guests, I have uncovered evidence. Look here. Ouyang Yuan gently tapped his spirit beast pouch, unleashing a swarm of tiny black spirit insects. These insects began to swirl and coalesce densely in the air. Upon entering Guling City, I dispersed the spirit insects to closely monitor these three He family cultivators. Ouyang Yuan waved his sleeve, sending forth a spell that revealed the third elder's journey to Moyan City. Esteemed guests, the evidence lies before us. Should the sect inquire in the future, this will serve as the basis. We must act swiftly to eliminate these traitors before they pose a threat to the sect. Given this, I am willing to intercept them, declared the elder with drooping eyebrows, stepping forward. Then go swiftly and return promptly, eliminate them on sight. In the hall, Xiaodian paced back and forth, suddenly realizing how rapidly circumstances had shifted. Having lost his beloved son and with his daughter sullied, the family that once occupied a neutral stance now found itself teetering towards the demonic sect overnight, albeit with hesitation. Such a course would undoubtedly offend the Qingyun sect, transforming the city into a battleground between righteous and demonic forces, potentially bringing disaster upon the family. If he could not protect his own flesh and blood, how could he hope to stand firm? With this thought, Xiaodian and Appos' expression hardened. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Yuner cautiously entered the hall. Father, Yuner, you are here? Xiaodian and Appos' tone softened. Only at this moment did his daughter provide him with a modicum of solace. He had thoroughly inspected Yuner's condition and confirmed that she was no longer untouched, eliciting a deep sigh from within him. Chapter 56. The schemes of high-level cultivators. The mere thought of Ouyang Yu filled Xiaodian with intense hatred, and he secretly vowed to personally slay his adversary. With a heavy sigh, he cast a soundproof barrier and spoke. The situation is dire. It is time to reveal some crucial matters to you. Yuner, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment and solemnly nodded in agreement. Remember, once you leave Guling City, do not return. Yes, father, I will remember, she replied earnestly. After imparting his instructions, Xiaodian began to summon the clan members, intending to forcibly expel any cultivators from Qingyun sect who refused to vacate the premises. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yuan had long been observing the scene through a spirit insect. Although he could not discern the exact words exchanged, he knew they were of utmost importance. Could it pertain to the formation of a golden core or perhaps the family treasury? A faint smile crept upon his lips at the thought. He was thoroughly satisfied with his mission, knowing that eliminating the He family would yield him tremendous opportunities. At this moment, Lin Chun was not idle. He released his spiritual sense to meticulously investigate. He discovered that the entire courtyard had been shrouded by a mysterious formation belonging to the He family, rendering his probing efforts futile. Suddenly, a thought of Yuner struck him, causing a wave of sorrow and guilt to wash over him. In his moment of despair, his eyes caught sight of something unusual, a small insect, motionless like a grain of rice. A spirit insect? Lin Chun had been ensnared by such creatures before and was acutely sensitive to their presence. His complexion turned pale as he pondered who had placed the spirit insect. Had his previous actions been discovered? Despite his rising anxiety, he feigned a relaxed demeanor, fully aware that the mastermind behind this might be watching him closely. Yet, with the passage of time, the family cultivators had not sought him out for retribution, indicating that this spirit insect likely belonged to the Qingyun sect. This thought tightened his chest. Could it be that the three leading cultivators were involved? The more he contemplated, the more certain he became that one among them was responsible. A sigh escaped his lips. If they had already uncovered his presence and had yet to expose him, it seemed they viewed him merely as a pawn. Indeed, the words from the insights of demon cultivators rang true. The schemes of lower-tier cultivators pale in comparison to those of their higher-tier counterparts. With his mind steadied, he resumed his meditative cultivation. Time flew by, and 3 days swiftly elapsed. On this day, Xiaodian, brimming with fury, led a contingent of family cultivators, albeit without the presence of the third elder. Initially, he had intended to wait a few more days, but out of pride, he decided to take action today. After all, 3 guest elders of the foundation establishment stage stood behind him, having provided substantial cultivation resources over the years. With 5 foundation establishment cultivators at his disposal, dealing with the Qingyun sect members would be a trivial matter. He boomed in a deep voice, "Cultivators of Qingyun sect, the time has come. I implore you to vacate immediately." His voice echoed for quite some time, yet the courtyard remained eerily silent. "Elder brother, these Qingyun sect cultivators are exceedingly rude. Shall we attack directly?" The second elder's face contorted with malice. "Since you are so disrespectful, do not blame us for being impolite," he shouted on signal to the crowd. Just as his arm descended, an object suddenly descended from the sky. A loud thud resounded as a head rolled onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, shock spread across the faces of the onlookers. This was the third elder. A wave of terror rippled through the He family cultivators. What? He shouted on. Initially confident, now scrutinized the scene, confirming the gruesome sight before him. Indeed, it was the bloodied head of the third elder. Their brother. He shouted on, called out in a high voice. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of ungrateful fools, daring to collude with demon cultivators. This is your fate. As he spoke, the cultivators of Qingyun's sect emerged from the courtyard. He Dao you, I never expected you to betray the main sect. If we do not eradicate you today, wouldn't that be inviting calamity? With that, he produced a small golden tower from his storage bag. Since you have allied with demon cultivators, I shall cleanse the world of your malignance today. The golden tower was thrown into the air, and with a swift incantation, it expanded, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. Go, he commanded, and the golden tower descended upon the He family cultivators like a colossal mountain. Xiaotian was taken aback and quickly retrieved a black umbrella artifact from his storage bag, infusing it with spiritual energy. The black umbrella twirled incessantly as it met the impending threat. The clash of artifacts reverberated in the air, the immense pressure forcing the crowd to retreat. Xiaotian furrowed his brow, realizing the golden tower's formidable power, and urgently addressed the cultivators behind him. 3 guest elders, please take action swiftly. However, the response left Xiaotian speechless. A gentle refusal echoed, I am a righteous cultivator. How can I conspire with the demonic path? Your He family has breached our agreement first. Considering our long-standing relations, we can only remain passive. Xiaotian and the second elder were rendered mute. If this were the case, the ensuing battle would put the He family at a distinct disadvantage. Ha ha, with only 2 foundation establishment cultivators, your He family is finished. Ouyang Yuan remarked, subtly nodding to the 2 elderly figures behind him. Upon receiving the signal, they ceased their concealment, gradually exuding the pressure of peak foundation establishment cultivators. The He family members gasped in alarm and began to retreat. The situation was clear, the He family stood no chance. For even their most powerful elders were only at the late foundation establishment stage. Observing the unfolding events, the previous guest elders, fearing they would gain nothing from the aftermath, tactfully stated, we initially wished to remain uninvolved, but with the demonic path running rampant and threatening the cultivation world, we can no longer coexist with your He family. With that, they brandished their artifacts. From a distance, Lin Chen observed this scene, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. The methods and cunning of high-level cultivators were far beyond his own capabilities. It was evident that he had much to learn and refine. As the lower-tier cultivators of the He family sensed the impending doom, they began to retreat, with the shrewdest fleeing first. The disciples of Qingyun's sect were ordered not to let a single one escape. Understood. Following their orders, Lin Chen and his fellow disciples pursued the fleeing Qi refinement cultivators. Ha ha ha, what a clever stratagem. I never anticipated that He Xiaotian, would fall into your trap. However, you underestimate the depth of the He family's resources. With a hearty laugh, he bit his finger and chanted incantations. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted, and red beams of light burst forth from the ground, forming a colossal barrier at an observable speed. Humph, did you think I had no backup plan? Since Qingyun's sect has shown such ruthlessness, today you shall remain here. Chapter 57. Schemes and Slaughter. The blood refinement formation of peculiar expression surfaced on Ouyang Yuan and Amp, Apos, S face. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had never anticipated that the manner he was in was already ensnared by a concealed formation. How absurd. Do you truly possess the ability to manipulate such a grand array? Ha ha, so what? Today, I shall harness the flesh and blood of the He family's offspring to fuel it. Xiaotian and Amp, Apos, S face contorted as he extended his hands towards the He family cultivators, immediately tossing several disciples into the formation. In an instant, upon contact, they were transformed into blood energy, forcibly infused into the array. At that moment, Lin Chen was engaged in a battle of wits with the fleeing He family cultivators and naturally took note of this bizarre scene. His profound understanding of formations revealed that the blood refinement formation was often a life or death array, one that required immense magical energy from its caster. However, he had not anticipated He Xiaotian's ruthlessness in using the blood essence of his kin to activate the array. As for the pursuit of the fleeing He family cultivators, he dealt with those of lower realms effortlessly, while he did not expend full effort against those of comparable strength. The unfolding events were shrouded in mystery. He needed to prepare for the inevitable failure of Qingyun's sect and remain vigilant against Ouyang Yu. You are quite cunning, Arin and Amp, Apos. To you? A chilling voice came from behind. Ouyang Yu swiftly appeared before Lin Chen, his intent unmistakable. He meant to impose difficulty upon him, having previously struggled to find the right opportunity, with no one around. His murderous intent surged forth. Cough, cough. His energy was severely depleted and had yet to recover, and a violent coughing fit distorted his countenance. Senior brother, we bear no grudge. The current chaos renders us vulnerable to external forces should we turn on each other. Then what of it? You, a mere 10th level Qi refinement, can be crushed as easily as an ant. Today, Yet before he could finish, a resounding boom echoed as 2 formidable fireballs surged toward him. Caught off guard by the ambush, Ouyang Yu barely conjured a protective barrier, but it was insufficient. With a loud crash, he fell to the ground. Incensed by the unexpected setback, before he could unleash his fury and reprimand, the next scene left him utterly astonished. A dozen flying swords descended from above, radiating a cerulean glow with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. The successive impacts forced Ouyang to retreat step by step. Lin Chun granted him no respite. When confronting higher-tier cultivators, swiftness and ferocity were the established principles for dealing with superior foes. Formation, converge. Lin Chun and Oppos, low command saw 10 ancient swords spiral in the air, forming a sword array that suddenly expanded. You appear to have underestimated me. Ouyang's expression shifted as he summoned 5 black spears from his storage bag. After swiftly channeling his magical energy into them, the spears emitted a sinister mist as they hurtled toward Lin Chin's sword array. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of magical artifacts colliding echoed incessantly. After several rounds of probing, Lin Chin discerned that although Ouyang was gravely weakened, the artifacts he wielded were exceedingly potent. Even with an ambush, he had not gained the upper hand. To vanquish his opponent, he needed to act decisively. Should the battle drag on, unforeseen complications could arise. With this thought, he promptly retrieved the ancient skull artifact he had recently acquired from the market. Tossing it into the air, he silently recited an incantation, channeling energy to activate it. Just as Xiaoqian had mentioned, this artifact was exceedingly peculiar. Once activated, a bizarre sound resonated as hundreds of black skulls surged forth. What? You dare to wield a demonic artifact? Ouyang was taken aback, sensing the strangeness of the entity, and he dared not let his guard down. He immediately summoned a protective artifact, a massive black iron shield that shimmered with a green aura, ready to defend. Lin Chun and Oppos' gaze deepened as he observed Ouyang and Oppos' cautious defense, his heart swelling with joy. At this moment, the hundreds of black skulls swirled around their target, providing the perfect opportunity to unleash their full potential. He bit his finger, infusing the skulls with his essence blood. With a resonant hum, the eye sockets of the hundreds of black skulls flickered to life, glowing with a crimson hue. Break. At this command, the skulls emitted a peculiar buzzing sound. Spirit attack? Ouyang and Oppos' brow furrowed as he detected the anomaly. His energy was already compromised, should his consciousness be harmed as well. His path to Foundation establishment would be delayed for many years. However, the subsequent scene filled him with dread. The hundreds of black skulls unleashed their bizarre spiritual assault, charging directly at him. Bang, bang, bang. The strikes against his protective barrier were powerful, producing thunderous sounds. Ouyang and Oppos' mind raced as he realized that if this stalemate continued, he would be unable to eliminate his opponent. With a sinister grin, he declared, "Boy, I shall spare you today." With that, he unleashed a talisman. A loud explosion ensued, enveloping the area in a dense white mist. Humph, trying to escape? Too late. Lin Chin's face darkened with ruthless intent. He poured all his energy into the black skulls and the 10 swords hovering above. Ouyang had initially considered fleeing amidst the white mist, but he had not anticipated the sudden turn of events. The strange fog obscured his senses, rendering escape impossible. In the midst of this chaos, a series of whooshing sounds reached his ears. The flying swords emerged unexpectedly from the mist, catching him completely off guard and leaving him in a precarious position. Puff. One sword deftly sliced through his thigh, causing blood to gush forth as he collapsed to the ground. "Junior brother, let us speak civilly. I merely wish to spar with you. Do not take it to heart." Ouyang's tone shifted to one of earnestness as he sensed the dire situation. Yet just then, another sword struck him directly on the shoulder. Ouyang grimaced in pain. Lin Chin suppressed a cold smirk, recognizing Ouyang's true nature as a pampered scion. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, the 10 flying swords encircled Ouyang. Lin Chin advanced through the yellowish fog, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him as he calmly stated, "Senior brother, did you not wish to slay me? Junior brother, if you spare me, I shall grant you anything you desire." Ouyang, disregarding his dignity, pleaded on his knees. It was truly laughable to witness a descendant of a prestigious cultivation family in such a state. "I might as well disclose, Gu Jingjing was indeed slain by my hand." "What? It was truly you?" Ouyang's face contorted in horror. Just as he was about to utter more, the surrounding flying swords surged toward him. Accompanied by a shriek, Ouyang was drenched in blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 58. The mantis stalks the cicada. While the yellow sparrow is behind at this moment, Lin Chun was far from well. His complexion was pale and his body weary, having expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy from continuously activating multiple artifacts. Gazing at the nearly lifeless Ouyang, he felt a sense of relief at the thought of one less enemy, and a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. He promptly consumed a chi recovery pill, and once his condition improved, he immediately began to search through the other storage bag. As expected of a scion from a prominent cultivation family, there were 300 spirit stones within. Besides the spirit stones, there were various elixirs, talismans, techniques, and artifacts. Lin Chin meticulously selected his treasures, discarding anything he was uncertain about. He had no desire to leave a trace for his family to discover. When he stumbled upon a book titled Foundations of Cultivation, his joy knew no bounds. Oh Yang, we ought not to have engaged in such a deadly rivalry. Blame yourself for this fate. With that, he released a flicker of light from his fingertips, sending a fireball towards the corpse. With a flourish of his sleeves, he retrieved his various artifacts and made his way toward the city lord's mansion. However, after walking for a while, he encountered the hurriedly fleeing El Kong, who was headed away from the city lord's mansion. Brother, what is the matter? El Kong, initially in a frantic escape, paused upon seeing an old acquaintance and, with an anxious expression, replied, "A grave situation has arisen. It seems our master and the others may not escape this calamity. Could they have been consumed by the blood refinement great array?" Lin Shan inquired, astonished. Pretty much. The city lord's mansion is exceedingly strange at present, shrouded in blood mist. Our powers are too feeble. We should return to the sect promptly to report. I see. Lin Shan glanced toward the distant city lord and amp, Appo's mansion, feeling a tinge of regret for missing the opportunity to capitalize on the chaos. It was indeed a pity. Junior brother, we must leave quickly. If we are caught by the He family patriarch, we may well be refined ourselves. In the face of El Kong and amp, Appo's urgency, Lin Shan remained calm. He wished to ascertain the final outcome. If he simply fled, as a cultivator with no roots in the sect, he would undoubtedly face punishment. Brother, allow me to verify the situation first. You return to the sect to report. El Kong, somewhat taken aback but understanding of Lin Shan's intentions, sighed softly, "Be careful, junior brother." With that, he departed without looking back. Once El Kong had vanished from sight, Lin Shan, with a serene demeanor, retrieved an invisibility talisman from his storage bag. Just as El Kong had indicated, the situation in Guling City was indeed peculiar. The He family cultivators within the city lord and amp, Appo's mansion were few. Only the patriarch He Xiaotian and the second elder remained, desperately maintaining the blood refinement great array. Trapped within the array, Ouyang Yuan and two other elderly cultivators were growing frail as their life essence was drained. Yet, they continued to cast spells in defiance. This scene stirred a sense of lament within Lin Shan. He had not anticipated that the calculating Ouyang Yuan would ultimately be outmaneuvered by He Xiaotian. Through the blood mist of the array, he could distinctly see an antique alchemical furnace above. Refining blood elixirs? Lin Shan, having a foundational knowledge of alchemy, recognized the intent behind He Xiaotian's actions. The patriarch was continuously weaving strange incantations, channeling them into the furnace. Once activated, the furnace emitted a low hum, while torrents of blood essence were drawn in at a visible rate. What a shameless fiend, using his own kin for refinement, truly deranged. Haha, what righteous and demonic paths. I have no intention of wasting your blood essence. Once I refine a blood elixir, ascending to the pinnacle of foundation establishment will be within reach. To fuel the array, he was willing to sacrifice the blood of his family's cultivators. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Lin Shan would never have believed such cruelty existed. This man is far too malevolent. I must depart swiftly. At that moment, he noticed a detail. The two remaining He family cultivators appeared on the verge of collapse. The conflict hung in a precarious balance. The outcome remained uncertain. However, what followed sent chills down Lin Shan and Appo's spine. Second brother, the He family is in dire straits. If this array lacks blood essence to operate, it will surely fail. The only solution is for you to sacrifice yourself for our family. Sacrifice myself? The second elder, dumbfounded, displayed a look of despair and horror. Eliminating these three will secure our He family's survival. Do you not understand? Before the second elder could nod in agreement, He Xiaotian suddenly struck him with a palm. With a resounding thud, the second elder, already depleted of spiritual energy and caught off guard, plummeted into the blood refinement great array with a scream, instantly transforming into a torrent of blood essence. With fresh blood essence, the previously sluggish array roared back to life. And the alchemical furnace and Appo's absorption intensified. Ouyang Elder and the other elderly cultivators revealed expressions of despair as they finally succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Haha. He Xiaotian's laughter echoed, embodying a mix of exhilaration and desolation. He continued to extract various spirit herbs and beast inner cores from his storage bag, skillfully tossing them into the alchemical furnace. Thunderous noises erupted, and a pungent stench filled the air. As time passed, the furnace's activity gradually slowed. Ha, it's done. He Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with joy as he waved his sleeves, slowly opening the furnace, from which a blood-red elixir soared forth. The method of refining this elixir reminded Lin Shan of the bald elder. They were of the same ilk. For the sake of personal gain, they regarded all living beings as mere fodder. Such an elixir falling into the hands of this malevolent cultivator was a tremendous waste. Suddenly, Lin Shan was struck by a peculiar thought. After such a fierce battle, He Xiaotian was already severely depleted, and with the continuous refining of blood elixirs, he was likely incapable of confronting even a Qi refinement cultivator. With this in mind, a smile crept onto Lin Shan and Appo's face as he produced a talisman given to him by Xia Qingyun. The talisman radiated with spiritual energy. It was a high-tier thunderstorm talisman, a life-saving charm capable of countering foundation establishment cultivators. Seizing the moment when He Xiaotian was unprepared, Lin Shan activated the talisman and hurled it toward him. Who? He Xiaotian's heart raced as he shouted. However, the talisman sped with remarkable swiftness, and given his weakened state, he had no time for defense. Boom. A colossal bolt of lightning struck Xiaotian, followed closely by a massive fireball. With a thunderous explosion, as the smoke cleared, chaos reigned. Xiaotian was left in disarray. His hair awry, clothing tattered, and blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Who is it? He mumbled, repeating the question several times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 59. 11th level of Qi refinement. Lin Shun, fearing that his opponent might not be entirely dead, exerted all his strength to command his flying sword for further assaults. It was not until the blade pierced through the adversary's flesh, disintegrating the corpse and spilling blood profusely, that he ceased his relentless onslaught. His immediate priority was to locate the successfully concocted blood pill, which, fortunately, remained intact. However, this elixir was peculiar. Steeped in a menacing aura, intermittently emitting strands of black mist that evoked an unsettling sensation, given that it was a potion capable of aiding foundational cultivators in their ascension. Its effects were undoubtedly formidable. Thus, he carefully placed it into a jade box. Next, he reached out, drawing the alchemical furnace used for crafting the blood pill and the undamaged storage bag into his possession. With numerous Qi cultivators still present in the He family, compounded by the recent upheaval, it was plausible that various factions had already been alerted. Consequently, he affixed an invisibility talisman to himself and departed quietly. As anticipated, once the area fell silent, the surviving cultivators of the He family swiftly converged, their chaos erupting upon witnessing the tragic demise of their clan leader. Upon leaving Guling City, Lin Shun did not immediately return to his sect. Instead, he sought a secluded place for cultivation to expedite his advancement. This excursion had broadened his horizons, revealing that the so-called righteous cultivators harbored malicious intentions that rivaled those of demonic practitioners. Such blood spirit formations were rarely employed, even by those of the dark path. With a wealth of cultivation resources at hand, along with the blood pill, he was well prepared to elevate himself to the 11th level of Qi refinement. With the borders in turmoil, Lin Shun's gaze fell upon the distant, vast mountains. This locale was rich in spiritual minerals, imbued with dense spiritual energy, requiring only the excavation of a cave for his practice. Resolute in his plan, he soon discovered a hidden spot amidst the mountains. With a swift gesture, he summoned 6 flying swords from his storage bag. Utilizing his magical prowess, he quickly carved out a spacious and well-lit cave suitable for cultivation. Following this, he retrieved the materials for a protective formation from his storage bag and swiftly established a defensive array outside the cave. Once completed, he entered with a sense of satisfaction. As he had surmised, the spiritual energy here surpassed that of the outer cave in his sect by a considerable margin. Regrettably, the remaining artifacts and pills in his storage bag were quite limited. However, he was elated to find a flying vessel he had long desired. With a gaze fixed upon the bizarre blood pill before him, Lin Shun's expression grew increasingly grave. He dared not consume it all at once, recalling vividly the previous experience with the blood pill of the elderly man. Since it was intended for late-stage foundational cultivators, its potency was assuredly formidable. Yet it could not be taken in its entirety. With this in mind, he divided the pill in half, planning to consume one portion during his ascent to the 11th level of Qi refinement, saving the other for later. This strategy would enhance his probability of success. He then cautiously retrieved the pill bottle given by Xia Qingyun, choosing not to consume the elixir immediately but instead sitting cross-legged to stabilize his mind. 3 days later, having achieved mental tranquility, he promptly swallowed one of the blue pills adorned with 9 patterns. Upon ingestion, the pill imparted a refreshing sensation, rapidly dispersing a tremendous force throughout his meridians and limbs. Joy illuminated Lin Shun and Apos' face as he realized that this pill and Apos' effects surpassed that of the 9-pattern Xianling pill. Nonetheless, even such high-quality elixirs had limited efficacy for someone like him, who cultivated body, spirit, and blood simultaneously. Acknowledging this, he promptly consumed another blue pill adorned with 9 patterns. Only then could he distinctly sense the barrier within his body. Days passed, and after refining 5 pills consecutively, his body was in optimal condition, yet, as anticipated, he had not achieved a breakthrough. Thus, he resolved to take the blood pill. After a moment of contemplation and recalling past events, he shook his head and decisively swallowed it whole. A wave of intense sanguine essence flooded his senses, followed by an overwhelming surge of spiritual power that erupted within him. The immense spiritual force relentlessly assaulted his being, causing pain and heat to radiate throughout his body, nearly overwhelming him. This essence was too potent and bizarre. He needed to refine it expeditiously. With this thought, he swiftly performed the hand seals, channeling his full effort into the Xian Dao Tian Mo Gong. An hour passed as he absorbed and refined a significant amount of the blood essence, alleviating the pain and discomfort while gaining control over the vast spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, a gleam of clarity shone in Lin Shun and Apos' eyes. He perceived that the barrier was visibly loosening. Recognizing this development, he hastened his hand movements. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. With a muffled sound emanating from within, a white mist enveloped him, signaling that he had finally reached the 11th level of Qi refinement. Lin Shun slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stagnant air. As he carefully sensed the subtle changes in his body, he noted the surging magical energy and the expulsion of impurities, the blood essence thickening, and an expanded range of spiritual perception. However, a minor issue lingered. He felt an underlying heat throughout his body. This must be a result of the blood pill. Lin Chen murmured thoughtfully to himself. He then retrieved a cleansing talisman to rid himself of the impurities, donned fresh garments, and appeared revitalized. At that moment, he was abruptly startled by a commotion outside the cave. You think you can escape? Hurry and reveal the location of the treasures. A tall cultivator interjected, blocking Lin Chen and Apos' path and demanding fiercely. Cousin, why are you doing this? I have no knowledge of the treasures you speak of. Aren't and Apos, the family and Apos' cultivation resources stored in the family treasury? Humph. Do you think I and Apos am unaware that your father ventures out every month, taking with him a considerable amount of cultivation resources? If you do not disclose the location today, I assure you, cousin will not spare you. With that, the tall cultivator smirked, his gaze lingering unpleasantly on the female cultivator and Apos' form. Lin Chen and Apos' eyes brightened upon recognizing the familiar voice. The woman was none other than He Yuner. Since He Xiaoyan's downfall, the family had descended into chaos, with the Qi disciples scrambling to seize their inheritance and flee for their lives. Everyone understood that following such turmoil, Qingyun's sect would undoubtedly dispatch numerous cultivators to intervene. If they did not depart promptly, they would face annihilation. Why you, Don and Apos, come any closer? As the tall cultivator stepped forward, loosening his clothing with a lecherous grin, He Yuner quickly grasped his intentions. Cousin, what are you doing? We are both descendants of the He family. My father has always treated you well. And what of it? You might as well tell me where the treasures are, to spare yourself some suffering. You shameless. Dear cousin, you are no longer a pristine maiden. What harm is there in allowing me to experience you just once? The tall cultivator licked his lips, squinting his eyes as he spoke. Chapter 60. Rescue. He Yuner, filled with indignation, wielded the flying sword in her hand and launched an attack. Cousin, your actions are misguided. The tall cultivator, at the 10th level of Qi refinement, smiled slightly, his figure flickering as he effortlessly seized the flying sword. He Yuner's face turned pale. Cousin, this is a desolate place. Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will come. With that, his massive hands reached for He Yuner. As her garments gradually fell away, she felt a mix of shame and rage. She could hardly fathom how, in just a few days, her entire family had descended into such a state. In the depths of despair, a cold voice echoed, Stop. He Yuner turned towards the sound, grasping it like a lifeline, only to find it was a cultivator from the Qingyun sect, which elicited a strange expression on her face. She held no favorable impression of these cultivators after witnessing their reckless behavior in the hall. Oh, a fish that slipped through the net has been hiding here for so long, the tall cultivator sneered, ceasing his assault on He Yuner. Once liberated, He Yuner hurriedly covered her modesty with her clothes, appearing exceedingly aggrieved. Her disheveled attire revealed her graceful figure, leaving onlookers parched with desire. If you cease this, I may spare your life. Lin Chen emerged slowly from the concealed cave, speaking calmly. At that moment, Lin Chen concealed his true cultivation level, appearing as a 10th level Qi refiner, which somewhat dulled the tall cultivator's perception. So you were interested in my junior sister. I wonder if you possess the strength to match, the tall cultivator said as he produced a flying sword from his storage pouch, readying for a confrontation. Are you certain? Lin Chen inquired, his brow furrowing as he gazed steadily at He Yuner. His meaning was clear. Should the other party disregard familial ties, he was prepared to strike. He Yuner's eyes wandered, her heart filled with hesitation, and ultimately, she lowered her head in silence. The tall cultivator's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. He was merely seeking wealth, and engaging in battle was not worth the cost. My friend, this matter does not concern you. The demonic cultivators will arrive shortly. You should depart quickly, he said with a slight smile. This girl is mine today, Lin Chen replied with a cold smile. With that, he clutched his storage pouch, and 6 flying swords shot forth, infused with an exceptionally pure surge of mana. Swiftly forming hand seals, the swords enlarged and attacked from various angles. Whoosh, whoosh. The flying swords became razor-sharp in the air, their pressure intensifying. Bang, bang. What? The tall cultivator hurriedly summoned his flying sword to defend, but he was forced back repeatedly, realizing the dire situation with growing alarm. As the tall cultivator attempted to flee, Lin Chen scoffed, You cannot escape. Prepare to pay with your life. Whoosh. A flying sword effortlessly pierced through the tall cultivator and Apos' body. His expression froze, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Chen, surprised at how easily he dispatched the foe, shook his head slightly, a glimmer of light forming at his fingertips as he sent forth a fireball. With a resounding boom, the corpse was engulfed in flames. He Yuner had anticipated a fierce battle but was astonished that it concluded in a single exchange. Her beautiful eyes shifted, and she quickly deduced that Lin Chen had concealed his true power. Upon closer inspection of his features, she recalled that during the banquet, he had ignored all the beautiful female cultivators who surrounded the others. Thank you, kind sir, He Yuner said, her heart finally at ease. a smile gracing her lips. No need for thanks. The He family has fallen completely. Where do you wish to go? Lin Shan replied gently, feeling a twinge of guilt. I'm not sure yet. He Yuner admitted, a look of confusion crossing her face. Perhaps we should find a place to rest and then travel to the Qingyun sect together, Lin Shan suggested directly. The Qingyun sect? He Yuner's expression grew complex. Had it not been for the Qingyun sect's cultivators, her family would not have fallen. Sensing her hesitation, Lin Shan stepped back, saying, if you wish to seek refuge with another family, I can escort you there. He Yuner pondered for a moment, unsure of his intentions. Eventually, she shook her head helplessly. Seeking refuge with another family could yield even worse outcomes, especially now that the He family had declined. No one would care for her. Becoming a loose cultivator without a powerful backing could lead to even graver consequences. After careful consideration, she finally spoke softly, I will accompany you to the Qingyun sect. Very well, Lin Shan nodded, relieved. However, you must disguise yourself. Your beauty may not be an advantage. With that, he retrieved a new set of Qingyun sect robes and a heavy mask from his storage pouch. Thank you, He Yuner said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Once she was properly attired, her gaze towards Lin Shan was complex. After the upheaval, her trust in surrounding cultivators had dwindled. Lin Shan remained composed, aware of her thoughts. Had it not been for the previous guilt he felt, he would not have taken a female cultivator with him. Let us depart, he declared. With that, he produced a blue flying boat from his storage pouch, channeling mana into it. The boat hummed to life and soared towards the sky. Traveling from the border to the sect, using this flying vessel would typically require a year. After a month of continuous flight, Lin Shan decided to enter a large city to spend some spirit stones on a teleportation array. During this time, the two found themselves enjoying each other's company. The once wary He Yuner finally lowered her guard, realizing that Lin Shan seemed indifferent to her beauty. As she glanced at him, a hint of shyness crept onto her face. Although the city was not far from the border, its shops appeared unaffected by the turmoil, bustling with customers. Lin Shan meticulously observed the various storefronts in the market and noted that the goods differed somewhat from what he had seen before. Perhaps due to its proximity to the demonic sect, many alluring female cultivators stood at the entrances, their attire revealing. Upon hearing calls from vendors, he discovered that these female cultivators were openly prized as furnace cauldrons. The furnace cauldron technique was quite popular among the demonic sects, as they viewed the practice of yin-yang enhancement as a natural order, in accordance with the heavenly mandate. After a thorough observation, Lin Shan led He Yuner into a bustling shop. Chapter 61. Purchasing spirit insects. May I inquire what items you two esteemed friends wish to purchase? An elderly man approached with a warm smile, exhibiting remarkable politeness. Lin Shan displayed a peculiar expression, while the other cultivators were attended to by graceful female practitioners. He found himself facing an old man. The elder, noticing Lin Shan's confusion, smiled and explained, I am the steward of this shop. With many cultivators seeking resources for their practice, even an old fellow like me must stretch my limbs. Is that so? Lin Shan felt considerable skepticism. Scanning the area, he discreetly transmitted a message. I require a mask that can alter one's appearance, one that even a foundation establishment cultivator cannot discern. The reason for this request was simple. He Yun and Apos, was exceptionally beautiful, and such beauty would undoubtedly attract attention within the sect, potentially leading to trouble. We do have such items, though they do not come cheap, the old man replied, stroking his grizzled beard and conveying the approximate price through a whisper. Upon hearing the amount, Lin Shan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an exorbitant cost. However, he did not hesitate for long and calmly stated, let us discuss this in a private chamber. A private chamber? The elder was momentarily taken aback, having expected the high price to deter Lin Shan. Thinking of the potential profit, he felt a surge of joy and eagerly invited, this way, please. Upon entering the private chamber, powerful restrictions were immediately enacted around them. Just as the elder was about to brew some spirit tea, Lin Shan raised his hand to stop him. No need for spirit tea. Please bring me the mask, I requested promptly. Of course, just a moment, the elder responded and promptly went to retrieve it. Lin Shan maintained a calm demeanor. Yet he remained vigilant, cautiously releasing his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings. The restrictions within the chamber were formidable. Upon contact, his spiritual sense was repelled, indicating a high level of security. However, this outing had made him acutely aware of the formidable nature of spirit insects. Although the restrictions posed no issue, one could not rule out the possibility of underhanded tactics from the other party. Indeed, in a hidden corner, he spotted a spirit insect no larger than a grain of rice. To his dismay, he also discovered one resting on his storage bag. What is this? Lin Shan felt a sense of foreboding. It quickly dawned on him that the elder and Apos, as mention of the high-value mask was merely a ruse to test him. And the spirit insect on his storage bag could surely sense the valuable items within. How insidious. Lin Shan couldn't help but inhale sharply. Astonished by the shrewdness of these cultivators in business, had the elder harbored malicious intent, the consequences could have been dire. Brother Lin, is there a problem here? He Yuner, noticing his strange demeanor, inquired with curiosity. Nothing of the sort. I merely did not expect such opulence in this private chamber, Lin Shan replied nonchalantly. Opulence? This is far from our He family's standards. He Yuner shook her head slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned alarmed. He, realizing her slip of the tongue, immediately displayed an anxious expression. The family had fallen into decline, their wealth plundered by relatives, and rumors of their misfortune had spread widely. If anyone were to discover the presence of a He family cultivator, it would surely invite calamity. At that moment, the door creaked open, and the elderly man entered, holding 2 jade boxes. I apologize for the wait. Within these, you will find the items you seek. With a flourish of his long sleeves, he opened the boxes, revealing a pair of peculiar masks, one blue and the other black. These masks originate from an ancient secret realm. Even Foundation establishment cultivators seldom procure them. Our shop has tested these, and even Golden Core elders struggle to discern their true nature. The sole difference between the blue and black masks lies in their ability to alter gender. As he spoke, the elder's gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Chen's waist. Is that so? Lin Chen scrutinized the masks before cautiously placing the blue one upon his face. The instant it made contact, it felt strangely harmonious, as if melding with his skin. There was no discomfort. He removed it to find his skin remarkably smooth. Soon, his appearance morphed, his features became more pronounced, his chin rounded, transforming him into an average-looking male cultivator. When he donned the black mask, he became a strikingly handsome female cultivator. Hiyuner's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment as she nodded repeatedly. Indeed. What is the price? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, coolly inquiring. The price for such an item is quite reasonable, equivalent to 3 Foundation establishment cultivators' magical artifacts. You can surely afford it, the elder said, narrowing his eyes as they glanced at Lin Chen's storage bag, clearly aware of its contents. With a subtle gesture, the tiny spirit insect floated into the elder's hand. This spirit insect possesses intriguing qualities, Lin Chen remarked, suppressing his anger and displaying curiosity instead. This is known as a scent insect, one I have nurtured over many years. Without it, conducting business would be exceedingly challenging. Oh, I see. Does your esteemed shop sell spirit insects to the public? Are you suggesting you wish to acquire my scent insect? That would not be feasible. The elder's expression shifted, hastily stowing the insect away, wary of Lin Chen and Amp, Appo's intentions. Lin Chen found the elder and Amp, Appo's avarice amusing. Rest assured, I have no interest in such a probing tool. However, that other insect seems quite valuable. With a swift motion, he captured the smaller spirit insect hidden in the corner. A sensing insect? The elder exhaled in relief, smiling. If you desire it, I have many more, though they do come at a price, an additional 3 Foundation establishment artifacts. Lin Chen smiled faintly, recognizing that the elder had likely already assessed the value of the items in his storage bag. Just recently, he had inadvertently acquired a magical artifact, and it seemed it would soon belong to another. Without lingering on the matter, he replied, agreed. Truly? The elder's face lit up with excitement. However, you must share the detailed methods of controlling and nurturing this spirit insect. That is a trivial matter. I will certainly provide you with the information. And I have plenty of insect eggs to offer as well, the elder said generously. Very well. After some further negotiation, they successfully completed the transaction. Having never dealt with the nurturing and control of spirit insects before, Lin Chen felt relieved at the prospect of acquiring another means of protection for the future. My friend, should you seek anything else in the future, do visit my shop. The elder, having received the weighty storage bag, wore an expression of delight. Lin Chen smiled, saying little, but inwardly he sighed, recognizing the elder and Appo's cunning nature. Once the elder exited the private chamber, he promptly instructed He-Yun and Appo's to don the black mask, transforming her from an exceptionally beautiful maiden into the appearance of an ordinary female cultivator. Chapter 62. The mysterious mask. He-Yun stood before the bronze mirror, examining her new visage with meticulous attention, her jade-like fingers gently tracing the contours, though a shadow of discontent lingered in her expression. The reflection was decidedly ordinary, a stark contrast to her previous appearance. Observing her demeanor, Lin Chen spoke gently. The sect differs greatly from your former family. Should you possess extraordinary beauty, you may find yourself relegated to the status of a concubine or a furnace for others, which would be detrimental to your future cultivation. He-Yun nodded slightly, acknowledging his insight with a deep sense of agreement. The two departed from that place, turning to enter a shop that operated a teleportation array, only to be astonished by the exorbitant prices. The instability at the borders had prompted many rogue cultivators and family practitioners to vacate the area. This marked Lin Chen and Amp, Appo's first experience with the teleportation array. The immense spiritual pressure left him feeling somewhat unwell, his body swaying as if caught in a tempest. He-Yun appeared even more pallid, unable to endure the strain any longer, and quickly consumed a pill. The teleportation array roared to life, and after a mere 10 days of transit, they arrived at the outskirts of Qingyun's sect and Appo's marketplace. It was no wonder the sect opted for flying vessels. Utilizing the teleportation array was not only costly but also unbearable for those of lower cultivation. Upon stepping out of the array, Lin Chen was lost in thought. He subsequently summoned a small flying vessel, heading towards the sect's administrative hall. Junior brother, it has been a long time, exclaimed Shang Wanxiao, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Lin Chen. However, As he took note of Lin Shun and Apos' advancement to the 11th level of Qi refinement, astonishment washed over him. After all, it had taken him years to reach the 12th level. I have come to seek your assistance, senior brother, Lin Shun said with utmost respect. The young woman accompanying him was named He Shuer, of the 7th level of Qi refinement, a descendant of an old acquaintance. Shang Wanshao furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of difficulty on his face. The Qingyun sect had stringent procedures for the admission of external cultivators. Not only were their identities meticulously scrutinized, but they also had to pass the Heartstones test to prevent the infiltration of demonic practitioners. Additionally, the approval of a Foundation establishment cultivator was essential for passage. However, these matters fell beyond Shang Wanshao and Apos' responsibilities. If Lin Shun wished for her smooth admission into the sect, he would need to seek allies and connections. In Lin Shun and Apos' eyes, the woman was of a renowned cultivation family, and many pivotal positions within the sect were held by practitioners of her lineage. Lost in contemplation, Lin Shun gently extended a storage bag towards Shang Wanshao. You are being too modest, junior brother. Shang Wanshao felt the weight of the task ahead and hesitated to accept it. Senior brother, my recent ventures have yielded substantial results. You shall not be disappointed. Lin Shun smiled, insistently pushing the storage bag into his hands. Shang Wanshao hesitated, but his spiritual sense involuntarily brushed against the contents. Upon completing his examination, the look of difficulty vanished from his face. If this girl poses no issues, her admission into the sect is a trivial matter. I shall arrange it for you immediately. Thank you, senior brother, Lin Shun replied, filled with joy. However, the intricacies of the process were far more challenging than anticipated. Fortunately, Shang Wanshao proved to be a reliable ally, and they navigated through the hurdles without incident, particularly during the assessment of her spiritual root. He Yuner and Apos' heavenly spiritual root attribute greatly aided her. By the final stage of evaluation, the elder of Foundation establishment was notably excited. Indeed, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. His intentions were clear. He aimed to foster a connection. Shang Wanshao, equally pleased, remarked, Sister He. Uncle Li is from a cultivation family. You must engage with him frequently and seize this excellent opportunity. Thank you, Uncle Li, for your concern. In the future, I may need to trouble you with matters I do not comprehend regarding my cultivation, He Yuna responded, her mind racing as she seized the moment. Ha ha ha, splendid. Uncle Li. The Foundation establishment elder nodded approvingly while stroking his long beard. His demeanor contrasted sharply with his previous coldness towards Lin Shun, who sighed inwardly. Recognizing that He Yuner's heavenly spiritual root would undoubtedly receive the sect's focused nurturing, it seemed he would need to procure a suitable mask for her in the future to prevent higher-level practitioners from discerning her true potential. Upon receiving her identity token, Lin Shun promptly led He Yuner towards Lu Qingyur's location. Along the way, Lin Shun spoke gently. You shall now be a disciple of Qingyun sect. Remember to cultivate diligently. How many cultivation resources do you currently possess? Thank you for your concern, senior brother. After the fall of the He family, the contents of my storage bag were plundered by family cultivators. He Yuner replied with a hint of resignation. It matters not. I have some Xianling pills with 7 lines that will suffice for your cultivation for quite some time. With that, he produced a pristine pill bottle from his storage bag. Xianling pills with 7 lines? Although He Yuner had never lacked pills since childhood, she had never heard of such high-quality elixirs. As she scrutinized him further, her beautiful eyes sparkled with confusion, unable to fathom the reason behind his generosity. Memories of her father, who had always cared for her, flooded her mind, and tears began to well in her eyes. Thank you, senior brother, for your kindness. I shall cultivate diligently from now on. Most of the outer sect female cultivators resided in Yunwu Mountain, a place abundant in spiritual energy due to a once thriving spiritual vein. The picturesque landscape, with its clear waters and gentle streams, made it a delightful abode. Level 11 of Qi refinement? Lu Qingyur's eyes widened in disbelief. During this time, aided by a plethora of elixirs, she had only managed to elevate to the 7th level of Qi refinement. The disparity between them felt as vast as the heavens and the earth, prompting her to consider that relying on Lin Shun might indeed be a prudent choice. Junior brother, it is rare for you to visit. What brings you here? Lu Qingyur's gaze fell upon He Yuner as she scrutinized her with curiosity. In terms of appearance, He Yuner was rather ordinary, hardly comparable to Lu Qingyur's exquisite figure. Sister, he has just joined the sect and is unfamiliar with many aspects. I hope you can assist her in the future. That is easily agreed upon. Since she is brought by my junior brother, she is one of our own. Lu Qingyur said warmly, taking He Yuner by the hand. Sister, it has been a while. How have you fared in the Spirit Beast Academy? Junior brother. Although the Spirit Beast Academy does not require leaving the sect, it is quite taxing. If you are concerned for your sister, perhaps you should consider a change? Of course. But I wonder if the beast taming techniques have been acquired? Lin Shun's expression darkened slightly as he inquired. A troubled look crossed Lu Qing and Apos' face. To be honest, only those who reach the 9th level of Qi refinement have a chance to obtain them in the Spirit Beast Academy. I am currently only at the 7th level. so I will need some more time. Her intent was clear. She sought additional cultivation resources. Lin Chen smiled faintly, saying nothing further, and slowly withdrew a bag of spirit stones from his storage. Here are nearly 200 spirit stones. You two may divide them. Thank you, junior brother. Lu Qing'e was taken aback at the sight of such a substantial amount of spirit stones, her heart brimming with excitement. This time, Lin Chen refrained from providing Lu Qing and Appos, or with high-quality elixirs, for overly generous gifts might backfire in his efforts to manage her. Chapter 63. Return to Xiao Peak. Upon departing from Yunwu Mountain, I did not immediately return to the cave, but instead made my way to the sect's task hall. I had already heard of the events in Guling City. It was truly unfortunate. Hao Yuan shook his head repeatedly, as if the fallen cultivators in this border region were his own kin. Had it not been for the He family's use of array traps, Master Ouyang would not have met such a fate, Lin Chen sighed. Who would have thought that the Ouyang family suffered such tremendous losses? Numerous foundation establishment cultivators, and a promising junior. What a pity. The He family possesses a substantial amount of spirit stones. Could it be that they were all divided among them? A portion was taken by the He family's juniors, while another portion fell into the hands of local cultivation families. Hao Yuan lamented, shaking his head. As Hao Yuan was engulfed in dejection, Lin Chen took out a storage bag filled with spirit stones. Brother. Although I did not successfully complete the sect mission during this outing, I did acquire some small gains. This is merely a token from your junior. Is that so? Hao Yuan, who was always greedy for wealth, immediately extended his spiritual sense to investigate. There are so many? Could it be that you, just as you suspect, I had the chance to slay a cultivator from the He family? Really? Hao Yuan was too lazy to delve into the details. As long as the cultivators who received tasks from him would not forget him and could bring back spirit stones. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, he accepted the storage bag filled with spirit stones and spoke gently. Junior, you have seen the dangers of completing tasks. The outside world is not safe. In the future, remain within the sect. If one day I am no longer in this position, I will not impede you. Hao Yuan had always thought highly of Lin Chen's capabilities, considering him far superior to other cultivators. After years of interaction, he regarded Lin Chen as one of his own. Brother, I wish to return to Xiao Peak. Return to Xiao Peak? Are you inclined to tend to the spirit herbs again? Hao Yuan shook his head slightly, unconvinced. Now that you have reached the 11th level of Qi refinement, there are many safe tasks within the sect. Just as Hao Yuan was about to present a jade slip for Lin Chen to choose from, Lin Chen solemnly declared, Brother, I have heard that Elder U.S. alchemy skills are exceptionally profound. In the future, I wish to pursue the path of alchemy. Alchemy? Hao Yuan stroked his smooth chin, pondering. You have previously managed spirit herbs, and currently, there is no shortage of hands for that task. But, suddenly, Hao Yuan appeared to recall something and clapped his hands. At present, the spirit herb garden on Xiao Peak requires cultivators to oversee the spirit herbs. Do you have any experience in cultivating spirit herbs? Yes. Lin Chen was elated to hear of such a task, especially since he possessed the Tao rhythm, making the restoration of spirit herbs remarkably simple. If you possess experience in this area, I will register you for the task right away, Hao Yuan said, genuinely pleased. If Lin Chen were to develop in the field of alchemy in the future, it would be of great benefit to him. Moreover, overseeing the spirit herb garden was indeed a favorable position, and with a clever mind, one could earn a considerable amount of spirit stones. In his eyes, Lin Chen had become a veritable treasure. The reasons for Lin Chen's desire to return to Xiao Peak were twofold. Firstly, Gu Jingjing had long been slain by him, freeing him from her threats. Secondly, he felt pressured by the threat posed by Xiao Qianqian from Baishi City and needed to rapidly enhance his strength for self-preservation. Of course, there was an even more significant reason, an increasing awareness of the importance of alchemy. Having successfully acquired the task of overseeing the spirit herb garden, Lin Chen proceeded without delay to Xiao Peak. The spirit herb garden was located on the rear mountain, where the supervision was stringent. The tall cultivator leading the team was at the 12th level of Qi refinement, and upon seeing a disciple at the 11th level, his demeanor was quite amiable. Junior, have you brought the task jade slip? Yes, Lin Chen replied respectfully, presenting the jade slip. After verification, the tall cultivator smiled and said, Please follow me. In the spirit herb hall, an elderly foundation establishment cultivator was carefully reading the jade slip. Dressed in a simple gray robe, with sparse facial hair and a serene expression, he was a figure of authority. Master Wang, a disciple has come to undertake the task of overseeing the spirit herbs today. The tall cultivator handed over the task jade slip with great respect. After reading the slip, the elder raised his head slightly, a glimmer of shrewdness appearing in his eyes. After scrutinizing Lin Chen, he spoke coldly. Overseeing spirit herbs is no trivial matter. If you fail, the consequences are dire. If you seek to avoid outdoor tasks through connections, you have come to the wrong place. Master Wang was well aware of Hao Yuan's methods. Many cultivators who had come before were nothing but inept. I do not dare. Lin Chen quickly explained. Over the years, I have diligently studied the art of botany and cultivated spirit herbs, so I possess some experience. Oh, is that so? Master Wang was skeptical. Then tell me the key points in cultivating Fenghuan grass. Fenghuan grass has a cold attribute and originally grows in high-altitude regions, if cultivated here. It requires the establishment of a spirit array. Master Wang raised an eyebrow, then inquired, and for qi shui grass? Qi shui grass has a unique aroma and should be cultivated separately. If planted alongside other spirit herbs, not only will its growth be extremely slow, but it will also attract a multitude of pests. Upon hearing this, Master Wang's expression softened, replaced by a smile. Very well. Knowing these two spirit herbs indicates that you indeed possess some foundational knowledge of botany. Currently, the Wuji Spirit Herb Garden is temporarily lacking a cultivator. However, let me make it clear, if you fail in cultivating the spirit herbs, you will be sent directly to the law enforcement hall. I understand. Please rest assured, Master. Lin Shen replied, feeling no trepidation. He merely needed to integrate himself into the spirit herb garden, and with the Tao rhythm he possessed, cultivating spirit herbs would be a breeze. Good. Please present your identity token. Master Wang continuously formed seals with his hands, transmitting information into it. He then retrieved a verdant token from a jade box. Each spirit herb garden has its own restrictions. Do not lose this item. With that, he rose and handed the identity jade token and the array token to Lin Shen, saying, My name is Wang Tianmu. Please follow me. Upon entering the rear mountain, a denser aura of spiritual energy enveloped us. The area was far larger than I had imagined, with dozens of spirit herb gardens of varying sizes. There were 5 Qi Refinement Herb Gardens, 4 Foundation Establishment Herb Gardens, and 1 Core Formation Herb Garden, each equipped with powerful, distinct arrays. Arriving at the Wuji Spirit Herb Garden, Wang Tianmu used the token to lightly tap the restriction, causing a void entrance to slowly appear. The Spirit Herb Garden spanned 3 acres, teeming with various spirit herbs growing lushly. In one corner, there stood an exceedingly ordinary herb cottage. Henceforth, you shall oversee and cultivate the spirit herbs here. If you have any questions, you may raise them now, Wang Tianmu said, stroking his grizzled beard.